Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Here we are then, welcome to Idle Game Chat for January 2025. Mr. Apps here, just doing a quick intro to give you an introduction to this episode. As many of you will have known, we soft launched a monthly cadence for Idle Game Chat back in December, and we are back here in January to fulfill on that particular promise. So we do have a bit of a bumper episode for you on this occasion. It looks like it's going to clock in at over 6 hours. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, oh, bloody hell, what's that all about? But don't forget, this is monthly. It's designed to be listened to over the course of many days, weeks even, perhaps the whole month would be a way of doing it. So to help out, everything will be time-stamped to the best of what we can do. So you can sort of remember where you were, or skip things, or fast forward. Do what you need to do. It should give you enough freedom to do that. I don't expect them to be this long every month, but January's a bit of a funny one, and I did decide in the end to include the draft, the FGL 2025 draft episode into this, and that clocked in at a decent amount of time as well. So yeah, it's a long one. I don't think they'll be this long going forward, but who the hell knows? This may pose rendering issues or upload issues. I don't know. If this gets to you, it means I've got through it, but I may have had to struggle and piss around and do things. So yeah, I won't talk for much more. I'll just give you a quick rundown. We've got the Game Awards, the show itself, and some of the actual awards itself with Adkins and I. We've got a year in review with Mr. Logan and myself talking about the three major platform holders in 2024. We've then got old school sort of long form review of Metaphor ReFantazio. And then we've got the FGL Draft 2025. So that's your January 2025 edition of Idle Game Chat. We'll keep tweaking. We'll keep taking on board suggestions. If you have any queries, any questions, any suggestions for topics even, because they can now be just dropped in, chuck them in the comments on YouTube, do it on Patreon, social media, whatever. Wherever you choose to interact with us, just do it there, and we'll find a way to try and include it in future episodes. But yeah, this is January. It's a big one, and I guess I will see you on the other side, but I'll probably see you next month in February. So take care, everyone. The Game Awards 2024. Got Mr. Apps and Mr. Adkins here to chat about that. Sort of like a curtain closer, isn't it? I don't think that's the right term, actually.
Well,
it sort of shuts the year down, doesn't it?
yeah.
For people, we go, right, that's the end of it. We'll get a few reveals for next year and beyond, and we can all go off and just play more games without being distracted by Showcase and whatnot. Although a few things did release after that, like Expedition, is it 66 or 44? I can't remember.
Yeah.
That was separate and did its own thing. But generally, you got Jeff's Awards as like this big hodgepodge mixture of reveals and awards. I sat through the whole thing. I watched the pre-show as well. I didn't watch the hour countdown or whatever was sitting there in the archive. I'll tell you one thing that fucked me off, actually, is to get it out of the way with. So I didn't watch it live. It's like 12 o'clock, I think it starts.
I did. I watched, where did I get to?
Through.
I think I got to Borderlands. Oh, spoilers. I got to Borderlands and then fell asleep, and that was like about 2, I think. 'Cause it started about 12:30, did it?
Yeah.
So I normally go to bed about 12, and I think I sort of saw the countdown. I was like, I'll end up sitting there watching scrolling through reels till about past anyway.
Yeah.
And then I thought that with the pre-show, they started dropping like interesting reveals. So I was like, oh. And then I just carried on, and I was like, let's see how far I can go before I conk out.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I got to about Borderlands and it was like getting towards 2 in the morning. I was like, that's enough.
That's enough. Borderlands has done it for me. That's going to make me walk away. Yeah, so I was like, I was in. It was a Thursday night, wasn't it? It's normally Thursday night into Friday, so it's not too terrible. But I was like, I can't stay up for that. I'm in bed early these days. Anyway, I watched it the next day, like put it on, and found it in the archive. It had like
How long it is.
Yeah, well, the archive was like 5 hours. It had the countdown period as well. I was like, oh, fuck. What? But then helpfully, they time-stamped it. So they time-stamped the pre-show, they time-stamped the main show. Like, not the individual reveals, but those chunks. And I was like, okay, I can at least skip through that sort of toss of a countdown. I watched the pre-show as well. But by the time I'd got on it, it already said The Witcher 4 reveal. And it had, like, the title had, like, some of the stuff in it. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, Jeff. Can't you just give it 24 hours to breathe, you cunt? He couldn't, apparently.
That's a disaster.
So that ruined that. Then Biff texted me about fucking Naughty Dog. I saw that out of the corner of my eye before I got to that bit. And I'd just seen The Last of Us Part 2 remaster coming to PC. I was like, it's not that, is it? He wouldn't have bothered messaging me about that. So I knew something was afoot there. But I was a bit annoyed that I didn't even get a chance to even take a breath, and then Jeff had already chucked it in the title for some of the stuff. I was like, look, give it 24 hours, then do your SEO farming and whatever you need to do. I get it, you've got to get your clicks, you've got to get your views, but let me breathe. Let the Europeans breathe. We can't be up live watching that toss. So that's the main thing that annoyed me. It was pretty long. I think that's generally the case.
They seem to like whip through the actual awards as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few they focused on, but there's a lot where they're like, and the winner is da-da-da. And the winner is, and no one even clicks it. It just happens. And I'm like, why are you even bothering? Like those ones, why are you even bothering? Like, all the esports stuff gets relegated to that.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it now?
Like, come on, let's get rid of it. But what did you think overall then? So I've, other than Jeff putting the title in, I thought, well, that's cost me. It's always a bit long, but I don't think we're ever going to get it much shorter. But
it's getting back towards. I got to say, overall, I thought it was a strong game.
Oh, one of the better ones for sure.
One of the better ones, sure. But it did remind, like, it's getting more E3 each time. And I think this year it was even about a bit of cheese and a bit of cringe. When he was like doing the thing with the fucking Muppets. And I was like,
I'm taking the piss out of him. That's quite funny, actually.
Yeah, and I was like, this is like almost getting that sort of E3 feel to it. But yeah, I like how sort of big it is, and they get celebrities in. It's all on a stage, and it's basically replaced E3 now. This isn't it? So you always know there's going to be big announcements at this now.
Yeah.
So yeah, overall, I thought it was brilliant. Yeah, it's sort of. I was surprised. There's a few games I thought would be here. I thought we would have seen Wolverine at least, or even another trailer, because that's been a little while. Maybe some Death Stranding 2 gameplay, maybe.
Yeah. It's more delivering parcels, I think, mate. I don't know. I think even Kojima knows that. He's like, I'll show you a grey Daryl Dixon, and that's all you're going to get.
That's all you're going to get. You'll get some absolute stellar fucking mental cutscenes pre-rendered. But other than that, what else would I think was missing?
Did you expect like GTA 6 to be?
Well, I did, because it's been nearly over a year now, isn't it, since we've had that thing. So yeah, I did expect a little. Not
like,
they
even
tend
like
to do shit on their own.
Half-Life 3 was rumoured.
Yeah, that was a big rumour, wasn't it? Yeah, I was convinced that was it.
Because he actually said to me, I think when we might have been recording something. He's like, rumour is or leak that there's going to be a new Naughty Dog thing there.
Oh, so I did say that.
So
didn't
you
I?
did. Well, anyway, because half the time, I think actually 90% of the time, these lists you send me are wrong. So they just come off Reddit or something. But that was, I was like, actually, Adkins did say that.
Twitter.
Yeah.
I've seen a few things saying about it.
Is that the new Bile Factory Twitter or X?
Twitter is the new Bile. Reddit's just full of porn now.
I think that's your algorithm, sir.
It probably is my algorithm, but I don't use that for factual things anymore.
No.
But yeah, Bile Factory's now Twitter or X, as whatever he likes to call
Robbie
it. But Robbie.
See him at Progress. Oh, wrong side.
So
actually, I don't know if he's wrestled there. I think he has.
Is he in that electric ballroom?
Yeah,
they all went through there.
They all go through Rev Pro and Progress. They're swapping talent all the time. Independies.
I've forgotten what I was talking about.
Leaks, wasn't it? Yeah.
Leaks, yeah, that was it. Yeah, so I'd seen a couple of tweets saying, but the big one was probably more Half-Life. That was a big thing, so they got that fucking wrong.
So we had the Half-Life 2 20th, is it 20th anniversary? Like they've done the documentary Valve, and there's some footage at the end of that about episode 3. I think people were like, oh, and then I think it was Schreier, that little weasel, going, there's 2, holy shit. I'm like, I know one of them. I don't know what the other one is yet.
So is he putting that down to Naughty Dog and which? I don't know. Do you reckon?
Okami, maybe? I don't know, a lot of people.
I was thinking all iCode had took that iCode. People go mad for that.
I think one was definitely Naughty Dog. I can't. The Witcher 4, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. But I was like, we knew. Anyway, it's not a.
Yeah.
And what they showed, I was like, well.
The thing they showed, was it Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was like a bit. Yeah, they seem to have like half decent ones. You know, they're not fucking jaw droppers, bollard ticklers, but they're definitely sniffer games in that pre-show.
Yeah, that rematch in there as well, which is, to be honest, I wouldn't have even given rematch a second look, but because it was by Slow Clap who did Sifu, I'm like, it's gonna feel good. Like, and I'm interested to see their sort of take on it. Maybe we'll get into that sort of stuff, but yeah. I think it was a pretty good show overall. It's too long. There's a load of pretty high profile reveals there, which they'll be hit and miss on. So I think that's definitely one of the better ones. I can't say it's the best ones. I can't bloody remember last year's one, other than it was a tutor. So I mean, is it the best ever? Maybe, I don't know, but certainly. I think
they announced the Xbox Series X, didn't they? On there one year.
What's that mean?
What's that?
What is it? It's like everyone's going, oh! I'm like, what do you... Well, it's not coming out for another year.
Yeah, that is weird. I did anticipate a Switch 2, possibly. That may be there, just because the Xbox had done theirs.
Yeah.
And we know there's rumours that the Switch 2 announcement's going to be coming either now or January.
It was supposed to be fucking 2 months ago.
It'll be. I reckon they might save it till February for like what would that be, the 8th anniversary?
Yeah, it'll be around that time.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Yeah, Christ. Yeah. So I was expecting something big like that, but the ones that we did get were definitely big ticklers. Just surprised by a couple of little small ones that didn't get some light. There was lots of
small testes
updates to games as well, which. No, like Dave the Diver DLC, Hellblade,
Dave the Diver DLC coming late 2025. I'm like,
they've chucked that in there.
What are we chucking that in there for? Fair enough.
Yeah.
What did I think? Yeah, it was good. What did you think on the? I mean, the main award was Astrobot took home Game of the Year.
Was it about the Wukong chaps?
The what?
One of the main Wukong devs was like crying at the end because Wukong didn't get best games. I did. He was like, "I've come all this way for nothing." Thanks.
Yeah, I did. Didn't he got best action game? Didn't it?
Yeah, he did get something. He did get a couple of awards.
I've read, on VGC that he'd like been planning the speech for 2 years or something. Got players voiced it. I think it got the fan one, I believe.
Yeah.
But little Astrobot strolled in and took the title.
Strolled in the room.
And I wasn't surprised. A lot of people were like, oh, I can't believe it's won that. And I'm like, it's the highest rated game on like OpenCritic and Metacritic. And then I'm not saying that means it's a great game, but you have to remember that the people that vote on the Game Awards, their reviews feed into those, to those sites. So it's no surprise that it did win. I would always look at the highest rated game. I think that's probably got a best chance because that's kind of a reflection of what the sites were saying anyway. So I wasn't surprised. All people not happy about it, but I was like, well, I liked it. Bloody
wonder how far that goes. I mean, there was a couple of years where there's some big ones. I think, was it Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah.
No. Was it Elden Ring and Zelda? Was that year, or was it Baldur's Gate and Zelda?
I think it was Baldur's Gate and Zelda.
Was it? Yeah. But I'm sure Baldur's Gate had a higher rating slightly.
Yeah.
It tends to be. But yeah, some big heavy hitters in there. Split Fiction, another. I'd say a big one after coming off of Take. What's it called? Take Two?
No.
Two Takes.
Two Takes.
Did it Take Two?
It's something like that, isn't it? It takes two.
It takes two. Of course it is.
Drunks.
Take two. It takes two. Old Ferris, who's like become almost like a sort of walking meme now.
Yeah.
Does seem
He's
like an
funny,
absolute. Yeah, he's a good old boy. I'd like to work for the chap. If you got a job going, I get cold in the winter.
I'm sure it's him. He's been in some TV stuff because his brother does a lot of TV stuff as well.
Oh.
I think actually it might be the other way around. His brother is in TV stuff, and his brother was in what was that one where they break out the prison, the game?
Oh
the
yeah,
first one.
Way Out.
Way Out. He's in that, but I saw his brother popping up, and I only knew it because I only recognised because of his name. He was in like Westworld, one of the seasons for that.
Bloody
He does
hell.
like production stuff as well, so they're both
both
messing around in the
creative.
creative fields. But
Yeah.
did you think Astrobot should have won the title though?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Wukong, but that seemed like the only other thing. I mean, they had Shadow Tree DLC up for it, but
I'm glad they got shut out completely.
Yeah,
I was like,
I'm quite
it shouldn't
glad.
even
I've got to
be.
say,
It's not even there, Jeff. That's the things to improve on. Stop doing it in December. You never will. And make sure that DLC doesn't make its way on it. It's just.
Would you be mad
toss.
if Night Rain? Was it called Night Rain?
Oh yeah.
Is that up the game of the year next year as a standalone?
No, that's fine because it's standalone.
That's right, because it's standalone. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it will.
No.
Because I don't like the sound of it. Well, I'm not the arbiter of the Game Awards, but I think I'm not sure it's what people when they first.
No,
We'll get into it. We'll get into it.
We'll get into it.
We'll get into it.
But yeah, no, I thought Astrobot was a deserved winner out of the bunch that were there. Brilliant game, love it. Kids are still playing it. I think Oscar's now played it for about 80 hours or something. It's
Poor
ridiculous.
old Logan waiting to get out of the library. And
Albert's
Albert's fucking nicked it.
I'd have to go and buy it again, I think, if I had to lend it to him. Poor sod.
Have to wait until Mario comes out on the Switch 2. We'll go back to that.
No, incredibly deserved. Brilliant. It picked up quite a few awards, didn't it? Like Best Family Game and bits like that. And then it was quite fun to hear them doing the orchestra, what they do before the big game.
I like that.
Award.
That little multi-minute.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So yeah, deserved winner. What say you? Was there any that you thought got stung or?
No, not really. I don't. Like I said, it's the media awards, so you just kind of, as long as it's in line with that, I'm like, okay, that's about what I expected. So I don't get too hung up on it. Like, it's quite culturally, I guess, important because it's one of the few events that's probably reported on outside of just like nerd circles.
Yeah, that's true.
I saw on the BBC that week, for example.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
You'll see the BAFTAs will pop up on there, that's because it's British.
BAFTAs, I wondered that. Yeah.
But no, I thought it was fine. Yeah, I think it's obviously they keep doing the speed awards. They just don't even show anyone, just do them off screen, which is a bit strange. But the ones that went up there, I thought were good, and like the speeches were pretty good this time.
Yeah, wasn't it a big thing that they were like cutting people off quite quick? Was that Yoshi the year before? Yeah,
they had like a little light that would come on saying "wrap it up."
That's it. Yeah, and they got a lot of shit for that, didn't they?
Yeah, it was because Judge the year before was up there for like 18 minutes. Old traitor, was fucking waffling on. He just went on and on.
He did do that, didn't he? What a fucking nutcase.
There was no Bill Clinton kid either that got on stage.
Oh god, yeah. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and that kid was on there. He's a weird dude.
They had, you could tell they had like heavies patrolling the stage area. There was always at least one guy standing.
It was weird, wasn't it?
I thought he was like part of the teams to start with. I was like, hang on, it's the same fella. He's just
it's like a woman. He's just ready, waiting for another little kid to come on so he could rugby tackle him.
That's what he's hoping for.
Just
overall, pretty good. There's still improvements to be made, but one of the stronger ones for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
So we've got a list of games here split into two categories. So I'm not going to go through everything because there's a lot to it. There's a lot of anime.
Yeah, a lot of anime stuff. I did wonder if your newfound anime love.
No, because it's not. That's like.
Yeah,
I think they're all free to play. Like.
Yeah, Genshin Impact.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they're bad. I've got no interest in that. There's about four of them in a row. I felt there was one that looked like GTA but anime. I was like, what is going on here? But no, I wasn't interested in that. It did sag a bit, but it always does. But anyway,
Yeah.
we picked out the ones that we wanted to talk about. I've brought back the sniffometer from Cartoon Tom.
Yeah.
Obviously, this stupid fucking camera blurs
Get that
most of
blur.
it. But
In front of your chest, there we go.
But we've got the sniffometer. We've actually only going to use 2 categories, and one
Yep.
of them's not on here, so it probably needs a version 2. We've got the bollard ticklers, which are up on the higher end of the scale. Only the fourth coming of Christ is above that, so I think, I think that is accurate. The fourth coming of Christ.
Yeah.
What was it? Breath of the Wild was second coming, and then Elden Ring was
second
third.
coming.
And then you could probably argue Baldur's Gate would be the fourth.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate could be.
Let those boys off because they deserved it, unlike the other 2. And then you've got sniffers, which I think is accurate. From here, it just sort of goes down to core. So I think what we need on this is sniffers is the minimum sniff standard. So that's sort of like not at the top, but a little ways down. But that's if you get that, then it's worth chatting about, basically.
Right.
So if Cartoon Tom can make a metal version of that, preferably precious metals only, expensive.
Display.
We've got sniffers and we've got bollard ticklers. Let's start with bollard ticklers.
Bollards.
Now, Witcher 4 in here.
Cool.
Which I think, if you say it out loud, it's a definite bollard tickler. What I will argue is what we saw was nothing short of a stinker. CGI toot.
Stinker. Go woke. Go broke.
We've got. Well, guess what? What do we learn? We learned that Siri is going to be the main. They've come out and said that. We kind of knew that.
Narrated by Geralt, was it, or was it? His voice sounded different.
I think that was. I think
Was it
Geralt
Geralt?
was at the end. He definitely that was him.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
it was
did
him
think-
throughout though.
Right.
I think it was.
He's been he's in it, hasn't he? But he's not. You ain't playing, is it?
No, you're not playing.
Or you did. You played a Siri for a little bit in free. Spoilers.
Yeah. It's quite early actually. When you get
it was,
sort of
wasn't it?
weaves in and out, but she's got some fucking wicked powers in that.
Yeah,
That's
she
what I was
has.
immediately thought. I was like, she's still going to have those like superpowers or not? Because you could like teleport through people and shit. I was like, this is sick.
Yeah, that
You know,
is true.
Fucking Geralt.
She's got a whip in this, hasn't she?
Yeah, like
She's
a
got
chain whip. So
chain
they
whip.
were the 2 things I learned. We've got Siri
Right.
as the main, and there's some sort of sick chain whip, which in a CGI trailer looked great.
Yeah,
Whether will that translate or not? And that was my main problem with it. I was like, I kind of knew we knew The Witcher 4 existed.
Yeah,
But what we saw, I don't believe will be even in the game. Because,
No.
and that's
Well,
like, I don't know.
saying that, I did. If I go through
find
to
that
my
useful.
official source, I should start liking these tweets because then I'll have reference to go back to. But I did see something saying that apparently that was, although it wasn't in-game footage, that is an in-game mission. Apparently, that going to
Right.
that
But it
woman.
won't look or be. It won't even be
No,
that
it won't
cutscene.
look. No. But that enemy, you will go in there, and you can either sacrifice that woman or.
It's
kill
a
her
concept, isn't it? It's giving you
It's a
an idea,
concept,
which is
basically,
fine.
yeah.
But I'm sick of concepts.
Yeah,
So that's the only
agreed.
thing that really. I was like, okay, I'm not understanding why people are shitting their pants over it, but I suppose.
No.
Well, you've put it on bollard ticklers, so there's a.
No, I know, but to be fair, that was a bit.
no, I didn't mean it. I meant.
I found the basically this year. So we got last year. They done such a good job as they got away from that CGI trailer, and it was all sort of big gameplay. And even if there was a little CGI, they always sprinkle a little bit of gameplay in there just to tickle the bollards a bit. But this year, there seemed to be a lot of just CGI trailers and announcements and.
I don't even think this was in engine. Like, it didn't even seem to.
No,
I know it's running on like experimental graphics cards that hadn't unannounced graphics cards, but I was like, I don't think this is even representative of what it's going to look like.
No, I assume not. There's no date. They didn't even chuck a year out, so that makes. I think it's got to be next gen. Do you reckon 26, 27?
Let's not forget, it's the same team that fucking show this wicked stuff off of Cyberpunk. Similar trailers, they were always awesome.
Yeah, that's
and then when
true.
the game come out,
Oh,
fucking stunk the fucking joint
fucking
out.
hell, yeah.
It got good in the
The
end.
trouble is, it is living up to that hype of 3. I mean, 3 was almost a perfect RPG. And after the bump in the road of sight, you know, they've worked on that game extensively, and it is a good game now to an extent, but it's still that little blemish is still there. So yeah, 4. It's a big drastic change. You know what these gaming boys are like. Go woke, go broke. That struggles now.
Yeah, I know. But to me, it makes sense because if you've played The Witcher 3,
exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah.
like she's like,
Yeah.
I don't understand that. I don't
but
get it.
people don't like females in games for some reason.
Apparently not.
A strong
It's not like she's a
female
fucking
lead.
trollop, though. I mean, what are they complaining about? She's
Well, that was the other
lovely
comment.
looking lass. Just
They
a
said
scar
she's
down
been
her
beaten
face.
with an ugly stick as well.
No, I mean,
I think
stinky
come
nerds. They're not
on.
going to get anything
She
looking like
walked
her.
in the pub, you'd all be dropping your ankle
Exactly.
and your trousers.
Exactly. Especially on Elvis night. Just don't drink Guinness.
Oh God, you've been chucking up in bushes for her. but yeah, she is beautiful, Siri, and she's an interesting character as well.
Yeah.
So they're stupid, but yeah, it is just the bigots.
I'll tell you what else we learned. We learned we got Siri, so got the sick chain that she used. She at one point drank like a potion or a concoction, which like heightened her powers. I've seen that happen in the TV show, I think, and also there's like a spin-off anime, and that's sort of like lore-based. That's how the witches use their powers.
Their powers.
Yeah, I don't think you do that in the game, do you?
You can take elixirs to give you buffs, but
she was like using
to
it
use
almost
your
like
signs. You don't have anything. She uses one as well, didn't she? Is that after she takes the elixir as well? No, I was just I've got it running here in the background. But yeah, again, like you say, CGI, it didn't really show you any sort of like new mechanics or anything really. It just it was basically an announcement trailer that was, like, what was it, like 6-7 minutes long?
Yeah.
And it basically all it told us is that Siri's going to be the new character. It didn't sort of give us much of a setting or anything. It didn't
cinematic reveal. Yeah, she drinks the potion, then her eyes are gone, and then she starts absolutely laying the
devil into him. I wonder if
I don't know if that's going to be part of the game where you have to activate that, and it's more akin to the lore.
It's definitely like that in the series, isn't it?
Yeah.
The whole thing does that. Well, they're still doing that one. They've changed.
What's his name? Who's in now?
Liam Hemsworth. It's Thor's little brother, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I still ain't even watched the third series of.
No, it wasn't.
And then they did a little anime as well, didn't they?
Yeah, I watched that. That's okay as a one-off.
Is that right?
Yeah. I think the TV series they've announced is the end of it. Like it's in like 2 more seasons. So I'm just going to see it through. Now they said it's going to be in a certain date, but something's gone wrong there.
So I mean, it'll be a banker. It'll be a day one.
Oh yeah. It's just like when.
Yeah, exactly when. And like you say, for the CGI, that always just takes away because you don't know what you go. I mean, you do know what you're getting. It's a first-person battle royale this week. But
the beginning of a new saga. Then don't call it Witcher 4. I'd say call it Witcher something else. But whatever. The beginning of a new saga and the follow-up to one of the most acclaimed RPGs of all time. Cool. Ciri takes centre stage. And the protagonist embark on her own journey to become a professional monster slayer.
Claiming she wasn't one by the end of 3. I'll have you know.
Well, we'll see. But no, there you go. The trailer was produced in cooperation with. Cool. What is that garbage?
Polish.
Something Image Studio. So that's what we're going with. So they've made that. But no.
Yeah.
It's there. We know it exists. We know it exists anyway. But
Showstarter as well. Chuck that in first off.
Yeah.
He was getting emotional with every announcement. Like it's like a privilege to have got it. Bless him. Wow. Like crying at the Witcher one.
He's counting his bank balance, I think, at the end of it. He's fucking dark. 6 minutes, that's probably about £600,000. Yeah. He's fucking extracted off CD Projekt Red, so they're loving life. But no, Witcher 4, obviously, like you said, it is in its. You say The Witcher 4 is an absolute bollard tickler.
Yeah.
These things don't really get me tickled, but
no.
Unannounced RTX GPU, that's what they were using. So
cool. Was that the 50 series? Another $3,000 down the Swanee. I've been thinking about upgrading recently, but it's so much money. And then, like, if I did it now, then it literally would be like out of date by next week, or whenever the next ones come.
It's a problem. You're always chasing that high. But there we go. Next bollard tickler. Intergalactic.
Another won't go broke, they say.
Heretic prophet. Well, this one's bald as well. She shaved her head.
A real feminist. Well, you're feminist, burn you, bro.
Look
No,
like
I
me.
don't get that. I mean, the hate of this, I'm still assuming this was on the Bile Factory again. I assume this is just still stemming from
There's people
The
that
Last
do
of
not
Us
like
Part-
Naughty Dog.
Yeah, Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
I've seen the comparisons of this to Concord. They're saying this is going to be the new Concord and Naughty Dog's last game.
No.
They were having a go saying, I saw a comment on one of the trailers saying this trailer's 2 hours
They
old.
turned the comments off the YouTube trailer.
Yeah, they did. This trailer's 2 hours old. It needs a remaster. And I do
That's quite fun, actually.
That's quite good, actually, for them.
That is
But
good.
yeah, it's just again, just because they're going for
This was the closer.
the closer,
It's closed the show. It's Naughty Dog and it's Druckers. So he's
I've got
going
to
to
say, when I first started to see it, I didn't think it was
Didn't have a clue.
thing, just because it's so different to anything they've done. I
Yeah.
thought it looks a bit more like a sort of could have been a Sucker Punch game, even though they're doing not Sucker Punch
Captured on PS5 in-game cinematics.
Insomniac game is what it looks, because of that sort of spacey vibes. But yeah. Again, another one we don't know any. I mean, you got a smidget of, it weren't gameplay, but a smidget of
One little
possible
frame.
combat.
Yeah.
We got bald lady with a lightsaber sword.
Ripley and Alien 3.
Yeah.
Alien 3 where she shaves her head?
Shaves her head. Again, I read a thing. Strong. What's the word? Strong influence from 2 anime series.
Okay.
Cowboy Bebop, which I've not watched, and the movie Akira.
That fucking jacket.
That jacket. So yeah, it did have sort of Guardians of the Galaxy vibes. I felt had that sort of, like
When the music hit, it was definitely
music
that.
hit, and it had,
I
like,
think
the
that's
CD.
what people were seeing the Concorde like. Because
Yeah,
Concord's
possibly.
like Guardians of the Galaxy Light, wasn't it?
From Timu.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's the comparisons they're making.
You haven't got
But I think-
Star Child, the fucking gorilla or whatever he was going.
Oh yeah.
And what is that? What was that?
That is, I can't even believe they didn't revise that. They just went, nah, just fucking pull the plug. How long we spent on this? I don't care. Don't care how much we spent. Just fucking pull the plug. What were we doing?
Colin Moriarty said that, she's shaving her head.
Oh,
That she's using the clippers wrong.
Oh, really?
But
She's
she's got no
backwards, doesn't
grade
she?
on it. Like it's just
Oh, it's just big.
it's like 0.5, whatever that is. There's no like
Yeah.
because he's like, I know you sort of slant it and then
the
rub it across
seam.
your head, but I think when it's that short, you can just scrape it because it's the
Oh,
clippers are
God,
right there. There's
yeah.
nothing I don't know. I'm not a barber. Maybe I'll ask them the next time I go.
I've got the picture here. Go, look, I've got a little video to you. Yeah. Do you know what? I'd never made that reference, and now you've said that, I can't get that out of my head.
Wow.
Because she has got a big fuck off scar on the back of her head, so maybe that's why. Because she is using it wrong. The blade's facing upwards.
Oh, is that what he means?
It might be. Well, in that scene I just watched, she had it facing up in the air, so she's like got it upside down, so the pint's going like that, and she's going like that. I suppose it would if you had long, but
Get
not.
Elba on the case and just show her and say, would that work?
We
And
need
then
some professional
next
hairdressing
month, when we do
technique.
the next month, we'll get the update.
She is, yeah, she is. She's
There you
using
go.
it.
Can't possibly play it now. Not on the bollard tickler
Blimey.
list. Off you go.
Chucked it.
Here's what it says on the little blurb. Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, is the newest franchise in development for PlayStation. So it's for PS5 console from Naughty Dog, the studio behind the acclaimed series like The Last of Us and Uncharted. Set thousands of years in the future, Intergalactic puts players in the role of Jordan A. Munn, a dangerous bounty hunter who ends up stranded on Semperia, a distant planet whose communication with the outside universe went dark hundreds of years ago. Jordan will have to use her skills and her wits if she hopes to be the first person over 600 years to leave its orbit. So this is one thing that does slightly not concern me, but we're talking about sci-fi. We're talking about all these themes like lo-fi, like 90s, like almost like a more modern alien type technology going on. Like there's a big thick Sony player there, and there's CDs and things like that. But based on what they wrote there, it don't sound like you're going to be in space that long. You're going to be on this fucking planet. So, and actually, when you watch the last bit of combat, it is sci-fi, but at that point, it kind of loses all that atmosphere, if that makes sense.
Does
that strike you as true, or am I talking shit?
No, I think you're right. Yeah, it does that. And especially that it says in the synopsis that no one's left the orbit.
So you're gonna,
for 600
that's going to be the game,
years.
isn't it? You land,
exactly. Yeah,
and you're on there. You're not going to be rolling around.
No.
I saw people going, "Oh, we're going to be dogfighting." I'm like, no.
Someone said, "Is this going to be the No Man's Sky that never was?" Well, we had that with Outlaws. Seamless transition into. Come on. But yeah, that does concern me. Yeah, especially naming it Intergalactic.
Yeah, it's not going to. I don't think it's going to be a globe shot. Well, seemingly you'll be on this. This is the planet might be nice and vibrant and unique and have a lot of stuff, but the whole flying around in your Porsche ship, which I know another thing people have problems with this product placement. Porsche, Adidas.
Porsche, Adidas. That's true. Yeah, there was Sony.
Sony stuff's always. It's fucking someone playing a PSP, isn't there, in Last of Us 2?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I see a big thing apparently. Druckmann's trying to become more Kojima, with all these sort of product placements, and he's getting like celebrity casting now. I don't know if you noticed. Kamal. I think I never know how to say his name. Kunaji. He was in like one of the little pictures, and there's like a picture of the crew, and people have worked out who it is. What is mad about the main character is she looks incredibly resemblant to a character from Last of Us 2 in Lev. And I think the actress is black, but in this she looks Asian.
Yeah,
they've sort of changed her skin tone, and then with the bald edge,
normally
she looks
get away with things like that.
No.
I imagine there will be issues if they have done things like that. But no, I mean, look, it looked very. Well, it's new, so we know that The Last of Us Part 3 won't be along anytime soon. Then that's going to be
and the fact that they've said, I was about to say, is the terrific. Then again, another one with no year or date or anything.
Yeah.
The fact they've said PS5. Do you think this could be their Last of Us swan song?
Yeah, they did it for PS3. They did it for PS4. Like it's kind of what they do, isn't it? They sort of drop the game at the very end of the generation and say, "Here's all the stuff that we've learned. Now bend over and give us your money," and we do in droves. So I mean, it's 2024. Well, it's 2025 now as people listen to this, but it's they reckon they started it in 2020, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you can see it being around that sort of time.
I've got a feeling. I reckon 26 is going to be PS6. I don't know why. I really think they're going to land it on that. I don't know if it's just because 26 clean, but. Who knows? But yeah, again, hyped because the pedigree's there. Struckers coming off of Last of Us 2. It's pedigree. It's tickled the bollards. The setting seems cool. But I want to know about the game, mate.
I do want to see the game, how... Because clearly they show a bit of like a tiny little bit of combat, and it's probably not even real-time combat. It's a bit like a sort of a transition into something. Yeah. The enemy looks kind of sci-fi-ish, but it's like a robot.
Yeah, it's like a robot with glowing eyes, isn't it?
Yeah, even... Because a lot of people were saying... we saw concept art for years ago, and it was like a fantasy... I don't know if you remember this. Like,
that's right.
So everyone's expecting to be a fantasy game. I wonder if there's going to be elements of like dark fantasy or like sci-fi fantasy fused in. He's got a big old red sword. But yeah, we will possibly see. It's one of those unknowns, but certainly a big mic drop for the end of the Game Awards.
Yeah, that was his closing. One last thing. I like that's a thing. I do like that, and it's normally is a big tickler, and this was.
Yeah. Guess we have to wait and see, as with many of the stuff that we're going to speak about. Mafia, the old country. Now, what's the history on this Mafia franchise for you? Because I've fucking played them all, mate. I've been there since 2002 or whatever it was.
I've not played them all. I own them all. Yeah, I do own them all. I never played OG1. I played OG2 on PC. I played a bit of 3, but I think I played about an hour of it and then never went back to it. But I do want to go back to it. That was before they remastered them or did something. So that was 2. Played all the 2. I really liked 2. Then bought the remaster of 1 that they'd done a few years ago. Played that through to completion. And yeah, that's as far as I got. So I've played 1 and 2 essentially, not 3.
Nice.
And not OG. The OG probably is very dated. Was that a PS2 game?
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
well, it's one of those ones where playing it on PC was almost essential because the levels would have like multiple loads on the console version.
Right.
PlayStation.
Of course.
So I played it on PC, and I mean, it'll be unplayable today. I think most people are like, what is this shit? But back then, it was fucking one of my favourite games forever. That was like my favourite game.
Yes,
I fucking loved it. And then Mafia 2, I enjoyed. Mafia 3, I mean, it was lucky to get what it got back in the day from me. It was just running on fumes at that point, and then we got the remake of 1 and whatnot. And now we've got this Mafia the Old Country going even further back to 1900 Sicily, back to the old country, as they would say, where you've got horse and carriage and cars.
Cool, he's chucked a lot in, Jeff.
We knew this was occurring beforehand. We didn't know. I think the actual trailer leaked on YouTube before. It like came from one of the ads.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, someone had pushed a button somewhere like a few days before. But what do you think? Because these games are heavily narrative focused usually.
Yes,
They've never, in my opinion, never quite got the gameplay down.
No,
I don't
it
think.
does. It is sort of quite box standard, sort of very robotic, I'd say, as well, even in its cover system.
It's not very fluid or...
Yeah.
It's all a bit stiff sometimes, and they've just never quite... So I'm hoping they can get that here.
No.
But
When they were sort of more melee focus in the third one, I never really...
There's a bit of that, yeah. There was a bit of that. That's when they made it full open world, and it was like...
Right, oh, cool, shit.
This is going to be linear, so that's not for me as a tick in the box, because...
Yeah, they're never too overly long either. They
No.
sort of, that's one good thing about them, like you can do them in under 15 hours normally. So it's good because I'm not really I wouldn't really, I mean, it'd be fine, but you wouldn't want 50 hours of a Mafia game, or would you? Certainly wouldn't want 100 hours of it.
No, well, I think that's what Mafia 3 ended up being, 30 to 50.
Right,
Because it had all the open world trappings in it, and it was like, no one asked it. I don't want to be running around breaking fuse boxes, or I don't know what they had me doing in that game, but it wasn't
racial slurs.
To be honest, I was about to say that was the best thing about it, but what I meant was the story was actually really good. Not that there's racism in it.
Dropping some racism in there, that's 10 out of 10 for me.
That gets it right up into the platinum standards if you drop a bit of that in it. But that was the strongest part of it. The trouble is, the way the game was structured, it discredited the story slightly, or undercut it, because you spent so much time fucking about, taking over bases and territory, that the main story took forever to move on, so it was really undercut. I wish they'd just remake that game and cut all the shit out.
Yeah, director's cut. You could do that these days.
Give it a fucking assembly cut.
But yeah, no, give me 15 solid, narrative-driven
Mafia underworld,
brutality with extreme gameplay fluidity.
Yeah.
And shooting mechanics you cannot believe. Engaging combat. Don't make me get petrol in my car. It was that in 2, wasn't it? Your petrol used to go down.
Yeah. It happened in the first one as well. You can run out of petrol. Yeah, you could run out of petrol. Really? You could also fill up the petrol, though. So you could take a trip to the gas station, as they call it, and they would fill it up. Which was strange, because it was a linear game, so you weren't really supposed to be roaring around the city.
No. No, I used to always think I don't think I very little went off the beaten path, because it was like waypoint after waypoint. You don't really get time to sort of stop and drive around, but there's not much to do. But no, interesting. Yeah, definitely bollard, tickler. I mean,
Yep.
yeah.
Summer 2025, so probably means autumn, winter 2025, but nonetheless something to look forward to, something to earmark, and I'll be there. Well, I say I'll be there day one. We'll see how it turns out of the oven, but you never know.
It's come out.
I like the idea of the setting, a bit more reserved,
old school,
because they've all been American style gangsters, and this will be
basically New York, isn't it? Was it a Little Haven? Was it? Or?
Yeah, a Lost Haven.
Lost Haven, that was it.
Yeah, and I can't remember where. Matthew 3 was like New Orleans, I think, in like the swamps and stuff. That was quite a nice change. But
all right, I think we've Christmas decorations have just fallen down on my roof.
Well, I always said they should be down. They shouldn't even go up.
No, they shouldn't. Christmas Eve. Just had a bang. I thought it's either a kid jumping out the window or the Christmas decoration.
Or someone jumping in, someone trying to get
Oh,
in
it could be. I did have someone on my drive the other day.
Yeah. They'll be trying those doors. Trying their luck. Little scroats.
Scroats. If they were in the mafia, I'd have cut their Jacobs.
Well, exactly. That's what we need. We need to bring back some of this old
Bring
school.
back some of that Wild West.
That's it. Old country. Give it me. Anyway, bollard tickler confirmed. Next bollard tickler is Split Fiction, which is from It Takes Two Studio Hazelight, coming very soon. In fact, I think the release date is in March, if I remember correctly.
It is, isn't it? Feb, I think.
February. So even
because he said 2 months, and I suppose it is because we're still in December. But it's still half of December to go, mate. For when he said it.
Yeah.
But yes, I suppose that is pretty decent as well, because you do get a lot of these games. You think, well, these are great, but I ain't going to fucking be able to play these until
I might not play them at all.
July.
Might be dead by the time they come out.
Yeah, that's very true. But yes, this one does, and it's going to be tough to come after.
March 6th.
March 6th. Oh, it is March. Oh,
he's chucked it.
Well, he's claiming 2 months, and it's 3 months. So up yours,
bastard. They've still got the. Play free if you're a friend, so one person has to buy it. So that's good. In a world of the absolute money pinchers, which is what a lot of games become, that is, I just find it outrageous they still persist with that, because they would easily make more money not doing that. But they're like, no, we want to make sure you can play it with someone else. The only thing is you don't get the trophies or achievements, which I found the hard way on It Takes Two. So I might just buy it and be done with it, because I enjoyed that. What did you think of It Takes Two?
I still haven't completed it.
Have you not?
I think I'm on, because I've been playing it with Albert. So.
It's quite hard. It's not kid friendly. I don't. Well,
no,
I don't
that's
think
the thing.
it's not Elden Ring, but I don't think it's made for like real youngsters.
No, there's a few jumps and stuff that you really do need.
Some of them are quite unforgiving.
Yeah. So it's taken a long time. I think I started on Xbox. I think I've got it on everything in a minute. I've got it on PC. It's on Game Pass, and I think it was just recently a PS Plus game, wasn't it?
I claimed it. I've got no one to play with.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've downloaded, because I still never played it. Yellow Boots' story, where he played A Way Out with his ex-girlfriend, and they got to. I suppose it's not. I won't try and spoil it.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
ending, and. They didn't sleep in the same bed that night because of the outcome of that, the ending. It really tickled me. So I downloaded it, going, brilliant, I'll just play with a random, because I've got no one to play with, because I think that's not probably suitable for my 7-year-old son. To find out that you can't play it solo. You can't play with randoms. You have to have a friend to play it with. So I thought, well, everyone's either played it or not interested in it. So that's gone. I'm going to have to watch that one, I think.
Logan will play it with it again. He's played for it 3 times. He's played it once with me and once with Pee-wee, so he's well versed. Yeah.
Cool, he'll get it in there. It's quite a short experience, but yeah, brilliant. But what I've played essentially most of it. I'm sure I'm literally on the last couple of levels of It Takes Two. And yeah, I think it's an incredible game. It's much like sort of like that one game of the year award, and it's sort of that sort of family-friendly game where you sort of think, could this be a winner? I mean, it's a family-friendly game, but I think it was so good and powerful. The message was there. It was enjoyable. It was funny.
Yeah.
Like just the variety of sort of different levels and gameplay features that you do. And that's what sort of made it in the end. Like, I've recently played, and we'll discuss that another time, Brothers, which I think was one of theirs. Was it?
Yeah, that's one of
theirs?
the opening ones.
And that is very good. Like a good narrative experience, but in its gameplay, there's not really a lot you're doing. There's like puzzles that but I mean, it's just linear. You just getting from one side to the other and doing puzzles as you go. Whereas It Takes Two, you just had a plethora of different things. You know, one thing you're underwater, the next one you're flying a plane, you're growing trees and stuff. It was so much variety. And yeah, it was good. You had mini games to play everywhere you went. It really was excellent. It was.
Apparently it wasn't that studio.
Not.
Starbreeze it's got here for Brothers.
Oh, I thought Brave Brothers was.
Maybe Ferris. I'm sure I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought it was because it's a co-op game. Oh, maybe not then.
Someone can help us out.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah. Well.
So because of this, my hype. I assume to be honest, I didn't really think of them that they'd be working on something new. But then when he come out and announced it, and then played the trailer, yeah, it looks interesting. It does look like a big sort of mishmash of ideas. So whether they sort of work together, it's like two writers that write. One writes sci-fi, one writes fantasy, and they sort of go into each other's worlds, and you have to recover them. But again, it sort of lends itself because it gives him a sort of open book, really, and he can sort of make all these different mishmashes, and opportunities there are plenty. He can stick anything in there now. He can fucking fight dragons, go to Blade Runner.
So I think he was the director of Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons.
Oh, so it was Hazelight like a new studio then?
Yeah, I think that was spun up with. Yeah, it was spun up after by him. And that's where A Way Out came from. So they've actually only done it'd be 3 games now.
Yeah.
They seem like they're carrying on with the same sort of, every level's got a mechanic and...
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You know, it was good. Like I want to play It Takes Two again, really, but the only problem with me is you have to fucking drag someone else along for the ride. But
yeah,
that's kind of the point. I get that, but
yeah,
it can make it difficult sometimes. But I suppose that's the price you pay for not wanting to speak to anyone on a daily basis. True. You lose out, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this. And like I said, it's not long.
Yeah, not long at all. But yeah, what we saw, I mean, it looks very cinematic, very varied. It's good. I like it. I like what I see. Tickled the bollards. I could be there day one. Again, just depends if we can get. Maybe we'll have to book it in. It's hard getting slots though, isn't it? You go right.
Slot merchant. Get that slot machine winning. Is he? Not fucking let Chelsea win it.
There you go.
That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Next one. Bollard Tickler Steel. Project Robot.
So was not expecting this.
No, this came out.
I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know why. I was just thinking how good Shadow of the Colossus is and Team Ico. And I was thinking, I can't remember. I think I might have been playing Astrobot when you see old, what's that doggy called?
On Trico, yeah.
Yeah, Trico, that's it. Yeah, seeing him and just thinking, I really should go back and play them because Shadow was so good. I wish that game got the Blue Point love, even though it probably does still look pretty good because I remember that being glorious.
Well, Shadow's been remade, Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, Shadow was Last Guardian.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the one I want.
Run at 30
it ran at like 28. Yeah, they just need to unlock the fucking frame rate. I don't think they ever will, but that needs some love. They won't, because well, who knows why, but that was a real stinker. It was fine at the time, but nowadays it'd be nice to just have that done nicely. Yeah, give it the Shadow of the Colossus treatment. Don't have to really change anything. Just
that's the other thing. Hey, what else I was expecting this game was Bloodborne as well. That's what I thought we was going to see, and I definitely thought Blue Point was going to be doing it. That's what I had in my head after they did Demon Souls. But we still ain't seen nothing from them since Demon Souls. It's been 4 years and not even made an announcement. But
Waste of money, Sony.
Robot again. I mean, this is another trailer where we don't see anything. Do we see gameplay, or do you think?
I'm not
that's
sure.
fine?
I don't think so. I think it was.
No,
It doesn't look like it to me, but
no.
you know, these
and
games.
I was about to say, like, it doesn't tell you what the game is, but I mean, you play the games and you still don't really know what the story is because they're so confusing.
Yeah. Very minimal. I will say that The Last Guardian had probably the most storytelling in it.
Yeah, it did, to be fair.
But this the little chappie looks very similar, and I don't know if the pattern that he's wearing is actually similar
I
to
could
what
say
it looks.
very thing.
As soon as
He
I
just
saw that,
needed-
I was like, "Hang on a minute."
He
This is
just
what I
needs a
think it
little
is.
horned helmet, and then he'll be.
Well, I thought he was
But
going to
yeah.
take over the mech. Like, he gets in the mech's head, and I was like, he's going to
Yeah.
fucking deck all this shit that's coming towards him, and then he just takes off and takes his head off. I was like, hey,
Rips
where's
his
he
fucking
going?
spine out and
Yeah.
flies off, and then gets mullered anyway.
Yeah. So I don't know what this is going to be, but it's
No.
nice to see. I didn't know if we was going to get you, Ada, to do any more games. I thought after The Last Guardian and whatnot, it was, you know, going to be a struggle. Why has that fucking website decided to play sound? Sorry about that. Fucking VGC playing it, auto plays, knock it off.
Well,
Yeah. I mean,
But
it's
yeah.
under Gen Design, which are the guys that finished off Last Guardian.
was
Team
it?
Eco's
that's
dead
right.
now. Like, but
Oh, is it?
UADA's at Gen Design. This is firm. so-
right, and he's heading this one.
He's
isn't he?
still there,
Big
yeah.
deal,
Yeah,
yeah.
so-
Oh, excellent.
Epic Games are publishing it, which I found
Yeah, I
interesting.
see
So
that is-
chucking money. To be honest, this won't sell gangbusters. It absolutely won't. But it's more of like a passion or an art project that
Yeah.
it's not going to make fucking Fortnite money. But good on
No.
Epic, because they've done it with a few games in the past. Like even Alan Wake 2 published by them.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that
You
was,
think,
wasn't
was
it?
that ever going to get off the fucking ground?
No. So yeah, good. But yeah, very little information, but we just know the pedigree. So
Yeah.
definitely day one. And yeah, can he wait? Wasn't no date, was there? No.
No.
Not a sniffle.
If it's
Won't
as
even
long as The
know.
Last Guardian was, might have to wait
Oh,
two
God, yeah,
generations
that's-
for it. So.
Yeah. Was it over 10 years, wasn't it?
Yeah,
In the
it
end.
was fucking ages.
It's up there with Duke Nukem Forever.
It'd been cancelled essentially. Like most people assumed it was dead. Then it just came back on the PS4. I was like, what?
Oh.
But there you go. I'm interested in this one just to hear your thoughts. It's on the bollard tickler list. It's Onimusha Way of the Sword coming
Right.
2026.
Yeah.
Now I know they re-released the first Onimusha a few years ago. Like gave it
Yeah.
like the whole sort of. It didn't get remade as like a Resident Evil, but it was
No,
brought
that's
to modern consoles with the same like fixed camera angles, and they kept things
it.
very much the same. I've never played an Onimusha game.
No,
so
I haven't, but I've always
what's it
been
doing
really...
on this list
I
then?
know. I think
It
the
looked
trailer...
quite cool, to be fair.
Yeah, the trailer looked so good that it put it on here, and it's one of those games, a bit like Shenmue. I always sort of I played that on a Dreamcast once,
Saying all
but
night
never
long,
like they've all been re-released now, and you can play them on modern consoles. But I've never actually played them. But yeah, this is one that was always on the PS2.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, I have just recently wishlisted the remake that they did.
They did the first one, didn't they? They haven't done the second one.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. It's about
more than that.
It's about
It's
four or five, isn't it? Yeah.
What are we going to do about
But
that
yeah.
then?
Well, that is going to be a trouble. I might have to bust out the old PS2. No, I don't know what to do. I think a lot of them are on PC, possibly, or maybe not.
They just when it came out, I remember looking at it thinking it just looks too. I'm past that style of playing. Like it looks
Yeah,
like I
the
don't want to
trouble-
go off and play games that old.
It's almost like Resident Evil,
Right.
like tank controls,
Yeah.
survival horror as well, as they're calling it. But yeah, I don't know why. I think that trailer just like as soon as it was, you just saw those little lights of. And I think that Japanese setting now is just. I don't know why. As much as
It
people
does
start
look
claiming-
fucking sick. To be fair,
Yeah,
like,
as
they
much
showed
as
a
the
little
people-
bit of what I think is gameplay, but
yeah,
there's like some
Exactly,
transitions
the
or
combat.
executions at very least. And he's absolutely just slaughtering these fucks.
Will we have
Bloody-
too much?
He
though? You've
nuts
got-
one of them.
Oh yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah. You got Shadows coming out next year. Ghost of Yotai.
Yeah, that's why it's 2026. So like, get me
Yeah,
away
it's
from
gonna
it.
get me away from them fuckers. So yeah, I just thought it looked really incredible. It's something I've been sniffing at. But yeah, is it one of those things where maybe this could be a good jumping on point because of how
Well,
old the
They've not got the number there, so they've not done The
That's
Witcher
clever.
and has fallen over that little trap. So
Way-
maybe they'll come out and say brand new saga.
Way of the Sword they claim.
Yeah.
So
Way of the
yeah, I'm
Sword.
interested. Yeah, I don't know what I think. I just really like. I think because it got such a, it sounds like it's a very cult loved game. So there was a bit of bite on the old Bile Factory, and I think I've got sucked up in the hype train. So I'm now officially bollard tickling for it. But again,
Wow.
no official gameplay, but that combat did look quite extremely fun.
Onimusha, where the sword takes place in Kyoto during the early Edo period. In this time of relative peace for Japan, malice has befallen the ancient city, twisted into an eerie and unsettling place. Kyoto has been infested by a demonic Genma. In the debut trailer for Onimusha by the Sword, a lone samurai armed with an Oni gauntlet engaged in fierce, blood-soaked sword fights with these hellish creatures from another world.
Give me that.
Yep.
Not
Does say
Neo,
lone
though.
samurai. Doesn't say there's any need to understand things.
No, so start me off fresh. Get me interested in this series.
Yep. We'll look forward to it. Got another year or so, but there we go. Next one, Last of the Bollard Ticklers. Now, this you did say this is on. This might be dropped to the sniff list, so it's sort of a good a transitional game almost. It's Elden Ring Night Rain.
Interesting.
Now,
When this was,
go on, you go.
I was saying when this was being announced, I was sitting there at first thinking, I thought that looks like Elden Ring. Surely not another DLC. And I reckon if you'd have asked me 200 guesses at what will be announced at this game, I don't think I ever would have said Elden Ring spin-off.
No.
And yeah, what I saw, it looked, as I think I watched like a reactions video quite swiftly after, and one of the guys on there was sort of reacting to it, and he started to notice that some of the bosses were from like Dark Souls and stuff, so he was like so confused. He was like,
multiverse.
And then that blew my mind, and I was thinking, what the hell is it? And it weren't until sort of a bit of information came out after, and the first thing I saw or heard was a roguelike. And that sort of from there on, I was a bit like,
I watched the IGN preview because they had hands on with it. Can't remember the fuck's name, but he was just reading off a bit of paper in front of his screen.
Right.
Like, what is IGN doing here? Like, if you're going to do that, have the gameplay.
Yeah.
So you don't see him going.
So yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like,
I
I do a better job than that, but I'm not. So fair play. Yeah, so a couple of things that came out or noted from what they'd said. It's 3 players or 1 player only, so you can't play in pairs.
Fucking.
And to make that even more confusing is that it scales for 1 player, so the damage that you do or the damage that the enemies take is lessened. So there is a mechanism there for them to scale it for the right party size. But for 2 people, they've decided not to do that. Like you said, roguelite elements to it. And there's like a shrinking.
Is it in like builds? There's like set builds.
That's it. Yeah, you go around looting treasures. Like you essentially work towards taking on a boss at the end of like this time, and the map starts to shrink. There's like a gas or something. It's very.
Because you actually swoop down like a fucking battle royale as well, didn't you? When I see that, I was like, oh dear God, no, please! They're not doing Elden Ring battle royale, are they? Loot box, you just see like the fucking Elden Lord doing the Fortnite dance, start flossing.
It would be.
Imagine that.
Surely not. I mean, I don't know. It's not quite how I wanted it. Like when I first saw like Elden Ring co-op, I just literally mean that. I don't need.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I just want unrestricted, untethered co-op like the mod does on PC. Yeah, I'll be well happy. I think that'd be fucking awesome. But I don't know. We've got a separate mode, which is kind of like Elden Ring, but not. You control a hero, which has got its own abilities and things. There's an environmental hazard that keeps shrinking across the map. So you've got a bit of time. You've got a time limit on to defeat the boss, and like each night presents a new boss. It's sort of like
what it feels like. It feels like a sort of Last of Us 2. What was that called? No Return? No Return or God of War Valhalla. It feels like they've done that. They've
gone, that Ghost of Tsushima Legends? Was that?
Oh, yeah, that was another one, isn't it? We played a bit of that, didn't we? Yeah,
I don't think it had like the time limit or anything, but you'd sort of go through a level, get a load of gear, and then
that was sort of like roguelike before the fucking hit that every fucking other game is now roguelike. Yeah, that was that. I forgot about it. So I wonder if they've done that. They've just gone, right, we need one of these modes, and they've done it, and it's got bigger and bigger and bigger. And they've gone, fuck, well, we can't really bolt this on because we've just released a DLC. So standalone you go, and it's got Elden Ring name, so people are going to buy it.
Of course they will.
Interesting. But yeah, it's an interesting one, but I can just see because it's how loved Elden Ring is, and they've sort of got the formula there. I can see this doing well. It just depends if it has legs. And
on the spot now, Adcock says, I'm in, I'll play anytime you want. And I say, I'm in, I'll play anytime I want.
That boosts me a bit more, knowing there's a free. Yeah. They did say you can play solo, but I can't. I'd imagine this game would be. I mean, I tried playing Helldivers on my own the other day, and I was like, well, this isn't as good as the good old days. No. You need that squad. So, I wonder if it's going to be a similar experience. But yeah, it could be one. I think, like yourself, I probably will wait and see what it kicks off like, and what sort of reviews we get. I suppose it's one of those things that's not going to review straight off the bat, is it? It'd probably be a fucking.
There's an open. I think it's a closed test they're doing that you can.
Is it? I don't
think you can sign up anymore by the time this airs, but people might have already done that. So that's the way of getting. But these sort of games just can't be fucked with them. To be honest, like Helldivers was good. I really enjoyed that, but I don't know if I would enjoy this. So I'm kind of like, can probably take it or leave it, if I'm honest. Yeah. And there's going to be a lot of wanking over it, but.
Yeah, there will be. So, I think once I started to hear the information, that's when it slipped from. It was a bollard tickler because of the Elden Ring name, and I did enjoy that game, but. Yeah. Not what I wanted from an Elden Ring spin-off or anything.
It's interesting they're trying something completely different.
Yeah, I suppose,
It's full on multiplayer, like co-op, whereas before it's been obviously mostly focused on single player with a slice of co-op and summoning and whatnot. And so this is something completely different. I don't blame them for trying to do something like this. It'd be interesting to see if it sticks or not, in my opinion. What we got next? We're on the sniff list permanently. Poor old Adkins has got a cough like me.
Yeah, fucking hell. Get that weight cream variant.
I think mine's clearing up now, so that should be going, but still not great. Borderlands 4. I'll be honest, I can't fucking stand Borderlands.
No, I'll be honest, I think, I don't know what he did, but didn't he have a bit controversial, that bloke who does this? So I played, I did go through 1, 2, pre-sequel and 3.
Right.
But I've got to say, by the time end of 3, I don't really remember 3 much, because it's sort of, I think I did it all quite close, and to be honest, there's not much in between them. They get bigger and better, I suppose, but they're still the same looter shooter.
Hall ruined it for me. I went through the first 2 games with him.
Didn't
he wanted all the achievements, and sometimes I'll just log on and just go into like the arenas and just sit there, and I wouldn't even play it. I was like, I ain't playing it. I'd just stand in a corner and go and do something else while he ran around like killing all this shit to help level up. But I was just done. I'm like, you can't understand the fucking story because it's all waffle, and it's co-op all the time, so you got people fucking shitting all over it, and it's like, I
found that,
I can't handle this anymore.
No, I've got to say, by 3, I was sort of washed out. So 4, even though it's been, what has it been? It's been probably, it's been a while, I suppose. When did it come out? 2019, was it 3? But they've had numerous spin-offs. There was that Tina's Wonderful World or whatever it was, and other bits and bobs. But I'm much like yourself, to be honest. I sort of have fallen off. I watched a film that was possibly the worst video game adaptation movie ever. It was dreadful. And it sort of left a bit of a sad taste. So this, I mean, just because it's Borderlands, I will sniff at it, but it's very bottom of the barrel for me as well. It's going to need to do something, but to be honest, when it was one of the trailers that started off with CGI and then went into gameplay, which was nice to see. But the gameplay just looked like Borderlands 3. I didn't see any sort of visual improvements or.
They say it's kind of less toilet humour.
I did see that myself, which, Borderlands was like one of the best things about it was its humour, but I suppose that does grow a bit stagnant over a while. So No more poo jokes.
It'll be like The Last of Us now. Oh, a bit heavy.
Imagine that if they just going real deep.
They should do.
Going for a real revenge story. What they need is to fucking recreate that Telltale series because that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. But
That was good.
I mean, I'll be sniffing around it and I'll watch it in the bits when it's coming up. I think it's this year, and it's 25, is it? Yeah. Is it? I think so. But yeah, so be interested, but not holding much hope.
No, I'd be interested to see if someone like Hall does pick it up because.
Yeah, did he play
I love
free
it all.
much? I feel like he didn't. But
Yeah, I
maybe
think
he
that's
did.
what I was getting at. I don't think he made it to free really, but he's
So-
playing just toss and he.
Yeah.
Well,
It's on
Path of
that
Exile.
at the minute now, yeah. Cool, I tried playing that I'm trying it on PC. It's so hard. I like easy games, and this is a real PC game. I'm struggling.
First one was even fucking harder. You need to. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm playing. The
fucking
first one.
Oh, you're playing the first one.
Yeah,
you
playing
did
the
a
first
fucking
one.
degree in maths to work
I
out all the
know.
fucking stats, didn't you?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm
So
like,
two's a lot more streamlined, I've heard.
oh, is it? Well, that might be
Lots
better
more.
for me because
But then
I'm
it's
already.
skipping over the first one. Can you do
You
it?
know, this is a struggle. This is why I downloaded it because I had it, and it's like fucking. It's been patched to shit, and it's like a 60 gig game. I was like, Christ. So I've installed it. I've played about 2 hours, and I've died about 20 times. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, this ain't Diablo.
No, that first one isn't.
No, so I'm struggling, but yeah, I do like the look of it. It does look tasty, so maybe I might have to just bypass my law and jump straight into 2 if it's more streamlined. Because
Do it.
yeah.
Double Dragon Revive.
Double Dragon.
Back from the
I only
dead.
stuck this on because it was one of my first ever
Came out the
games I
year you
played
were
on.
born, 87.
I played this
Was
on
that
the
your year
Mega
then,
Drive.
actually? You might have
Yeah,
been
it
one
was
of
my
those,
year, yeah,
'cause
87.
You got 86s, haven't you, in your school year?
Yes, I think them twins. What are they? Because they're my 37. They're 38 already.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll be going into 39 next year. Cool. Still in their 40s. So yeah, all sorts. So yeah, I played this on the no, not Mega Drive, Master System.
Yeah.
2 Double Dragon. I remember this. So there's a lot of nostalgia for me. And yeah, sometimes these sort of revivals, like the Streets of Rage 4 that me, you, and Adkins. No, me and you went through that, didn't we?
Yeah,
Me, you,
Adkins
and
came.
Adkins
Oh, you
went-
went for the Turtles one.
Turtles one. He came through us, didn't he? Yeah.
That was like another one, like a bit of a throwback
Yeah.
to.
So I thought I quite like these games. There's just recently been a Power Rangers one, and I think
Yep.
there's another Ninja Turtles one coming out, or something Shinobi, something like that. Yeah, so it looks quite fun. I tell you what, when I see these games now, I go, oh, I tell you what, it's killed the Switch though, because when I see these games, I go, oh, this look good on my Steam Deck.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm putting this down to Steam Deck fodder, but yeah, I didn't really pay too much attention about story or anything like that. Just that
No, I think it's a reboot. I think they're doing a well, not that there was much fucking story in the first ones, to be honest. I don't know why it's even needs to be said, but yeah, 25th, October 2025 we got.
Get me that Golden Axe remastered. That's what I want.
Didn't they try
Revamp.
that?
I got a feeling they did.
Well, they re-released like a level or something like ages ago. I have to look it up, but
Get that out.
I never played Double Dragon, but I know that
No.
Adcock used to fucking love it. He used to always waffle on about it, and it always appeared in his favourite list. I think it's one of those ones where you fight each other at the end, or there's like sometimes that can.
was it?
I'm sure that
Yeah.
happens in one of the Streets of Rage games as well. They make you fight.
Oh yeah, Adam and
That's
Jax.
it.
Jax was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. But yeah, little sniffometer on this one. Bottom of the barrel. Could be a Steam Switch purchase.
Dying Like the Beast, summer 2025. So this is like a standalone
Cool.
spin-off.
I've put it to the sniffer, although I still have it. I mean, we played one together, didn't we?
We didn't play 2 because they.
No way.
Well, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, or it could have changed.
Oh, it was like the progress thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I think if you came into my game, We did like a main mission because you make decisions in that game. It changes the world.
That's right.
You can like flood the fucking streets or something. So it changes quite significantly. But you go back in your game. I'm the host. You haven't done that mission. You've then got to do it again. I think.
Right.
To me, I was like, that's of no. It's if someone's already gone through it and doesn't care.
Yeah, that's it.
That'll work. But if you want to go through it together, I don't think it's.
No, that's not the suitable way. No,
it's on that PS Plus fucking library.
It is,
as well.
And it's just got a PS5 Pro enhancement. So the sniff is there. I chucked this on there just because I did enjoy that first one. Chucking them out now, and they got Dead Island 2 as well. They love it.
Yep.
It's that same studio.
Taking around 18 hours to complete, so it'll be a decent little beast mode.
Beast mode.
Yeah. Because I think that's related to the DLC of the first game. The
following.
Yeah, the following. That's it. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
I think there's a story connection there between this and that. So it would be interesting. I do want to play 2 though, but it's they were more enjoyable with a part because Biff was playing as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he jumped. Yeah, he just jumped in a couple of nights, didn't he? And then just fucking, he was like, just jumping off buildings. Whilst we were trying to goad them little fucking night crawlers.
Yeah, what they called variants were they? What they called volatiles.
Volatile. That's it. Getting them in that UV light. There's one where he was getting up really close. I remember. He kept falling over the edge, and he go,
really fucking scary to start with that game. Because you feel like you're going to get your shit kicked out of it. Then when you realise you can fight them a little bit, you get a bit more powerful. It wasn't but there were certain missions where you had to do it at night, and I was like, I ain't doing that, and I just put it off and put it off.
That was it. Yeah, it was a really fun experience, to be fair, and it was quite engaging. We should go through 2 just to find the right time for it.
We'll have to look into it and see what because it has to be planned in some way. Otherwise, we'll end up having an argument over who's hosting and whatnot.
That is a shame when they do that.
We haven't got long. Summer 2025 for the Beast.
Nice.
And, we'll go there. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. So
another chucking. They've revamped it. You fool.
Did you? Because obviously these are about 20 years old as well. But they've got the 2D games that were fucking 2D games shit hard. And then the 3D game, which I think was on 360, was it?
360. I had that, I'll tell you what, my first purchase, I had... Cool, this is going back. I had 2 on 360. Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360.
Right.
And then I bought a PS3. I was late to the PS3.
Oh, okay.
And I bought Ninja Gaiden Sigma, which was like a remake of the first one.
Yes.
So I had that and 3 on PS3. So I played those ones, but they were quite tough, to be fair, as well. They were like hack and slash games, but it was like one level
like where hard Devil May Cry.
Yeah, it was. It basically was, wasn't it? And there's like levels where you're fighting a fucking tank with a fucking samurai sword. You're like, what's this?
What's going on here?
But
this one looks like a bit more of a throwback to.
Yeah, this looks like they're going back to their old school NES roots, which I might have had a little dabble maybe on those SNESes or wherever it was, Mega Drive. But I never played them properly. I think I've more played. I probably favoured a Shinobi, probably back in those days over that, rather than Ninja Gaiden.
When this first wasn't the music on the trailer for this is really cool. It sounded like fucking Castlevania Rondo of Blood.
Oh, cool!
I was like, is this some remake? It wasn't. It's Ninja Gaiden or Ninja Gaiden, sorry, but.
He's called them gay.
Well, some people call it Ninja Gaiden.
Well, they call it Ninja Gaiden, yeah. Gaiden, tomatoes, tomatoes.
To me.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Gaiden.
Yeah, and he was like running around slicing shit up. I was like, is this Castle? And I was like, oh, no, it's not. But looks nice. Look, beautiful.
Yeah, it looked quite fun. What was that game?
Looks like it could be fucking shit hard again, though.
Katana Zero, wasn't it? Was that like a Devolver? They did a game and it was sort of like running around. A bit like that. I quite liked that fucking... What was the other one? My friend Pedro. Did you ever play that?
Oh yeah, I played that on. I played that on Switch fun. Actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that sort of 2D side scroller, but this is sort of fast paced, cuts, blood going everywhere, samurai, ninja, Gaiden. Yeah, it's a sniffer. It's a sniffometer. Like, keep an eye on it. Again, could be a worthy purchase for a Steam Deck.
Summer 2025 again. So they're filling out this summer schedule, it seems. We'll see how many of these actually make it through. And
Getting ready for GTA 6. Might do that probably be pushed back by then.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely no doubt. The big one, some are saying, this is when Jeff nearly cried on stage.
Oh, yeah.
And a sequel to Okami is coming as well. I think it's just going to be called Okami 2.
In sniffer rather than bollard tickler, because I know it's cultural.
Yeah. I've never played it. I've never played Okami.
Never played it. I've just bought it. Bought it in a Steam sale. It was toyish. Didn't know whether to buy it on PlayStation or PC because it was originally a PlayStation game.
Yeah, it was like PlayStation 2, wasn't it? Back in the day?
But it's fucking hustled itself and it's on everywhere now. So I thought, oh, fuck it, it was cheapest on Steam. So I thought, fuck it. So I put it on here because, much like yourself, I've not played it. But, I mean, you see that dog everywhere. So it's
fucking poodle.
Culture.
Poodle, is it?
I don't know what it is. It's like a wolf type thing.
Yeah.
Husky. So yeah, be interested to play. It looks very colourful. But yeah, he nearly fucking bawled his eyes out, didn't he?
Yeah.
For getting this. And it did feel like it. I mean, it was just
me,
literally
33 hours to complete Okami.
Oh, is it?
That's what it's saying how long to beat.
Good lord, I was expecting a 10-hour dog simulator.
Have a nice palate cleanser.
Yeah, literally of all the colours. But yeah, it was literally just an announcement of the. It didn't even have a name, did it? It just said Okami sequel. That's the name. They couldn't even be bothered with this one. So yeah, so I'm definitely sniffing. So my thing will be to get the second one done before this comes out. The first one done, sorry. But yeah, we don't know anything about gameplay. I assume it's going to be a similar game, similar style, third-person dog simulator or whatever it is, puzzle platformer. I have no idea what it is, but 30 hours long. I did not know that. Yeah.
It seems like they've got the old band back together as well, or at least some of the old band to
Capcom
do this,
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Capcom. Yeah. I think half the fucking games are at the Game Awards with Capcom. So
they really do show up. Actually, better not say that. Could be spoilers of the quiz.
It can't be spoilers. The quiz is already out.
Oh, the quiz is out. Oh,
yeah.
Yes. There was a question about Capcom being most something.
They won the Metacritic 2023 Metacritic Publisher of the Year.
That's it, yeah. And you can see why they're doing
and
so
next
now.
year they'll have Monster Hunter Wilds and others to join the clan, so they're not going to
chucking them out.
Yeah, so a big moment for some people.
Yep.
Not perhaps for us, but I'll be watching that from afar. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I do want to dive into Okami, but when I saw the time to beat, I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Fuck me.
That's a lot in it.
I could return it, to be fair. I've not played it yet.
I've played an hour of it, or 2 hours.
How much did I pay for it? That's the real question.
I'm sure it was like... So I looked as well. And it was
£3.74.
Let's have a look on that fucking
cheaper than a pint of Guinness that you chuck up in a bush.
No, they're like a fiver, aren't they? Are there 5 of those pints?
£5 for your privilege, yeah. Less than a cup of coffee. Yeah, it is expensive, isn't it? Especially when you're chucking it up.
25 quid's worth, all in the bush. £4 it is on sale as I look at this, and again, gone for most people because this is the monthly cadence. They lose out on these deals that we find, but yeah, maybe I'll have to have a look into it because I don't know what I'm getting myself in for 30 odd hours. Scary. Yeah. Here's a weird one, not a weird one, but there's like a string of these, or like 2 of them, but the Ryuga Gotoko.
Right, yeah.
RGG, basically, the Yakuza people. Yeah. 2 games they showed off. Or
Weird that they put them next to each other.
They literally put one off the other. The first one was Virtua Fighter.
Virtua Fighter.
So
now that's one. I did own one. I owned one on. Did they do one on the 360? I think they did. 5, I think it was. Was it 5? Anyway,
5 they're remastering.
No, it can't be that. Then 4 must have been. One of them I played on the thing and liked it, and then which they also, if I remember, it's the same thing. I'm sure it did. They had the character from Ninja Gaiden in it,
Right.
Ryu Hayabusa. I'm sure it's him.
Was it Ryu?
So that's it. So one of them, and this I used to play this a lot in the arcades when back in my old days. We used to go to the thing and play Tekken as well. I love Tekken in an arcade down the seafront, and Virtual Fighter. So yeah, this got me sniffing. I mean, I do play most fighting games.
What, you sick of them?
I am fucking sick of them this year. I've got Mortal Kombat. I've got Street Fighter 6 sitting there and not been touched. And I believe Father Christmas is bringing me Tekken 8.
Oh.
So I've got that in the pipeline. So by the time this comes out,
You'd have already
will it
played
get bollards, or will I go, it's just another 2D fight? I've had my hands, fingers stung with fucking Mortal Kombat. That's been chucked out. They've announced that they're not going to be working on that anymore.
It's gone, yeah.
They've gone sick of it. No one wants to play it. Rightly so. Bad idea.
Give it up.
So yeah, potential, but yeah, interesting that Raya got a Yakuza boys. Yeah, are doing this. So yeah, again, like a fun little trailer. It's a bloke throwing someone through a room. I do always love that in fighting games where they like you can fuck the studio up, the stage up and move. That's it. And then the next one, what was it?
Well, Project Sentry, yeah. This
Sentry. It's like they went, I see what you're doing, old mafia old country. I'll raise you some.
I did think that. It was sort of set, it felt like it was a bit of a similar vibe going there, but it looks fucking cool.
Yeah, it did. It's like Edo, Japan. It's like fucking way back. And in the mean, it was like
bloody fucking brutal combat. I was like, this looks like good shit.
And
it should have no connection to Yakuza or Judgment or any of that nonsense.
I thought it was going to be a Judgment game.
Yeah, so it should be playable for the scrubs that haven't played for the series. And the only thing I didn't like is they showed this massive character you fight. You know, they always have like brute characters.
Oh, yeah,
this guy was about 8 foot, and I was like, nah, what are we doing? No one's that big in real life.
Pasting, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember they used to have them in Yakuza. You get a big fuck. Who's that big fuck that you used to in Zero?
Shakedown. Shake down.
You have to wait for him to come round.
Money.
You used to get shitloads if you beat him, didn't you? It's fucking hard though.
This looks fucking good though. Like he fucking punches in someone's stomach and like rips out something. Like he's using like all sorts of weapons. He's got a hockey stick in one hand. He's hit someone with a bottle. Like
they must have a fucking big shooter because they're finishing that pirate game.
What the fuck are they doing?
Then now they've got Virtual Fighter on their hands and they're chucking this out as well. Yeah. Did this get a date or
don't?
Like a year,
so.
I don't know if it's
going to be called Project Sentry. I think that's just the...
No, that's just a thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was very weird that they stuck this after another. Because I think I was watching it after seeing the Virtual Fire and thinking, oh, this has got some Yakuza vibes. And then, and then it came on, I was like, oh, fucking hell, it's Yakuza. But not Yakuza. It's not Judgment either.
Can't find it. Yeah, no release. Yeah, it'll probably be a while, but looked fucking good. Showed well. So, looking forward to seeing more of that. If I'm being totally honest.
Yeah.
We've got the new Pac-Man game.
Yeah. Weird again. Another sort of side scroller.
Is it called Shadow Labyrinth? Is that what it's?
Shadow Labyrinth. That's it. Yeah. Again, I heard someone saying that this makes more sense if you watch the secret level episode.
Is that the thing that Logan's been waffling on about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not quite good. I don't know if it's out now. I think.
Is there a Concord one? Or like,
there's a Concord one. There's a Sifu one. There's a God of War one. There's like a Warhammer one. I don't know why no one's watching it. We should all be watching it, but
yeah.
I don't know why it's on Amazon, isn't it? I think.
Yeah,
I think it's on Amazon. But like
Pac-Man's like a little companion with you.
It's almost like a little companion. I just thought it was quite interesting that like this sort of game to do such a left turn. Like, I can imagine being like a fucking Tetris did a fucking RPG or something. It's just I was like, oh, it's quite interesting. I love that they're just going right. There's only so much Pac-Man we can make here and remaster.
Why not?
Let's fucking make him a companion and just make a completely different game. Yeah, I thought, wow, fuck it, hats off to him. I'll give that a sniff.
Give
Merry
it.
Christmas,
it.
Pete.
Yeah, got itself a nice 2025 window, so I guess we'll see whether that actually turns up on the books. But interesting take nonetheless. And then we've got a third person, in fact, Turok making a return.
Oh yeah, let's
So
all
what's
digging
going on
out
here?
all these
Turok
old franchises.
Origins.
We've got Ninja Gaiden, Double Dragon,
Yep.
fucking Turok.
Pac-Man.
Me. Get that Dino Crisis. Yeah, Pac-Man, get that Dino Crisis
Capcom
out.
did say they were trying to look to reactivate some
would be
old shit
lovely.
again, like Okami they put. And I was like, well, come on,
Okay.
give me them dinos.
Oh, I'm getting a mishmash of things. I was trying to think who it was. Something I was listening to said that there was one game, they released a game that was shit, but the reason they released it was it's so they could keep the
Was it Exoprimal?
yeah, it might have been that. They
Like the horde dinosaur thing where you're like a
yeah,
mech.
it might have been that. It was something anyway, that the only reason they released it is so they could keep the rights to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wherever it was, it'll come back to me.
It won't.
It won't.
That's gone, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that.
We'll
Yeah,
find
you
it in
can see it.
future DLC, don't you worry. But yeah, this looked actually quite fun and like looked different and fresh.
Well, they were
Going around.
first-person games, weren't they? The Turoks from
Yeah, I had one on the N64. I think.
N64 is the one I remember.
Yeah, it's the one I had. It was like a black case.
That's it.
Cartridge, sorry.
I remember to go around someone's house, and I was like, I can't figure out this
Yeah,
game.
I'll
I'm
never
getting fucking
actually-
mullered. But this is like
Yeah.
you can play solo or with friends, so it's one of these
Oh, hell
potentially could be an Elden Ring blower with all this stuff going on. But I suppose
Origins as well.
Origins.
Jump on point.
yeah, unravel a mystery that holds the key to saving humanity. The
Oh,
Choruk Warriors. I didn't even know they were warriors. I thought it was a person. But it's back.
it's back. Ark's not
Here we
even
go.
out
Look.
yet.
Battle alone or as a team in intense combat. Unlock and upgrade advanced weaponry to dominate battles and neutralise your enemies. Extract DNA from fallen foes to unlock game-changing powers to evolve your suit. Experience an epic story across the Lost Lands. So look, reserve judgment. I always like to see the old franchises making a comeback. I know
They
people say
fucking
you're
dug it.
shitting on the legacy of it with third person co-op but it ain't going to survive any other way. So it was never
Give
going to
it
come
what
back.
it needs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yes.
we'll see more, I guess.
Yeah.
Shotguns. Yeah, some like I was not going to say Monster Hunter because it's not, but
No.
maybe it could feel like a casual
Yeah.
Monster
yeah, it could
Hunter
do,
smash them out.
definitely.
But equally, it could just be mindless took. I can
Yeah.
absolutely just see people playing and going, yeah, it's just blah.
Just trash.
Yeah,
Ark.
just crapping on
Ark 1. Did you ever play that? Ark.
it. Don't know if I did actually.
Paper was talking about it,
Paper
wasn't
fucking loved it. He loved all that shit. If you start off punching a tree to get wood, he'll fucking give it platinums if he gets a chance. So that's well in his style. But that was what was on the sniff list. The only other thing I was going to talk about is that rematch.
Oh, yeah,
A little
rematch. Yeah, I
football
forgot to put
game,
that
but
in.
slow clap developing that, and only because they are pretty good at
Yeah.
just mechanics. I'm interested to see how they.
There was like an anime football game that come out not long ago.
Yeah.
It's like Captain
That's
something.
it. Should have been Roy
yeah,
the Rovers. They should have brought that back and
They should have,
chucked
yeah.
the story in for him.
Yeah, this looks like sort of first-person FIFA. I used to hate. It was like a
Be a pro,
What was
wasn't it? Where you
Be a
can
Pro
control-
mode. That was
had
it.
that
And then
weird camera angle behind
that was it. Yeah. And I
Yeah.
think on what was that? The Journey. There was
That's
like a
it.
couple of things they made you play as just in.
Yeah.
I was like, get me back to the normal thing. But no, if it's from the sea, I mean, FIFA was brilliant fun. It was great. So it'd be interesting. This almost has like a sort of Rocket League vibe to it.
Yeah, it's clearly arcade, versions of it, and it will be interesting to see how it comes out in the fucking wash, because
Yeah.
I imagine it'll feel good. I just don't know how you can. I don't know. In my head, I'm like, because Sifu was such a good like combat system. Like, how do they apply the same sort of skills to
I mean,
a football game?
make it kung fu. Keep the kung fu. Just fucking score absolute karate kicks from the halfway line. Goal, done.
Take
But
that.
yeah, definitely got one eye on this. I think I'm
It
sorry.
is
I
only
did not
one
have
eye
this.
for me. It didn't make the sniff list. Other things, we've got The Last of Us Part 2 remaster coming to PC in April, so that remaster's finally doing what I think it was designed to do, to get the game on PC, which is interesting. So some of the Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah, that was another one that
debut.
did. I mean, I still want to go back and replay. I never finished it. I only played about 5 hours of the original, but it didn't
good.
grab me so much. But yeah, I know you enjoyed it, and it was quite a shorter experience.
Yeah, you can crash through it quite quickly in comparison to like any any sort of equivalent RPG. And I guess the key thing, well, not the key thing, I was interested to see the platforms. They had PS5 lurking there, so
Did it? Ooh.
despite it, I mean, we know the multi-platform things happening, so I wasn't hugely surprised, but it's just interesting to kind of note that. But I want to play through the spaces, because apparently DLC is really good for the Outer Worlds.
Oh, was it? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, see, now it's like a complete package.
But that Spaces Choice Edition was fucking rancid when it came out. That remaster apparently was one of those technical shitbags. And I was like, it's probably fixed now. Then I have to do some research into actually what is the best
So
version.
it must be on that Game Pass, mustn't it?
I want to play like you can put like your intelligence really low on it, and it unlocks like low intelligence responses.
Oh, does it? I remember, isn't it? You can kill like any of the NPCs. I remember killing like one of the main NPCs, like the quest giver at the beginning. He was like the CEO, and I just shot him, and I was like, oh, let's fuck that game up then.
I did something. I won't go into it because I think it'll spoil it for some people. I remember doing something in the first area which I thought was like, I thought, I wonder if I can do this.
Yeah,
and I did, and I was like, interesting. That's very
it's a
interesting.
great mechanic. Yeah.
I'm hoping that's what Avowed ends up being.
Yeah,
like.
see, that needs that sort of, because I've got to say I'm very low hype for Avowed, but I need something to
preview's
tickle.
been good, but
yeah, I don't know, just what I've seen is.
I think because it came out, they showed us that trailer years ago, and it was like, right, this is Skyrim 2.0.
Yeah,
and it's less of that, but I think it's going to be more of like, you know, an Outer Worlds, but much more depth, and I don't know. Yeah, I think actually it will come round and be good, but
yeah, hopefully.
Outer Worlds 2,
because they're a brilliant studio, aren't they?
Yeah, they've Obsidian are fucking smashing it, so that's some good shit. But that's really it. And the other stuff that I'd probably mention. There's a lot of other stuff there. There's tons of stuff. The show was 3 hours. So I think, as we discussed at the beginning, overall good show with some great announcements. And
Civ 6 ever tickled bollards? Them Civ games?
I think I've played Civ 5 once or twice. I never quite understood how to play it, so I never went back to it. Yeah, I'm kind of one of those things that I want to get into, but by the time all the DLC's out, the next one's coming, and I'm like, well, I might as well wait for that one.
Isn't it?
Yeah, but
yeah, that was like a big thing, wasn't it? But
we made it. We made it through all the bollard ticklers and all the
Where's
sniffers.
Warframe 1999?
That's how many years? How can a new player go into that
It's been going since 19. Even I quite like that the lass that come out with her tits hanging out. She even said, she's like, we don't even know what fucking Warframe is anymore. We're just still going. People are still randomly playing it. Fuck it. You can have a look, Jeff.
Have the lot. Warframe 1999, but no, some good shit at the Game Awards this year. Be interesting to see if they can keep up. I don't think it'll be as good because now E3 is pretty much dead. It does leave open a bit of a big gap. I know it's like 6 months apart, but you know,
it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Where if you're going to save something, if you're not coming out for the 2026, for example, there's no point showing it in summer when you can.
Was there a Tokyo Game Show this year?
I think there was, but it just sort of come and went.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't. I used to remember thinking that was always a big thing to get some.
Even like Gamescom opening night live. I don't know. I sort of stopped watching a lot of them this year. I got fed up with all the fucking nonsense of like, what? It's 5 years away. Right, settle down.
Settle
Go and
down,
play a
boys.
game that is on your backlog now.
Yeah,
Do something
get that
about it.
cleared off.
It looks
brilliant.
great. I think it does look great, but how many times have we had our fucking arseholes burnt by these companies? Chucking out toot, and you're like, wow. That's
Yeah.
Sat here,
killer,
took
isn't
a
it?
week off work, and it ain't no good.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Right, we'll draw this segment to a close, I think.
Yeah, good from
Thumbs-
old Jeff.
Thumbs
well
up
done.
for Jeffrey. Good
Yep.
year, 2024. And yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm still working out how these fucking segments all come together. So I doubt this is the end of the. Well, this might be the closing segment of the podcast. I don't know what's
Closing
going on. I
seg.
shouldn't even mention it. I should just transition out rather than spilling my guts at the end of every fucking podcast segment. We'll get there. This monthly cadence, it'll be a bit smoother, but
Yeah.
we'll see you on the other side.
Side.
The year in review for 2024. Mr. Apps and Mr. Logan here to kind of recap the gaming year. No real format. Usually what we do is chat through the three sloppers of Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, and then other general thoughts that we might have. But let's just start more generally. 2024 was a year of gaming. Always lots going on. Always too much to play, seemingly. Always games that come out and don't perform. Always games that come out and overperform. Generally, what's your thoughts on 2024? As we sort of, I would imagine, get to sort of the mid stage of the generation at a minimum, if not a little bit over that. So I'd say we're halfway through as a minimum, but we could be further through it. You ain't
I
happy?
don't know. Well, this is where it gets tricky. Like, what have I played that's any good this year? Like, I have played probably none of the top scoring games from OpenCritic. Like, I don't know how far you'd have to go down that list to find one that I would particularly care about and want to play.
No Football Manager either. So
No-
that was
no
even
Football
taken away
Manager.
from him.
I'm literally just going through the list now, right? I'm on page 2. I mean, it's just the thing is, there's been some high scoring games, I would say, but there's nothing where I'm like, cool, there's been loads I want to play. Like, I literally feel like out of all the years of gaming that I've done, like, this could be one of the most barren years for me in terms of like playing stuff that's genuinely come out this year. Helldivers 2 was the first one, and it's number 91 on the list. That's basically the main game that I played, I think, that's probably come out this year. I'm just trying to think and go through, see if there is anything. But personally, I think it's not been great.
He's not happy with it.
I'm not, no, but I know others will be, and that is the way it goes in this gaming world.
That is, unfortunately. Yeah, I think like I've played a lot of that. Well, maybe not as much as previous years. I think I'm getting less and less volume in terms of just games seen through. Some of these games are getting longer and longer, so that's part of it. But look at something like Astrobot, obviously.
Yeah.
Look at Helldivers 2, which was absolutely fucking white hot at the start of the year. Metaphor, which we've discussed, and it's in this particular edition of the podcast. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, that was obviously a big one for people on the PlayStation. Persona 3 Reload, that's more catching up for me. Other things like Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, which was okay, but didn't really set the world on fire. Star Wars Outlaws, I haven't played, but didn't come out to great critical acclaim, and is seemingly being fixed on the fly and being changed. So there's a lot of that going on as usual. And as usual, I've got a list longer than my arm of stuff that I haven't played. So there's always stuff for me. I always find my way through it and think, yep, that's good. But spent a lot of time playing older games as well. So that was going on as well, like Cyberpunk Ultimate Edition. That's a 100-hour bloat fest when it's all said and done. So there's a lot of time being spent on other stuff that I was catching up on, which I like to do now and again. And then get involved with a handful of new ones. This stuff I haven't played. Indiana Jones haven't started. Silent Hill 2. Like, there's shit out there that could have been crapped through. But
Yeah.
I was reasonably happy. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what I mean. I think for some people, this would have been a great year, perhaps. I mean, I the one thing that I should have got around to playing and will get around to playing is Astrobot. Like, definitely do want to play that. But yeah, I just think generally it feels like, at least like, I think there's been some good solo games, but I think the real dearth is in the multiplayer space at the moment. There's nothing. I mean, okay, Helldiver's come out, burned red hot, and then disappeared just as quickly.
Rashford, didn't he? Burnt out too early before his career's up.
Yeah, well, that I think was always going to fundamentally struggle with longevity. And again, you know, we've discussed this before. It's like, how long should they last? We got so used to these games like Fortnite and whatnot, just kind of just being there, and constantly adding new content and things like that. Like, it's a tough thing to do.
Yeah.
But even like the Call of Duties that have come out, Warzones, like a lot of staple things that have been there over the sort of past 5 years are kind of struggling a little bit. And there's nothing out there. I mean, I remember like
what's like Marvel Rivals that's come out.
I've
recently.
seen that come out.
Not interested in getting involved like a hero shooter again, because Overwatch 2 is obviously lurking, but that still is popular, but nowhere near as what the original was back in the day, at least in our group anyway. But
they fucked that though. Like, it was never Overwatch 2, and I think there's a load of reasons why that's struggled, and I think they could have learnt a lot from how other games have kind of reinvented and continued the wheel without there's no Fortnite 2, right? Like, there's Fortnite and they've expanded the world, whereas Overwatch decided to do Overwatch 2, which was just a bizarre and unnecessary way of releasing a new game. But I think that's where it feels like there's a gap, and there's no particular. I mean, I had a look at Indiana Jones, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be my kind of. If that was a third person, like, like,
he's going to say Uncharted.
Yeah, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it's that sort of game, then you've got me. But it's not, and I think it's sort of a bit more Tomb Raider-y than it is Uncharted, which is fine. Look, and it's done really well and it looks good, but I don't think it's gonna be for me. I just think it's an interesting year. I mean, it's unusual that there's no kind of like what I would say some sort of like AAA new solo sort of adventure game. That there would be usually something that would be there for me, or some sort of co-op title or something there, and there's just not. And I think, you know, that's where the gap feels like it is for me. But
it's a tricky one.
It is. Yeah,
it can be tricky at times. Yeah, I don't know. I think in the multiplayer space, I just wonder
everything's
now
just
whether
fucking early access though. It's the whole thing's just changing, and it has changed rapidly, where, you know, you've got Deadlock, which looks like an interesting game to play. Fortnite have just released their own ballistic mode, which is basically like a weird mix between what I'd probably say is Valorant. It's Valorant looks with Counter-Strike style gameplay. Everything's just kind of like blending, like even what Fortnite have done. Yeah, they're doing what Valorant have done and what Counter-Strike's done, and like there's other games out there that are doing something similar to that, and I'm like, yeah, but where's the newness? Where's the exciting change and new? Like, where's the creativity gone? And I just think that there's a game that's coming out called Fragpunk, which looks like it might be kind of something a little bit different. But again, it's sight lines and it's sort of like a different sort of view to that on Valorant. But there's nothing, there's no creativity, I think, in that multiplayer space.
Where's that gone?
Yeah, but this is the thing. They're not that good. Like, that's the reality of it. And there is a huge audience clamouring for like the next.
Are they clamouring though? Are they just happy playing what they've got? And it's like,
No.
I'm happy here and I don't need
I mean, you
anything
look
else.
at the viewer ratings on Twitch or wherever at the moment for Call of Duty, and like all of the like big Call of Duty content creators don't want to play it. They're back to Fortnite OG. They're playing Marvel Rivals. You know, you've got like Swag and all these various people who literally are like the main Call of Duty content creators, and they're playing other games. Like, and literally, Black Ops 6 has been out like 8 weeks or so. Like, and they're playing something else. It tells you all you kind of need to know about what's going on. It's just stale, I think. And when you think about it as well, like how many games years ago did me, you, and Paper, and just the wider group, there was always things to play, like multiplayer, different things. And I feel like, especially in the past 6 months, it's all just kind of gone super quiet.
Well, Helldivers burnt everyone out and they didn't want to speak to anyone else again. No one wanted to speak to each other. It caused too many ruckuses.
Since that died, which was what? I don't know, May, June latest.
Latest, yeah. It was probably like closer to like April time, I'd imagine.
Like that burnt out. We're now in December, and there hasn't been anything. There's been a couple of what I'd call on the brink games, but nothing that's ever kind of broken through broken through to make it mainstream, where all of us are going, right, when are we doing this? I mean, you've got obviously Hall and Dave just doing their thing, but
Path of Exile too. That's what they keep telling me to do.
Yeah, but I looked at that and it's literally just Diablo 4. I'm like, why is this getting time? Like, why would you not just play Diablo 4? Like, I just don't quite understand. There's all these sort of samey games, I'd call them, that are just there doing things, and I'm like, why? I've literally just a couple of months ago played Diablo 4, and then Vessel of Hatred come out, and I was like, I'm done with this. Like, what are we doing? But yeah, it's been an okay year, I'd say. Like on the face of it, like Paper's got record scores, Hall's got like, so game wise, I think games are scoring well. But yeah, I just don't feel like there's a lot of good games for me to play. Like even both in the single player realm and the multiplayer realm.
Got to start these JRPGs up. Start getting involved.
I refuse to do it just because it's there. And I look what's installed on my PC, and I'm like, how is that it? Like genuinely, how is that it? It's bizarre. It shouldn't, in my view, be like this. But I don't. It's the time of year as well. I think generally things do quieten up, and then we'll pick up hopefully next year. Next year could be a good year. Could. But yeah, is that how it works?
Well, it's released in January, but everyone knows it's done the month before.
2025. When I was doing my gaming list,
you prats.
I was literally, when I was doing my gaming list, I was like, and I think I said to you, if 25% of this comes out, we'll be laughing.
Yeah.
Like it feels like not all of it will, but there's some great things on the list next year, I think, that have got potential. Not that obviously that I would specifically be interested in playing it all, but yeah, it's just I think it's just felt like a weird year this year. I feel like I've sort of just been in a holding pattern.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
it's never a good sign for me when, you know, I'm picking up Spyro, like I'm playing the Astrobot that come out years ago on the PlayStation.
The one that's
like
packed into the console.
scrapping around like for things I actually sort of want to play, really.
Well, there might be an injection of new stuff next year simply because as we transition, I think, now into the platform holders, we talk about Nintendo this year. I'm not saying, I don't think it was an off year at all. They actually released a pretty decent slate of games. You had that Princess Peach Showtime. Yeah. We had the remaster of Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. So sort of bringing over these games that are lost on older platforms so people can catch up with them. I would say the big one was the Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which scored pretty well. There's a different take on Zelda. You get to play as Zelda for once, We had a Super Mario Party Jamboree, so they weren't putting feet up. But as I've said many a times, I've checked out of that platform. I'm waiting for this new one. So all this stuff's great, but I'm just never going to pick up that Switch until the new one comes out, unless something utterly crazy happens. Like they're like, new 3D Mario only on original Switch. And I'm like, well, what are we doing there? So it's just like been a waiting game for me. And it's one of the things I think I have miscalculated is expecting it to have been announced by now and to be releasing like in a few weeks from when this perhaps airs, and maybe that will still happen and they'll just have a short marketing period, but it's sounding like it could be later spring or summer or even further out than that. So by downing tools on it, I've sat there and just ignored it. But to be honest, a lot of those games I probably wouldn't have gone out of my way to play, and it's no disrespect, though. I'm just sort of there for the big major hitters on Nintendo. Like we said, the 3D Marios I haven't even played Tears of the Kingdom, because I was like, well, that'll be out on the new Switch, running better in a year or so. So that's been waiting. So it's just, it's a weird spot for me. But I do commend they're willing to put stuff out still. I mean, I know they've got a massive install base, so it's not like they're being a charity case here going, oh, here you go, here's some scraps. Got 120 million user base. It's a money printer, so of course you chucked it out on it. But sometimes you see consoles wind down as the new one's approaching, whereas they haven't really done that here. And yes, they're clearly holding back a Mario of sorts, maybe even a Mario Kart, who knows, to launch big, which is the smart thing to do. But they still put out other titles. Are you checked out of the Switch as well? Is it over for you, or is there still a chance for it to be picked up?
It's not me, really. I'm basically playing it with young Harold. That's what it's used for these days. So Mario Kart, a bit of that Yoshi game. What was it? I can't think what it was
Woolly
called.
World?
Yeah.
Is it the Woolly World one?
Yeah, I think it's that. And the Elephant Mario. Well, I've forgotten what they're all called. Mario Wonder, yeah. So they're kind of the three games that are on it. And I've been thinking about getting the latest Mario Party to play with him. But at the moment, I feel like that could be a recipe for disaster. So kind of held back from that. But yeah, I mean, I only ever picked it up for the Pokemon and Mario 3D Mario games anyway. Like, that's what it's there for. Yeah. And I don't even know if I'd bother getting the Switch 2. Like, I don't know if I care that much nowadays. Like, I went through a phase where I was like, I'll just do everything and see where I go with it. But I just don't feel like the Switch. I don't know what they could. The only thing that could tempt me would be like a Mario, a 3D Mario. But again, like, do I care that much about 3D Mario that I would buy a whole console for it?
There's a good chance it'll be on Switch as well, like OG Switch.
Yeah.
Unless you really want the biggest and best, which how big and how best is it going to be? We don't know about what this Switch 2 is going to even be. So there's a good argument to be made that you just keep it on the Switch and maybe wait until it, because it's going to be expensive when it comes out. It'll be £300-400, I'd imagine, maybe more if it's got a bit more tech in there. So it's not going to be an insignificant purchase. And if it's for just one game at that one particular moment that you can access on your current device, it's like, I think there might be a bit of a struggle to get people to move off it, if I'm honest. I know there's going to be backwards compatibility, but it's like, why? Why would you? And if you got it for your kid, why would you give it to the kid that probably doesn't care anyway? Like, they don't be knowing that it's running at an extra 10% of frames or looks a little bit better. It's the same device to them. It'll only be when the games stop coming, which there'll be a transition period of at least a few years, if not, in perpetuity. So I'm not saying it's going to do like the Wii U and crap the bed, but I find it hard to believe that many people will move off outside the maniacs like me who will just get it and then not play it. But a normal, reasonable person, it's actually a hard sell, I think, to say, let's upgrade this thing, because a lot of it is for kids. I like the idea of it. I like it, but the biggest problem for me that I've learned through the Switch is that I just don't like playing it in handheld. And then I'm like, well, why am I going to sit here when I've got a PC, a PlayStation, and an Xbox and play games on the Switch, which I would play in an environment where handheld is the only thing that's available to me. And there's just a number of things that annoy me about the Switch anyway.
like my inability. I've got a £300 pair of headphones that I want to use, and it won't let me pair them with it.
Yeah.
And just little things like that just annoy me about it. That I'd rather it. There's a couple of quality of life things that I'd like from it. And I say now that I won't buy one, but I know when the time rolls around, it'll look nice and shiny, and I want it.
Yeah.
And there is a place for a handheld, but I'd want to see it like properly, like it's ergonomic to hold.
Yeah.
And if I think, oh yeah, okay, I can do that in handheld, then I'd probably be more convinced. But if I look at it, it looks like the Switch does now, but with more tech and a better screen, I'd be like, no, I don't think so. I think I'll just hold off for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll have to see, but I think it's going to. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to struggle, but I find the business case to move on like a tricky one to sell. Like, a lot of people are still buying Switches now, so they're not going to be willing to pony up in another 6 months because they're already late to the party anyway. You've always got this tail, and it's got a long, long tail, this Switch. And again, how do you market this thing to be, this is better than what you've already got and you need to buy it? And that'll be they'll do a better job of it than the Wii U, I would imagine. But the Wii was a runaway success, and then they couldn't get the same level of numbers up. So they will have to be a little bit careful and try and market it, I guess, maybe initially to the maniacs like me, get it out there, get it in people's minds, and then over time people maybe will start transitioning. But it's still going to be a fair wedge of cash for people to upgrade. So yeah, I think there's a good year for Nintendo. They didn't have their sort of any of their tentpole stuff coming out, but again, they have that second tier of games that are always really solid. And if you're into the ecosystem, you're into those games, you very rarely go a year without being able to play a handful of those. Once a quarter, you normally get something. So again, in that market for that customer, probably happy days again.
Yeah, I think that, to be fair, when Paper chucked a load of these sort of tutters, if you like, I classed him at the time into his team, I was a bit like, not convinced that they're going to do that well this year. Because I think they had a couple last year that come out and they weren't as well received. I think they had a couple that sort of hit the 70s last year, if I remember rightly. I say last year, this comes out in January, right?
Yeah,
so 2023. So I was a bit like, is that going to be a bit lukewarm again? And I thought, they might be keeping some stuff back, as you said, for Switch 2, if that kind of gets announced later in the year. And as you say, we're still sitting here none the wiser, really. There's all these rumours and everything, but there's no guarantees it'll even come next year at all.
It's not really. It's just an assumption being made.
Yeah, like it wouldn't necessarily surprise me when I look at the list of kind of games that are coming out next year, whether it doesn't, like whether they think, we'll do this, pull it to 2026. But I still think that'd be a surprise. But yeah, to be fair to Nintendo, they did half chuck out some games, and you've got that bloody, I can't think what they call it. It's like a store of some sort where all other manner of took gets chucked on as well.
There is a load of shit,
I know there's a load of shit, but there's some good stuff, and there's third party stuff that comes late. And to be fair, like if you want bang for the buck, like that Switch has been phenomenal, really, in a lot of ways. And you look at this fucking Xbox that's sitting here collecting dust and think, what has been released on this that's of note, really?
Indiana.
Well, that really is it.
We'll get to them. They've got plenty to talk about. The thing about the Switch is, I think it's been one of the slyer. This will probably be more of a retrospect on the console itself, but doing the whole, we don't have a handheld separate device, we have a handheld hybrid console, and the games are all the same, is a masterstroke in hindsight, because everything that would have they was kind of like splitting their losses, splitting the games out. You'd have to have like 3DS team working on the 3DS, then you'd have someone working on the Wii or the Wii U version, and it halved the amount of games or resources available to like the platform. Now it's all in one go. Everyone's had to, and look, some of the games that are released on the Switch don't look up to snuff even for that power. They look a bit ropey. Nonetheless, they still arrive. It just means that they've always got a cadence of games flowing through because everyone's in that one pipeline, not making bespoke versions of games. I mean, Sony ran into that of the Vita. Like, they were spinning off teams to make just Vita games. It's like the market there isn't that big. wasted that team's time doing that, and you're starting to split your resources too much. And both Sony and Microsoft have confirmed they're looking at making some level of handheld. My assumption would be it will not be a separate entity type thing. It will run current gen games in some way and be backwards compatible with like older titles as well. So again,
it must
they won't.
Be cloud.
They won't.
It's got to be run through the.
Well, Steam Deck has come out, hasn't it, and really shown that you can pack a fair bit of tech in there. I mean, it's expensive, but you can play mid to high level PC games. Most PC games you can play on it. Okay, it's not a blazing frame rates, but for on the go, I think people have been like, wow, that's actually impressive. And I think that's Sony, Microsoft looking at that saying, we could do that with our own, PlayStation store of our games. All your PS5 games can be installed locally. Maybe there is a cloud element as well, just for those people that want that. But Nintendo have really started this off again and said, look, one unified pipeline and you reap the rewards. And
I think it has been great. Like, it's been a huge success, and it's not overly. I feel like it felt dear when it was first released. I don't know what it came out.
Yeah,
it felt dear, but comparatively, when you look at these consoles today, like the Switch 2 ain't going to come out more expensive or on par with a PS5 Pro, right? I don't see that.
Oh no, I would hope not. I mean,
no,
that'll be an eye water, and that's what I mean about this transition. You definitely won't get people doing that.
No,
other than the maniacs.
But this is what I mean. So they're releasing it at a lower cost. They've got a wider audience because you've got, really from like 4 or 5 year olds all the way up to like 40-year-olds. I mean, my boss at work literally plays his Switch on the train, and he's like, I love it. Literally,
get backache doing that.
Well, I couldn't do it, and I've said that to him. I was like, more fair play to you, but I can't.
He'll regret that.
Enjoy
10 years. Tell him that.
But he's older than me, right? So you've got
5 years. Then.
People that are 40, you've got a massive age range there, whereas on the consoles, it feels a little bit narrower.
Yep.
But yeah, I think the whole thing has to be deemed a huge success, and I've never really thought about it from a dev point of view, but that's a great point. Like you're only deving one version of the game, and also the big thing that I've noticed as well from like PS Vita and handhelds is like if you want to play certain games that use canon, you've got to try and somehow play these shit versions that never come onto your console to get all the lore or to get the story or whatever it is. Like it's a fucking nightmare. So you don't have that dilemma as well of going, well, fuck me, I've got to go over there and play this now.
Yeah. Spin off. It was only there's an Uncharted game, Lost Abyss.
Yeah.
Just unless you've got the Vita version of that, you're never going to know what Nathan Drake did during that period.
This is what I mean. You just lose some lore. So I'd welcome it. If they want to release handheld stuff, I don't see. There's nothing for me to fucking play sitting here on that Xbox as it is. So what's the point in them releasing a handheld? So I can play fucking Call of Duty on the go. Well, yeah. I mean, that can be saved for another time. But it's. I think they're really struggling. I know we're going to get onto it anyway.
Let's
spend about 45 minutes kicking those cunts. I think. Cool, C words deserve it.
Apparently, they don't monetize you on YouTube if you say cunt, but we never get monetized to start with, so it don't really matter. It seems like a weird line to draw, doesn't it? Like just a word. Why that would flag? Obviously, when you upload it, they can scan it all because they can just scan through the audio and pick out certain things. But that does seem like an odd thing to.
Well, it's anything as well. Like there's some people that are videos that I watch. If you even said like arse wipe, you could get demonetized. So it just gets all bleeped out. And I'm like, well, if these videos are like flagged as over like whatever it is or age rated,
well, that's my point.
Why would it matter?
It asks you when you upload it, is it made for kids? I put no every time. And it's like, well, it should be a free for all, really. Outside of something really heinous, just words though, just individual words or not slurs. That's definitely that's one thing that should be scanned. But like curse words or swearing, as we would call it.
Yeah,
who gives a fuck?
I think it's apparently swearing or people that use a significant amount of curse words.
Brain dead.
It's a sign of intelligence. Allegedly, I don't know how they've validated that, but that makes me feel
I
better.
think someone came up with an answer they wanted and then just
Yeah.
somehow manipulated the results to come up with that. I mean, I swear a lot, so I'm not. That's why I'm saying it, but sort of self-deprecating in a way.
It feels good.
Yeah,
But,
you can't get away with fucking swearing in the workplace. You have to really tone it down.
I sometimes fail miserably on that.
Yeah.
I'm not really cut out for...
think you're on mute, and then you see the little like blue line go around your webcam. You're like, oh shit, there.
I'm yet to get caught doing that. I mean, touch wood, I've had a real clean run because it's only a matter of time until I get caught out. Like, but I do have some good habits. Like, I'm basically on mute perpetually until I'm required to say something.
And then you don't come off mute at least a few times. Go, they go, you're on mute, Chris.
You're on
Fuck
mute.
off.
You go,
I know.
yes, I know
sort
that, you
of.
fucking idiot. Yeah.
Just
Get in there.
jump the gun. Calm down.
So we're done with Switch.
We're done with Switch and Nintendo.
Right.
Good year. Probably the last full calendar year of the Switch, so probably exciting
Be here
stuff.
next year saying the same thing, going, I can't believe you didn't get a Switch too.
I know, that would be a bit of a howl.
How
if that
confident
happened.
are you that it will come out next year? Like, if you had to would you put money on it?
Yeah, I would.
£250.
Yep. I'll be
So
annoyed if I
you're
lost it. I think that's that. I've been unlucky there, but I think it's more likely than not it will come at some point, and perhaps mid-year would be the latest I would probably point towards. But again, it is all just rumour and innuendo. So who the fuck really knows?
It's got.
Right.
I feel like it's got to come out soon.
Yeah,
Because-
there's too much noise about it for it not to be lurking somewhere. They're just waiting for the moment to pull the trigger on the marketing. So
2017 it come out, right?
yeah.
So where are we? 2025, 8 years. I mean, it
It was
feels
already
like
8 years behind the curve when it come out.
Yeah, this is what
So it's a couple of decades behind now in terms of tech.
they didn't future-proof it, in my view. But
Well,
it's still
they didn't need
chucking
to,
out-
so it didn't matter. They
No,
got it right.
they knew that they weren't pushing the graphical boundaries at any point on it. So they probably, yeah, you're right. Anyway, right, let's move on, shall we?
Xbox.
Ah,
This was a bit of a strange year. If you do a line item of some of the things that occurred. So one of the early things that happened was they had that announcement that there's going to be games going over to PlayStation and Switch.
yeah.
Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, Grounded. And there was massive rumour of exclusives are ending. They were kind of like, no, we're only doing this for the 4 games. And look, we'll take note and, we're just doing some experiments. As time has gone on, that seemingly they've become more aggressive in like a multi-platform strategy. More comms coming out saying there's no red lines on any of their properties, which they might put over there. We've had things like, what do we have? Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. That was sort of the release date was revealed, but then one of the key points of the reveal was, it's also coming to PS5 in spring 2025. The Outer Worlds 2 announced and got a release year of 2025 at the Game Awards. Previously marked on their marketing as a console exclusive, in the last few years. This time it had a big PS5 logo alongside Xbox and whatnot. So the strategy has shifted, and it almost seems like the weirdest time to have done it if you just look at it from the outside and don't factor in what might be going on internally, simply because we just closed ActiBliz last year, late last year. So we've got all that. We can now leverage all those games, those studios, and start to pump stuff out. And as they're just getting to that top, we've got a pipeline of games potentially that we can start to use and start to put on the platform and say, here's the value of owning an Xbox or going into Game Pass or whatever. Before that even gets a chance to even start walking, they're like, and here's 4 games, here's multi-platform, don't worry about it, it's not a problem, actually there's no red lines, actually we're exploring this. And then to top it all off, the big new marketing push is the whole this is an Xbox advert where it's like showing you a phone, it's showing you a TV, it's fucking fridges. There's no PlayStation there, but it's implied. Like where they're like Xbox as a brand is completely shifted because it's not the thing that's under my desk here. Xbox is now this word for their software, seemingly, which I have a real problem with simply because it's called Xbox. It really annoys me. They're like, oh, Xbox is a piece of software. I'm like, no, it's a fucking box. It's in the word. So just from that annoys Ronnie a little bit, just from the mark. I'm like, just call it Microsoft Gaming. I'm sick of it. I don't want this Xbox brand being plastered onto fucking SaaS services. I'm like, that's not, no. Xbox, that's a physical unit. So yeah, before they even get a chance to leverage all this stuff, they start announcing multi-platform plans and moving in that direction. The whole fan console war starts to almost die down because I think the green bloods are like, well, this is...
I don't think it's a war.
Well, ain't now, is it? Because they're giving up.
It's a fucking slaughter. Like, it's a surrender. There's no competition. I mean, I must admit, like, I used to prefer, like the interface. I felt like it was better for multiplayer gaming and everything. I thought they had a leg up, but I turn on my PS5 now. I think it's got better software on it. I think it's got better layout. I like the way that it's all set up, and you know, I actually think I genuinely don't know what. I mean, okay, I've got a PC that basically makes the Xbox redundant anyway, really. But
that's a hassle to play on at times.
It is a hassle, so it's sometimes easier just to press on and go, right? But I genuinely don't know. Even if I didn't have the PC, like what would I have this for these nowadays? I don't know. It used to be you'd have your PlayStation games and your Xbox games, and that the two never mixed, right? And I think doing things like cross-platform play on multiplayer and stuff is good. Like, I genuinely think that's a good thing. But that blurred the lines a couple of years ago when they did that. So then you start thinking, well, I can still play with my mates irrespective of what console I'm on anyway, unless we're playing games that are specific to the console.
Yeah.
They've literally got no good Microsoft games. There's no good multiplayer or that like they're not offering. Then no, it's on PlayStation.
Wow, free on Game Pass. Free.
Don't get me started on Game Pass yet, because fuck me, it ain't free. It's very expensive.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just really confused about what their strategy is and what if you're selling a service, you've got to have like
what's
a
the
USP.
Yeah.
Like, you're not making good games. There's no like your party system and all that. Your fucking Xbox app on this PC is shite, by the way. It is garbage. Real bad. So I just really don't get them at the moment, and it pains me because I used to love it. They were so far ahead of PlayStation in a lot of ways. Like back when that PS3 was around and the 360 was knocking about, like there's just no comparison. Like that 360, I think, was a much better offering than PlayStation. And nowadays, I just feel like they've just blurred all the lines with no real benefit. Like, I like the idea of like being able. I like the idea of things like I can play a game on my console. I can play it on my PC. I could do something. I like the idea of that. I'm not against it, but you need to give me something to play. Like something good though, not just go, oh, here's a list of shit that's on Game Pass for £15 a month. Like, no, it has to be when PlayStation are chucking out the stuff that they're chucking out. Like, you can't just sit there and go, look what we're doing, because it ain't any good in my view.
Not up to snuff, he says.
And that Game Pass used to be a no-brainer. How many times last year, probably in the year before, have you and I sat here and said, for the price it is, like it's, I think, you know, at the time we were sort of talking like £5, £6, £7, £8 a month, right, for this, and you had a pretty good amount of stuff on there. It was. We've always said over the years it's a no-brainer.
Yeah,
we're now up at £15 a month, right? So what's that? £150 a year? No, I haven't done the maths. £180 a year. That's a lot for a subscription service.
Yeah.
You're not giving me any real films like Amazon Prime would, series. Like, it's not like a package like an Amazon Prime would be. Like, you're literally offering me a gaming subscription with really a pretty poor selection of games. So
shit on them.
that's no longer a no-brainer. So they're just losing things as the time goes on for people to have a reason to stick with them, I think. And I will put my stake out and say I'm not going to buy their next console. Why would I?
I don't believe that.
No, not doing it. Not doing it.
On this, well, it's not this year alone because it's been a consistent negative trend. Really, it's since look, they launched the thing with no fucking video game from their own house, so that in itself but fucking slops that are crying about this, going, "Oh, I feel like I've been abandoned and left out in the cold, like all these green blood cunts," and you're like, you sat through the Xbox One and let them get away with it and went, that's all right, they'll be better next time. All right, then when they announce the console and then they say, Halo's delayed, we've got nothing, you still went and bought it. Like, you've done it to yourselves by enabling that level of behaviour. So I've got no sympathy for those sort of people that cry and bitch and moan about, the platform not being valuable anymore, because to be honest, that you could have now you didn't even use hindsight. You just look at what they were offering. It was like, well, no, this isn't a good sign, is it? Then they have Halo and Forza Horizon come out in 2021. 2022, it's nothing again because fucking Starfield's delayed and Redfall, ironically, was going to be one of the games is delayed.
Yeah.
And they get Pentiment and Grounded out, which is okay. Then you get the Redfall, then you get Starfield, which isn't the second or fifth coming of Christ or whatever we wanted to call it. It's just okay. All the data was there for people to make an informed decision, and they just sat there and went, wow, they'll get it right this time. And I just don't think they consistently have. And, I think the whole Activision purchase, that to me is almost the reason why they're doing this multi-platform strategy. They almost need to feed that beast. They can't just release Call of Duty on one platform. Not that they ever would, but let's just say, for example, let's put these games exclusive. Their install base isn't big enough. The players are all messing around on PC, which they've got and have done. But there's a lot of people on PlayStation that will happily chuck 70 quid at things and not think twice about it. It's just how they're programmed.
Yeah.
And they end up shutting 3 studios in the year. We had Arcane, Austin Go, Tango Gameworks and Alpha Dog. They fucked around with the Game Pass tiers again, adding and removing stuff from various tiers, making it more expensive essentially for what was, a very simple proposition of day one games on Game Pass. That's all you have to say. Now it's like it's only day one on the ultimate tier for console players. Core or standard doesn't include. So 2 out of your 3 tiers don't have your biggest hook, or what was historically your biggest hook. And
pay to pre-play it.
Yes, so it's not even day one on that. People don't like it, but it's true. It's day 5 or whatever it is. That the early access is a paid part of it now. So even if you've got Ultimate, you're not getting access to it early. Or that's the release date. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not an early access game that's going to sit there for 6 months and build off community. It's we can get an extra 20 quid off these fucking suckers because they want to play it the weekend before. Let's play on that phone, which is a filthy practice in, hindsight. I don't think it is a bit of a scummy move. And at one point, there was none of this going on. They were like, yes, Game Pass is cheap, affordable. It gives you hundreds of these games. You get everything day one. It was simple. Now it's like, what is Xbox? Well, according to the advert, it's fucking everything. These fucking earphones might as well be a fucking Xbox because I can plug it into a fucking TV that's got an Xbox app on it. And now you're like, well, what is that box going to do under there? And what does that mean for the next iteration? I'm not one that says the Xbox hardware, so let's talk about the console, is going to go away. I still think there's too many. It's just an easy vehicle to enthusiasts that are going to buy it regardless. And I would imagine at least half, if not more, of their Game Pass subscribers are on the console. So it would seem foolish to just turn that tap off. But will it be a lower priority now? Well, probably. It probably won't be as high a priority as growing in PCs, growing in cloud, as trying to get their games sold on other platforms. That will become this sort of like, I guess this exclusivity window they've got on a lot of games will probably shorten slightly. There'll be games coming out day and date, I would imagine, on PlayStation. And to me, the value proposition of the next Xbox, similar to you, is like, it's not really there. Like, and to be honest, one of the things that annoys me, if I'm talking from PlayStation perspective, I'm like, you're telling me I'm now a customer of yours, Phil, because I'm buying your Xbox games on my PlayStation. Well, I want full clarity of when they're going to arrive. Not, case-by-case basis. Treat me like an actual customer that you want. So now they can't, they can do that, but then they're going to fuck off the Xbox hardcore base. It's like, I don't know what this is, this brand anymore. Other than
they have to define themselves.
The biggest games publisher probably out there now. That's the thing they have got. They are primarily software, and it's like, which is fine, but I don't want to be hearing about fucking fridges playing Doom or whatever. It's not what I'm here for. Chuck it on a system that I want, and if you want to remove your hardware of Xbox from my equation and save me 500, 600, 700 quid, who knows how expensive these things are going to be, then do it and be very clear about when I can play it on another platform. Because that's what I want to know at this stage. Because if it's 6 months, I can wait 6 months. I can wait 6 months to play even the best games. But if it's, it might do, it might not. You're trying to have your cake and eat it. And I think you just need to just rip the fucking plaster off and say, here's our plan for this game and going forward. And, you know, within 6 months, it'll appear elsewhere. That's the waffle.
Yeah, I think I'm just really confused about what they're doing and what I would. Why do I need this little black box now? Like, I mean, okay, it has to be caveated with that I bought a PC, so I can access it through the store on my PC, right? So I'm not saying I'm going to cut everything off, but when I'm looking at like next gen, I'm thinking I don't need these 3 consoles anymore. Like, that is an extravagance that.
It's fun for a little while to do that, but then you realise what a colossal waste of money it can be when it's all said and done.
Nowadays it's like everything, you know, Nintendo didn't have this online subscription. PlayStation didn't have the same thing. It was Xbox that kind of started off the subscription service thing, and that was relatively cheap. So I was like, well, this isn't intrusive. And now all of a sudden you've got the PlayStation tiers, which are not cheap. You've got if Nintendo Switch Online. You've got this ridiculous situation with the Xbox Game Pass Core and fucking Ultimate and PC and standard. Like, you got that going on, which basically is £15 a month if you want something decent. So I'm like, well, I'll do 15 quid a month on there, £12.50 a month or something on PlayStation or whatever it is, and then £8 or whatever it might be, £7 or £8 for Nintendo. I'm not for, and I don't play any of it. I don't play any of it really. I'm sort of like sitting here playing like Rocket League and picking up a few bits off a Game Pass as and when it's decent. And I refuse at the moment. Well, yeah, but that's because I refuse to spend. Well, I got a deal in the end, didn't I? Like, the way to do it, by the way, sports fans, is if you don't subscribe. That's the way to do it. You need to go onto that CD Keys or wherever it is and buy yourself memberships on there, because it is by far cheaper than just letting it renew. Yeah. And most people know that. But if you're still sitting there letting all this shit just direct debit every month, don't be doing it, because it's the most expensive way of doing things. See, I got 4 months for like 20 quid. So for £5 a month, I'm like, this is value. I can deal with that. Because I was looking at Indiana Jones and thinking, could I be tempted? So I was like, I want it for that just in case. And I want to finish off that Black Ops campaign at some point when I've got some other stuff out of the way. But it really is slim pickings. So, you know, I think what I want to see from them next year, and to be fair, it looks like we might potentially have some good games, but
this is the other thing, like they've almost pulled the trigger like 18 months too early on all this multi-plat strategy, because if we count Indiana Jones, like, let's say that's the start of like, a golden period, like critically acclaimed.
Yeah.
I'm going to play it. I don't know where or when, but I'm planning to. I like machine games. They create great games. Avowed is slated to come next year.
Yeah.
Doom, The Dark Ages.
Yeah.
The Outer Worlds 2. Fable. South of Midnight. If they were all primarily or only available on your Xbox or PC equivalent, like, I wonder what they could have done in terms of growing market share or growing Game Pass, or like, that's a good run of games potentially. Obviously, they've all got to come out, but even like Doom, The Dark Age, that ain't going to be shit. Like, you can almost put money on that not being shit. That'll be good. Avowed's shaping up nicely. The Outer Worlds 2 is going to be good because The Outer Worlds was good. Like, Obsidian aren't no mugs. Fable, an unknown entity, nonetheless, it's Playground, who make Forza Horizon 6. Yes, they make car games, but who's to say they can't transition and make an RPG? But now it's like, well, most of that stuff will eventually go onto a PlayStation near you, so your leverage is kind of evaporated. And like, if they just waited out this year, committed to it, not said anything, I wonder whether it would have started to get going. But they kind of, well, once they've done this strategy or started to market, I don't think there's much way back. You could wind it back in. Like, maybe at the next console launch, you could start to change the message. But by that time, you might have already run off too many people, and they're like, well, I've bought fucking 30 games on my PS5. I don't want to lose that library when I go to PS6. I'm going to stay here anyway. Like, they are, I don't know. I just feel like there was another timeline where they just stuck it out this year, started to build momentum to like the back end of this year, and then really like ramped it up, and perhaps we're all being a bit more positive about it. But I think like one of the main things of Xbox now as a platform is just that it doesn't seem that valuable, because there's not a lot of stuff that's eventually not going to be playable on the main competitor, which is PS5, it would seem. And I think I always say the PC crowd's a different crowd. I don't think there's a little Venn diagram there, but it's the expense sort of cuts people out. So if you looking like for like, Switch is its own thing, so that's why that's running away with the titles. Like, it is Xbox v PlayStation, who are very similar machines, very similar power. Third parties nearly run identically. So what's your unique long-term value proposition for it? And it's like, well, there isn't one, seemingly. And you get this vague case-by-case basis, but you'd bet on most of that stuff making its way over. So why next time round would you even consider it? And that's the question. The only way I think they do it, well, again, probably not, because let's say I'm buying Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on the place. They don't give a fuck. They've made a few months of Game Pass of it. Yeah, it is. From a pure financial perspective, they're going to do better than they've ever done. Yeah. Which, again, all this waffle we've given, that's the underlying thing. That's why they're doing it. This is a massive money play from if not the richest, the second richest company in the world. I think maybe Nvidia keep trading places and Apple up there, but these are the big dogs. Now they've got a real big foot in the gaming industry. And to be honest, they've pretty much mostly been a software company anyway. If you look at all their big successes,
that's what I was going to say.
Like, not the hardware's been
they don't sell you a PC, but every PC comes with Microsoft's Windows software on it standard. So I think, and when you think about it, like, if you're caught in these console wars, you're limiting yourself to 30, 40, 50, 60% of the marketplace. And some people you're never going to get because they're like blue bloods, right? Yeah. And they know that some people they're always going to keep because they're green bloods. So there's a proportion of people in the middle, which is probably quite small comparatively, that are up for grabs. Yeah. And I think nowadays it's small. I think maybe Xbox One, PS4 generation, that was actually it was up for grabs. There was a bigger portion. But I think once people settled in during that period, they were like, right, I've built my land here. I ain't fucking about moving because I've got all my games here. So you can either get snarled up in a battle of trying to... It's almost like trench warfare, like in a weird kind of way, where you're taking very small pieces of land like, and losing it and gaining it without really making much progress. Whereas if you just go, look, if
will
we
meet
treat the
you.
whole marketplace as someone that you can sell to,
The
then you've got
opportunities are
100% of everyone rather than 40, 50, 60%. Like it could work, but
I think it'll work
you just have to
financially.
be clear.
I think
You
it'll
just
work.
have to be clear that's the strategy.
Yeah, I think it will. It will. I think it's shown in the financials already. Like it will work. Like this if you care about, if you're a shareholder, for example, this is a great move. But if you do care about, again, I don't know why people care, but if you are an Xbox fan and like, I can see why you'd be like, oh, this is a bit depressing. But like I said, you brought it on yourself by letting them off the hook a few times, and I think actually maybe in 20 years' time we'll be going, Sony, you were fucking morons for not putting your games everywhere, because that's how the world's gone. Like it's this. There's not really bespoke devices out there, and if there is, they're a small portion of what people are playing. So this is probably future-proofing as well. But the way I prefer to play games is with a box underneath my TV, because that gives me the most consistent experience. So I'm always going to look for the hardware equivalent, and the only way really they'll get me, I think, with a new Xbox is if they jump the gun and go early, because there's going to be a period then of like maybe 2 years, 18 months, maybe 3 years where that's the best place to play those, box under your telly, 4K, the lot. That gives them a few years where they can build a bit of market share off the fucking nut jobs like me. But if they're launching in step with PlayStation like they did with Series X and PS5, then I think there's going to be a lot of people being like, well, I'll just buy the PS5 if they haven't already made that choice already.
Yeah.
That's that.
Well, it's interesting because obviously PlayStation have released the Pro version.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've seen anything from Microsoft to indicate that they're working on a more powered sort of console for the second half of this.
No, they're not. No.
This gen. So I think that is an interesting kind of mini development for me, is that they're not. They don't appear to be focusing on hardware.
No.
Right?
Well.
Like that. So whereas PlayStation doing their thing, what they've always done, what's been successful in the last gen, they're kind of replicating here. Whereas Microsoft are not. Like, which is, I find that interesting, right? That they're just like, well, no
point getting snarled up in that.
Which
It probably isn't. Probably, from Sony's perspective, I think it's something like 14% of the sales in America were pros. I think the PS4 Pro was maybe 20, so there's a little bit of a drop off. But given the price of the fucker, I'm surprised it's 10%, if I'm honest. But I can't imagine it's that's something you do to not really grow your user base. It's to satiate and your existing user base of nut jobs who are like, oh yeah, I'll do it. Like me, I'll get that as an enthusiast. I'll dive on that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a play to like, oh, we're missing Barry down the road. This £700 version will get him. They're like, no, Barry don't.
There used to be a tangible upgrade, and I think the gains do feel like more marginal this time round than they did last year.
And it's way more expensive.
Sorry, last gen. Yeah, and it's like it's
not an equivalent price.
Huge.
It's a price jump of fucking 300 quid.
Which is interesting. So obviously Microsoft have decided that's not the game that we're going to be playing here. So I think this gen, or this particular gen, is interesting because it doesn't. It appears to be like a fork in the road, I think. Whereas before, they were kind of running parallel against each other. They do appear to be forging slightly different path, which I don't know if it's really a good thing. Like I've always felt like, I mean, Nintendo are out there doing their thing, and you'd have to argue that they've not really got any competition, and they're doing fine. Like we're not sitting here kicking them. So,
well, you can't get those fucking earphones to attach.
Well,
to
there
it
is that. That annoys me, but I don't.
But it's stuff like that where they're like, we don't need to do that because there's no equivalent. I think it is small things like that when you don't have a competitor snapping at your heels in a market space, and you think, well, we'll just cut the smaller stuff and. We can add it back in later on, but it doesn't really matter because there's no one lurking to nick them. And sometimes it is just small things like that, like quality of life things that you start to lose out on that over time don't feel like a big deal. But then when you sit back and think about it, you think, hang on a minute, why can't I do that? And it's like, well, there's no urgency on the manufacturer's behalf because they haven't got to worry about having their lunch taken.
Well, do you remember before we all started this sort of like gaming with headphones, that wasn't a thing. You would have a headset on, largely, and those headsets had their own specific plugins to the controllers.
The 360 had its own like 2-spike.
Yeah. So it's like a very specific thing. And nowadays, obviously, it's all universal 3.5mm headphone jack. Like
even those Apple bastards got stung with their charging thing. That all got brought back down
good.
to no
Fucking,
propriety. Yeah, exactly.
By the way, it weren't even better. Like, it was shit. They like charged at like 5 or 10 watts or something. Like, it's ridiculous. But there have been everything has been kind of harmonized where I can now just use this same pair of headphones. I can use my PlayStation controller, Xbox controller, and my PC. Like, they have harmonized a lot over the past couple of gens. But yeah, it definitely feels like there's a change in, it doesn't feel like they're directly competing for market share against one another. Like, PlayStation are continuing down the path that served them well, and Microsoft are diverging down,
sort of broadening horizons in a way.
Well, they're broadening, but by doing that, they're
shrinking one of their core products down.
Yeah, because
but maybe it's because they realise that's not big enough to satiate the money they want or need. They're like, the Xbox on its own is never going to be able to facilitate what our vision is for how much money we can make by chucking these things everywhere.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you look at even Netflix started doing games, and I think long term their play will be for an Xbox Game Pass to be on a PlayStation console, and they'll go, look, if you prefer our hardware, we'll sell you a box as well. But I don't think they'll care too much. You might get a slight boon.
But would they not just make more money off me buying Call of Duty, Avowed, Indiana Jones on a PS5 than subscribing for a year on Game Pass? Because if you buy 3 or 4 games, you kind of you make up your money of what you'd spent on Game Pass. So I think monetarily they're like, we're actually happy with people buying 4 or 5 of our games on PlayStation a year, because it's more than what a person would bring in on the Xbox just for doing a year's worth of Game Pass.
I think they just want to make it a no-brainer.
Maybe.
Like, because when you think about like Amazon Prime, like the amount of money they rely on you for getting, they rely on you just sort of having it as a standard thing, like most subscriptions, right? And I think most people as well are not as financially bothered about stuff. Like, so they'll quite happily just have that. They'll go £15 a month, no problem. I already pay my car insurance, my car tax, my sofa. Like, everything's always monthly anyway. And it's more, they'd rather stomach £15 a month for a year than pay £60, £70 for a game up front. So I think that I agree, commercially, you'd be better off doing that.
But as time goes on, people might have less appetite for that. So
I still think that appears to be where they're going, is that you'll have this, it'll be software. SaaS, basically. That appears to be the direction of travel.
One of the things that's interesting, just like in these last few weeks, like in the tail end of December, there's been reports that they're trying to come up with like I don't know how to describe it. Like, if you open an Xbox game, so it's developed by Xbox, it has its own sort of connected interface, almost like a BattleNet, so you can go in there and see like your profile. But this profile will be attached to each game and work on another platform. So in theory, you could play Black Ops 6 or 7 or 8 on PlayStation 5, but you could still open up this little like Xbox dashboard in the game that connects you to like the Xbox ecosystem, if that makes sense. Which I think is an interesting way of keeping the brand in there and keeping you connected, with the idea that you can play these games potentially everywhere, or perhaps your save can be transferred to any device.
Yeah.
Again, that's going to have to take some doing, but there's rumours rocking around the project being spun up to kind of do that. So there is like a through line between playing where it doesn't matter if you stream it on your fucking mobile, you'll all have this same sort of green, for the lack of better term, interface that you can interact with. Friends list might be separate. You see it like, it's not dissimilar to like Rocket League. If you wanted to change platforms, you can do it because it's tied to the Epic account in some way, isn't it? It's that sort of thing that maybe longer term they'll go for, and you'll have like an Xbox flavour of that, even if you're sitting there playing on a Switch or a PlayStation.
As long as they fucking get it right, because fucking Epic thing didn't work for ages, and it desyncs and this fucking all the time. He goes,
All
"Oh,
money
just
and no
thinking."
brains, Epic, as they pump out Fortnite, the most successful game in history. So clearly, clever people working there. I wanted to touch on some of the games that came out. This is not on exhaustive list, but just to finish off with that. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, Senua Saga 2 Hellblade, Starfield Shattered Space, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred expansion, the first Call of Duty to go into Game Pass Day 1 with Black Ops 6, Flight Simulator 2024, as we discussed, should have been fucking delayed and called 2025. We'll just remove the name. And then really finishing strong, fortunately, with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And I know I've missed certain other bits in there, but
They're the key ones.
yeah, and again, look, how many of those? Two of those are on PS5 day and date. You know, Vessel of Hatred and COD, and we know that Indiana Jones is coming. So I guess that's kind of where we're at. You know, that's not an amazing slate of games, but it's not too terrible. I mean, I know Senua Saga was pretty, I think, overly harshly treated, but didn't set the world on fire. And you know, Call of Duty. It seems weird to call Call of Duty a Microsoft game, but I think it technically is now. It is. It's theirs to do. But any other comments on what was a strange year for Xbox? And probably, like you said, this is the fork in the road where paths are diverging.
Yeah, you know, not a lot else to say other than that I hope their strategy becomes clearer and I know what to expect from them. I think because...
And what do you mean by that? Do you mean know what to expect, where the games are going and when, so that you can
just
make
the whole
informed...
thing. Yeah, like genuinely, like hardware-wise, technology-wise, like I feel like I want them to just simplify and just be clear about what they're doing. Like, why all these fucking tiers of Game Pass and PC version? Like, you're saying to me that you do it anywhere, but you're giving me different versions for different... Like, so it's not anymore. And it used to be, but now it's not. So, I really would just, it needs a bit of a tidy up, and I'm fine with them, you know, becoming more of a software provider. Like, okay, but then just be clear around that's what you're doing, why you want to do it, and what that means for us. Like, you know, because, I mean, I'm not going to get rid of my Xbox. So ultimately, it doesn't impact me directly. But if you're going to start talking to me over the next couple of years about potentially a new hardware or whatever, then that's when I do want to know, like, do I need this? Because, you know, for what I'm playing at the moment, I don't. So, just want that clarity, I think. So we'll see what they do next year. But it looks like on paper, it could be a good gaming year for Microsoft. It could.
Yeah, it's always... I think we've said that a few times, though, and then there's been problems or whatever. So,
well, I always think Starfield got hyped up way too far.
Oh yeah.
Like, so whatever they did then, like, it wasn't. I just think people thought it was going to be a 92, 93 sort of game, and it wasn't. Like, it was an 80. So, but I think, you know, you look at Fable. There's talk of Gears of War E-Day. There's talks of like all these different things that look like they could satiate what we as fans would want.
Yeah,
it could be a good year, but we've been here, as you say, we've been here before, and we've been bitten multiple times. So you want to be positive, but at the same time, you don't, because you don't want to get bitten again.
Yeah, no, exactly. PlayStation. So we got the 30th anniversary in 2024 when they released.
Sorry,
in Japan.
Can I just add as well, as we get onto that and talk about the 30th anniversary, how PlayStation do this stuff is how it should be done. Like, do you know what I mean, though? Like, this is, and I know we haven't even spoke about it yet, but like the way that they respect their history, play into it, lean into it, the Astro Bot stuff, and I just think they just do it really well. And, you know, some of this stuff I think they've done really well as well, but I'll let you crack on now.
No, yeah, I agree. I think I like the 30 years of PlayStation sort of stuff they've done around it. Now, would it have been cool if they had like a massive game announcement to tell us? That would have been great, but no. But yeah, the Astrobot, that was timed a little bit before that, but was a nice, you know, celebration of the history of the game whilst being an excellent game in its own right. And then the things they did with the, you know, the 30th anniversary, like I don't know, themes that you can get for your PS5's a nice touch. Like, wasn't too in your face. You can opt out of it completely. You can access it easily. So I like.
Give me that. Give me it. It's still got it on. I'm never taking it off.
Oh yeah, I think they're going to take it away though.
No.
So, well, they don't. They shouldn't, but that's the rumor. In terms of games, it's interesting because outside of, they haven't really got snarled up in too much outside of the. You know, it's not like Microsoft. They've been having fucking business meeting podcasts that they've been publishing, and they're always talking Xbox. They're always, I think, costing themselves. Sony are pretty quiet mostly. So there's a few things that we can touch upon. Obviously, we've talked about Helldivers 2, the absolute white hot sensation. Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, Concord, Astrobot, and Lego Horizon Adventures. Those were games that were published within PlayStation's kind of publishing studio. Some first party, some second party, some third party agreements, but they're all available on PS5 as a console only exclusive, other than Lego Horizons Adventures, which is on Switch, interestingly. So you get that Lego license and they want that Lego money to be repaid, so I had to go on Switch, and it may even go on Xbox, which would be interesting. But then outside of that, you had games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Wukong, or Black Myth Wukong, and Silent Hill 2, which were third-party console exclusives, timed, we would assume. And that's a shortcut that they often take to make the, exclusive. But we're talking about, we're struggling to find value in the Xbox as a platform when compared to Sony and when compared to a PC. I do find that PlayStation just take those. I know people hate it, but they do take steps to make it feel like, okay, that's got some stuff on that I can't play anywhere else. So that's the reason to own it. Even if I'm not going to get round to playing Black Myth Wukong or Silent Hill anytime soon, I did play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I was like, well, I couldn't. That was the choice. So again, they're playing a different game. But I think this one, if you're going to stay in this sort of hardware element for another gen or two, this is one way to do it. Now, the big blotch on their fucking record was Concord. Was it out for about 3 weeks, and then it got shut down, canned and cancelled? I mean, that is a major, major blow, and there may be more versions of Concord coming with their other live service initiatives. I think they're sort of stuck between two strategies at the moment, where there's a live service push, which I don't think is going to work out, and I think that's been proven out. Ironically, Helldivers 2 wasn't really part of that, but was still pretty successful on its own, but we said didn't have the legs. But they haven't had it all their own way, and I don't think it's been especially a big blowaway year. But going back to the game situation and going back to the value of the console, why to have it, or reason to have it, we look at the Game Awards. 3 of the 6 nominations weren't available on Xbox, and only one of them was a published game by Sony. The rest were, some sort of agreement, or in some cases, the rumour is they just did the PlayStation version first because they either helped out or maybe prioritised it. So you've got all these things that cut into Xbox. Then you've got the PS5 Pro, £700 UK, way too expensive. And that might be a taste of what comes next gen, though, so I would, preface that. But yeah, it's a bit of a strange year. I wouldn't say Astrobot, I think, has saved their backside a little bit optically. Yeah. It's picking up all the awards. It really is a really good game. But had that not come out, or just been middling, this wouldn't have been a stellar year for PlayStation. But we talk about the importance of competition. When you look over the other side, you're kind of like, well, even without that, it still would have been run close with Final Fantasy Rebirth and the other stuff that was there. So yeah, even on what would be an off-coloured year, they're still probably doing enough.
You want one big hitter a year. 2, if you're really lucky, is what you get generally. I think Astrobot arrived in half 2, and Helldivers was there half 1.
Yeah.
I'd obviously appreciate not everyone played or would want to play Helldivers by the nature of what it was, but it was. I think it's been an okay year. I think you're right to point out the fact that Astrobot come along and probably saved the day a little bit, but that's the way it goes. Like you either get it early or you get it late. Like it's usually the way of things. So, I mean, it's definitely much better, I think, from a gaming perspective to have a PlayStation at the moment than an Xbox, because their exclusive stuff's just far better. the Microsofts, and Microsoft's isn't really exclusive anymore. So
that's the
reality of it. But yeah, I really do want to get around to playing Astrobot. I'm pleased that something like that has picked up the championship. Like, it feels like it should be a hark back to what I played when I was kind of younger, and that's what I want from it anyway. Not like in the way of it, but just a sort of style of game. So, yeah, I think their overall offering at the moment is just more compelling to people than Xbox.
Yeah,
Really?
I didn't even mention we had the Destiny Final Shape DLC that came out. There was obviously they do MLB every year that comes out and does what it does. MLB the Show, and they did have Until Dawn, which was a shitbag as well, which I forgot to mention. But yeah, enough there for me. I mean, a lot of this, I don't know, it just sort of highlighted the problem with Xbox in that we can clap in Indiana Jones, and rightly so, but we still just say we can wait for it to come on the PS5. So actually, it's not that big a deal. And why are you releasing that in like December?
Yeah, it's such a shit time. Like, nobody. Do you know what I mean?
This is all the awards shit. I know people say the awards don't matter. They kind of do to a certain extent, because they do drive a lot of conversation and optics.
They've released that in September.
Yeah. Or just next year, even.
Or
just
October.
kick off.
But
start off next year and say, here's 2025, bang. Here you go. Forget about last year, because we have. So get on with it with this.
maybe they're trying to save bacon, though. That's what it sometimes might come down to. Phil goes, well, 2024, you got Indiana Jones. You go, yeah, the last bloody 2 weeks of it we did. The rest of it was crap. The other 50 weeks got fuck all.
I mean, they've done a good job with I've had the PlayStation Plus Premium for a couple of years. I got it cheap before they fucked around with all the tiers. I've noticed a significant increase in the quality that's come in there. Like, that is a pretty good service now. It's still expensive for what it is. It's still like a fair bit of money. But even if you move down to the lowest tier, you still get those couple of games a month, which they are hit and miss, but you normally get a few that you would consider playing. So I think on that side of things, where there was definitely weak against Microsoft with Game Pass and what that was offering, it's not the same, but they've closed the gap a fair bit. Where I think
miss
most
those
people,
free monthly games. Like,
they're cool when you get one, especially when you're like, I was going to play that, and it comes through. Is this little
like a lottery
trick? Yeah,
it's like a little boon, isn't it? I'm really gutted that they took that away, because even on like the Epic Store and stuff, you go on there and you go, oh, a nice little freebie. It sort of makes you feel good. And you think, oh, this is worth sticking around for.
That's why I don't like Xbox Core, because it's just a set of games that doesn't change, or the movement's very little. Whereas, like you said, it is like a little lottery on the base PlayStation one. You get a couple of games. All right, 40% of them you might never have played, never want to play, but you might.
I used to always give them a little go. If I thought, I've got it for free, and it's not like some horror game or something old or whatever. Like, I'm just like, absolutely not. Yeah, but like the stuff that I used to play and just boot up for half hour, 45 minutes, and have a little go at, like, no harm, no foul. And there's obviously some other stuff that's come down the line where I have played it and it's been all right. So yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that that's not there anymore. It's a good point. I'd completely forgotten about that, which is what Phil wants me to. He wants me to forget that he's taken that away.
Yeah, I just think that it's not just that. The problem I've said with Game Pass is that stuff can be taken off at relatively short notice, so you don't want to get caught halfway through something. Whereas at least with the very base level, this went for Xbox Gold when that was a thing, and now PlayStation Plus. Those games, as long as your subscription is active, is always there for you to download and get at.
Yeah.
So you're in control of that. You're not going to have someone, you don't get an email saying, oh, this is leaving the service soon. You're like, oh, for fuck's sake. Just started that cunt. And then you feel like you've been conned because you've got to buy it. It works against the whole value proposition. You feel really stung by that. But yeah, not a fantastic year. Astrobot is, I think that did save them really. And they haven't, I mean, it's just another. We keep raking Phil over the coals here, but it sort of paints the picture that they've got away with this and seemingly come out with noses clean, because Xbox have been in such a, just optically and communication wise, all over the place. Sony have just been very average for a lot of it. Had an absolute howler with Concord, and then still walked away and been, yeah, we're still top dogs here. No one's.
I think a lot of
gonna
that 30th anniversary stuff is like papered over.
Yeah.
Some of it. It's good PR ultimately, and it keeps the fans happy because they can see that grey PlayStation and all this nostalgia and stuff, and everyone goes, "Oh, I love it! I'll buy that."
Yeah.
So I think in a lot of ways, that's also helped them out. Yeah, I think it's they do what they do ultimately, and
that's the thing. You know what you're going to get. You ain't got to worry about it disappearing or worry about it going. We know things are going to PC now, but I said the market separation is there, and plus it's normally a year or two down the line at the earliest. Yeah. You know that fucking Astrobot's not going to just suddenly pop up on Game Pass in 6 months. So you kind of if you've made a decision based on where can I extract the most access to games, there's really only one place in the console space to go, because it will get all the third party stuff, you'll get all of their exclusive stuff, and now you're going to get a good portion of Xbox's stuff just at a later date. Maybe not all of it, but if you're just looking at where can I plant my flag and get the most, it's simple. It's not, you haven't got to worry about tiers and subscribing to things and what's going where. You just say, well, I'll just stay here then.
I mean, it still does look like shit though.
Oh, it's one of the worst looking consoles ever.
Like, honestly, it's way too big and it's a horrible shape. Yeah. The buttons are hard to see.
Yet, even with that, they continue just to be better than what is quite a sleek little black box. Like even with that, just that one, like that can turn a lot of people off, the size and the look of the thing, and yet they still got away with it.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. But yeah, it's it feels like it's no contest at the moment. Like
maybe that's the way it's going to be, and that's fine. Maybe it'll be Sega. Maybe Xbox will be what Sega became, which was they're a publisher of games now. They don't do hardware. I'm not saying that's necessarily where Xbox go, but let's just say they have the box there for the few million people that want to buy it, and then that's it. They're like, we don't really care now. We'll chuck it on anywhere because we're making more money than we ever did. Plus, we've got to feed all these studios and pay for all this. There's a lot of money they bring in a shitload of revenue, but their outgoings are high as well because they've got so many people in employment. So maybe that's the play.
Seems like the direction of travel.
Seem all right. They're loving it.
Well, yeah. I mean, as we've said already, Microsoft have come in and out of technology and hardware. They sort of dabbled with phones and come out of it and decided just to provide elements of software. They provide software so maybe they've looked at it and gone, why are we doing hardware? Yeah. Why this isn't where we consistently play. We're better off being a platform agnostic software provider. And as you say, they may do that and be a publisher, and that's where they'll rake in the cash ultimately. But good luck to them. I don't care, but I would then like to see another company come in. I don't like the idea of Sony just being out there on their own.
I think that's why I just think they'll have a foot in the space, because it just, even if it's 10, 20 million people, it's still 10, 20 million people that you can serve and just scrape Game Pass subs off, or 30% of third-party sales, or 100% of your first-party sales. Like, it just seems the whole doom and gloom around Xbox going away forever. I just don't think. I think there'll be a footprint somewhere. It just won't be as. There won't be this big war. It'll just be, it's an option there for those that prefer that or have a history here or whatever. It would seem silly to cut that. I said turn that tap off, because you've got a few million people that are going to be happy to dive into that. You might not be as big as what you hoped, but you're probably making more money because all your games are selling on Steam, they're selling on your Windows Store, they're selling on PlayStation, they're selling on Switch too, they're selling on Epic. Like, once you start to open it up to everyone, that sort of stuff you can just tick along in the background, and you haven't got to worry about being overly competitive. You just do something that you think's cool and serves that customer base, and then quietly just tick along and rake the cash in.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they don't. I don't know about next gen. I just have this sneaky feeling that they'll just go, we are losing money on these, so why would we bother?
But because all they're going to do, I think they're doing.
Well, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't, because obviously the less people that buy them, like incrementally, the profit margin becomes lower. You have to sell more to. So I just wonder whether, if they see themselves losing that battle, whether they just go, look, if we just don't build this, everyone else will just go on PlayStation. And if they want to play our games, they'll be on the app. They can download a Game Pass app and download them through that.
Because to do that, Sony would have to let them put the Game Pass. I think Sony would be
If they step out of hardware.
Yeah, mate, okay, all right, that might be the... Yeah. If they're
Do you know what I mean, though? Like, all of a sudden, it's like, well, look, you know, and we'll give you a cut of the goods or whatever it might... Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, it starts making sense for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It feels
got one
like...
more in a minimum, I would say.
Yeah.
One more cycle in them. And depending on when they go will determine the success for me. I think they have to go early and hope to capture people based on that and hope that they build quick. And then when PlayStation 6 comes along, we'll have to batten down the hatches again. But there's one more in them. And there's maybe there's only one or two more in PlayStation. Who knows where all this tech's going to go. I've been told for 10 years now, cloud's won. And then I was told 10 years before that mobile's taking it over. And then it didn't... I mean, there's loads of money in mobile, but it hasn't removed console gaming because people don't want to play toot.
Well, I think people like consoles.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that ultimately they're going to build stuff that people want. There's no point in building stuff that people don't want because they ain't going to buy it. So there's obviously a factor into it, the fact that they're selling things that people want. And yeah, I think it'd be interesting. It still wouldn't surprise me if Microsoft just go, and not do consoles.
I don't think it's a 0% chance, but if you're asking gun to my head, I go, they make another one at least and then see what happens. And maybe after that, hardware doesn't make sense for anyone because it's, that's another 15 years potentially in the future. Who knows?
Maybe it does depend. If we're all up on Starlink by then or whatever, and there's not these fucking wires. And, I think at the moment we're caught in technology ultimately that is being played the same way as it was 30, 35 years ago. Like, really, there's been some minor changes, but you're still plugging a box into a TV that's connected to the internet. Like, I think that has got to change in some way. I just don't see that continuing long term. I don't know. It just feels like it's like still having a DVD that you put in a DVD player to watch a film. Like,
if you want to watch 28 days later, that's the only way to do it. It ain't available on any of these fucking services.
But it's like people just relatively quickly just dispatch with all that term. Like, and I still feel like weirdly gaming is still caught up in that.
Blind.
It is though, really. When you think about it, in a lot of ways, like, it's odd to do things like this. Like, my PC doesn't even have a CD-ROM drive. Like, why on earth would it need that? Like, not required. And this sort of fascination we've still got with downloading, installing, keeping, having games, like, that. And it's back to your point. It's like, I don't like Phil taking it away. It's like, well, how many streaming services are there now? If you want to watch a film, it's there somewhere.
Ain't 28 days later. I just said it. Right.
99.999% of things recurring. But it's out there in some form. And I feel like gaming has got to... That feels like surely the long-term way for games to go. Like, we need to get away, I think, from this idea that installing it and having it on a physical box in our room is the ultimate way.
It is, and best because it works as a fucking heater as well. When it gets cold in here, I ain't got to rip off.
I don't have to have the heating on in here because I've got a laptop, an Xbox, 2 monitors, and a PC on. It's toasty.
Yeah.
But I just think until that day when people's buying habits have caught up a bit,
all the tech has. I think
I don't know which one it is.
I think maybe. Yeah.
I don't know which one it is,
but it has to be something significant there to service it. We've had streaming come and go with like Google, and something has to come along with the right approach that speaks to people. and the tech has to be at least sufficient to do it at a decent level.
I think you are right at this moment because of the need to, most people don't have internet connections that are capable of streaming assets kind of on demand, and there's a lot of different things that obviously play into that. But it surely can't be that far away, and I feel like Phil would probably argue that we can do it now.
Yeah.
In some way, but I think people's buying habits have to change with this, and I think that's where Phil's going with it. He's like, well, you look at a Netflix, they ain't selling you a DVD box that you have to connect it. Like, they're going, it's on your TV, it's on your phone, it's on your iPad. If you want to watch a film, you can watch it anywhere with an internet connection, or you can download it or whatever. And surely in some form that's got to be the way gaming goes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do agree though. I still think we're probably a few years away from that being the end game. But maybe that's what Microsoft are gearing up for.
Yeah, that could well be. There's probably
They don't deserve that credit though. They don't deserve this credit that they're actually playing a very clever long game. Because they've played
so many fucking games now as well. They could service something like that quite. Well,
this is the thing.
They kind of are with Game Pass already. It's kind of already there in some form. Like, you could download that on your phone. Yeah, it's a bit ropey, the cloud stuff, but it's kind of almost there. It's just trying to get people to fuck about.
Yeah, and
they always say, I think it was Henry Ford, he said, if I'd asked people what they wanted back in the day, they would have said a faster horse. And he's like, no, I'll show you what you need. It's these fucking cars.
Yeah.
Maybe we just numbnuts need to be shown.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, show me it's better or cheaper. One of those two, and it gets signed off. Like, if you give me the same but it's cheaper, it gets signed off. If it's better, it gets signed off. So it's got to be one of those two things. And that's, I guess we're sort of jumping around a bit. That's why I think electric cars don't work. 'Cause they ain't better and they ain't cheaper.
No.
So, what are we doing? So what you got to do here is offer me something better and or cheaper.
Change the fucking petrol. They've got like emission-free F1 petrol coming in next year, synthetic to it.
Synthetic stuff, yeah.
Give that a go. Fucking electric. Sick of it.
Well, electric's good, but batteries are shit. That's the problem. I don't have a problem with the electric motor. I have a problem.
I don't have a problem other than they're asking for fucking stupid money for one, and they're not even there's not even a tax break on it.
But that is the reason is because of the batteries.
Yeah.
The whole thing boils down to the batteries. So if you
chuck a load of them in the fucking landfills and see what happens, they're not going to go anywhere. It's going to rot.
That's where the issue is. So I think, if you can find a way to sell me something better or cheaper, it talks to itself. You don't have to sell it to me because it's obvious. But yeah, we'll see. 2025 looks like a better year though, game wise.
All right,
across the board. I think is what I would bring it back to. But want to see more creativity.
No.
In this multiplayer space because it's getting a bit dry. I think that's why a lot of people like Helldivers. It was different. But even that isn't that different. It's got a difference. It's got some complexity to it, but it's not earth-shattering. It's not like when a Fortnite come around and it had building mechanics, and they were saying that's like, oh, we've never done something like this before.
Yeah, they fucking took it out eventually, though, because they realised people didn't want it.
Well, no, because the genre changed slightly, where people were saying we just want the battle royale experience that kind of Warzone had brought along. But I think there's been some creativity, and I feel like we've lost it a little bit, and I want it brought back. And I don't know what I want. I'm not saying do this.
The Division 3.
God, I don't want that.
It's happening.
Sure. Oh, I really don't want that.
Or a new expansion for Division 2.
I don't want to touch those games. I'm done with it. The Division was good. I think we both kind of enjoyed that.
What about It Takes Two? Co-op multiplayer. Have you done that yet?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah. No, that's good. They've got a new one coming out next year, haven't they?
Split Fiction.
That's it. But yeah, I think there's been some good co-op stuff that's come out.
Co-op's where it's at for me. I'm always partial to that, which is why Helldivers was 100 hours pumped in, because it was like, this is perfect. Like, it's great in co-op. I actually could have fun just jumping into random games and like just dropping in and trying to help out.
Yeah, I mean, that was the perfect fix for the time. It's a shame, really, that there wasn't just another. I feel like that had another layer of depth to it beyond what it had.
Here's the thing. I think it did have it. It was staring us right in the face. It was those robot levels, because you had to play differently.
Yeah.
But we were so uninterested in being challenged or going outside of what we knew. We wanted the bugs because we knew how to deal with the bugs, and we felt like we were fucking big dicks dealing with the bugs.
Yeah.
But the robots had to require a different loadout, all this different stuff.
Yeah,
I just don't think we were prepared to learn it, because it was just too much fun squashing the bugs until it wasn't for one day, and then that was it. Everyone just went, bye.
See, I would quite happily just shelve the robots. Like, I don't mean depth in terms of enemy variety. I mean in kind of like, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it, but like customization and being able to do a little bit more outside of just sort of being dumped on a planet and clearing it down. Like, I think there was like a bit more into the lore. Like, what is the reason for me to keep going back once I've unlocked stuff? Like, other than just going through these fucking passes and unlocking more stuff, continually just unlocking and going through that. But
the unlocker,
I want to then I needed more, like some additional content in terms of like limited time modes, or such and such has come up to, like, and then you need to go and get it for a reward. Like something like that, I think, is where I'd wanted them to go. And I'm just, look, they never anticipated it being that big, so they were never geared up to do that.
They crapped themselves.
But can you imagine if it's like, one of these announcements that come out goes, Helldivers, there's a such and such on so-and-so planet, and then there's sort of like a limited time reward. And you'd be like, I just think we'd have got together as a group and gone, let's go and do this. Like, it's a challenge, almost like a challenge to go and do it. Or there's a way you need to go and do something to get a certain gun, to kill a certain. And do you see what I mean? I just think there's an extra layer of depth they could have done to that beyond just
something like a raid type thing. Yeah. Like, I know it would have been a lot of work, but I do tend to agree that would have kept people coming back. But I keep saying, like, people don't want to get their asses kicked. Like, they always go, I want more, I want challenging. As soon as it gets hard, they go, I ain't playing it. So it's hard to keep those
progressive. Like, I think that's the point. It's not that
there wasn't much progression. Once you unlocked all those difficulties, one, there was no real advantage to playing on the top level, because the rewards, whilst slightly better, weren't significantly better that it was worth the stress. Like, you get those fucking potions, what are they, those things that we were all picking up, those whatever they were, materials, they weren't potions. Like, they were available like a few steps down, not as many of them, but you could still get them. And
I just think it lacked an extra layer of depth that probably could have kept it more as a kind of, it didn't have to be never ending, because everything ends, it's sort of, I just feel like it was white hot and then immediately just sort of dropped off a cliff. And
it took like 2 people to not come on once, and that was it.
Yeah, and
I still got the platinum though. That's when I stopped. As soon as I got the platinum, I was like,
yeah. So you set yourself your own end goal. Like,
I can't play this forever. I could have done, but
it was good fun. It was so easy to pick up and put down. But I think I just want there to be a bit more creativity. Something that gets a bit of buzz amongst us, like that did. And you won't get that continuously, but it just felt like that sort of went on for like 2 months, 6 weeks, or whatever it was, and then after that, diddly squat.
Yeah.
Which is
I'm
disappointing.
Not signing nothing off unless it's in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But there we go. That's the 2024 year in review, end of year check-in, end of year catch-up, 1-to-1, whatever people fucking call these things. We call it a year in review. But more content to probably be drilled out in this fucking January edition. It might be a real big one, which would be interesting, like multiple hours of stuff. So we'll see what we've managed to cook up in the 4 weeks or so that we get between episodes. But as usual,
Baldur's Gate 3 on sale on Steam.
Yeah. Steam
Sorry,
sales, probably people have missed those by now, the time they listen to this, but it should have been on top of that. And
TCG Card Shop Simulator.
I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You've got Coffee Express or whatever it is to do espresso.
Yeah, I know, that's
soon.
why I haven't done it, yeah. But that could burn hot. £8.24.
Worth grabbing and not playing.
Yeah.
1 pint of neck oil in London, that is. So
yeah, it's true.
There you go. It's not that bad a deal when you think about it.
Yeah.
You just chuck that down your gullet. Anyway, cheers for that. And as usual, we'll see you on the other side. From the creative minds behind Persona 3, Persona 4, and Persona 5 comes Metaphor ReFantazio, a unique fantasy world where your protagonist will journey alongside his fairy companion to lift the curse from the kingdom's lost prince. Control your destiny, face your fears, and awaken magical archetype powers that lie dormant in your heart. By awakening an archetype, you will unlock the power to channel and combine the abilities of unique job classes, strengthen your bonds, and build your party to take down powerful foes and discover the kingdom's true nature. Key features. This is what's listed as the key features of Metaphor ReFantazio on the PlayStation Store. Go on quests. Hello. I'm sure that's just a feature anyway. Go on quests, dungeon dive, and hunt for treasure by day. Strengthen relationships, build bonds, and increase virtues by night. Choose your actions wisely. Time management is key to achieving your goal. Ride your gauntlet runner to faraway dungeons and towns across an expansive world. Discover beautiful landscapes accompanied by captivating music, immersive UI, and anime cutscenes. A unique battle system combining turn-based and real-time action grants strategy and exhilaration at every turn. Party customization through archetypes provide the freedom to personalize your adventure. A mysterious and exciting story unfolds in a world where people must fight their own anxiety. Join the high-stakes royal tournament that promises hours of captivating exploration and discovery. That is what Metaphor ReFantazio is, according to the PlayStation Store. I'm Mr. Apps. Going to review this title. And we've got Logan. Well, Mr. Logan. Don't want to miss that out. Not a Sir yet. Neither of us are. Some of the Sirs I see, I think, what?
What do you mean?
Dudders.
Yes. Yeah.
What? Hello?
I don't know. I mean, there's some people that are playing the game well, is what I would say.
True.
You see some of these lords and you go, how are you a lord? How's that been assigned?
Is Lord
Why are we
above
still
Sir?
Yeah.
Seems like it should be.
It's got to be. You don't have the House of Sirs.
Lord Sugar. He was Sir Alan Sugar before, wasn't he? And then he got upgraded. Well,
the lordship.
I don't know what he does.
Let's Google it quick.
Is he still doing that apprentice as well?
That's long gone, surely. That can't still be a thing. Is Lord
Donald used to do it. The recruit.
That was the OG.
His first was it?
Think so, yeah. Is Lord higher than Sir?
Yeah.
Yes. A Lord is generally considered to be higher in rank and status than a Sir.
There you go.
A Lord is a title given to a man who is a member of the peerage, which is a more prestigious social class. But we've binned off this social class.
People might think this is a complete side activity, and it is. But that sort of stuff plays into this story all the time. This class-based system, so that's interesting.
I mean, it's just, they say that it's all gone, this stuff, but it ain't. It's still there.
I've seen it, yeah.
They just tell that. They go, oh, no, there is no social class. There is. They just want us to just keep doing our shitty little jobs, and meanwhile, amongst themselves doing this. So Sir is a title given to a man who has the rank of baronet or knight Knight James Duddridge.
Yeah. Well, he's not
While it
gonna
is
be
not
around
as
here
high in
anymore.
rank as a lord, it's still highly respected honorific title. Not if he's got it, it's not.
No, it sort of drags it down, I think, when people like that get it. You
There's
think anyone
loads of
can
them.
get it, so what's the
Yeah.
prestige in that?
Anyway, so we're back here doing another JRPG, unbelievably. Feels like
Probably
that's
the
all you've played.
probably the last one for a while, I would say, simply because Atlas. Well, there's a rumour they might have Persona 6 ready by the summer, which look, that's too soon in my
Ain't that
eyes.
burnt you out though? Wouldn't you just go, I have to park that?
I think they should. I mean, they've got
No,
a number
you.
of teams going.
Even if it does come out.
Well, no, you're caught up. You
Some
might
like
as well stay
you
caught
to
up.
just. Well, yeah, I know, but the amount of it's like me playing 4 Call of Duties back to back in 2 years or so. I don't know. It feels unusual for you to play so many of these
Well, it had to be
in
done,
relatively
didn't it?
quick succession.
There were targets to be met, and the target's now been done. So it is like the curse has been lifted. Yeah, I mean, if it came out in the summer, I'd be like, well, maybe. I don't know. It's difficult.
This was a new thing for you. JRPGs weren't a thing, and then you dipped your toe in the water, and it feels like you just jumped in and you've been swimming around it for the past 18 months or so.
Well, that's how long they take to get through them, unfortunately. If they were like normal size games, this would have been done into 2023, but they keep fucking about with them. 109 hours, this one was.
Yeah,
That's unusually long, I think, for what. I mean, if you look on how long to beat, it's not that. It's shorter, but I didn't fuck about too much. Done a bit of grinding, perhaps when I shouldn't have done, but in hindsight, we'll get into this sort of, I guess, like the design of it and the pacing of it. Kind of going to need to put your foot down at some point and say, right, I need to just sit here and get these levels up. So I won't regret doing that, but it's probably at the wrong. There's certain points in the game where you'd want to do it and where you don't need to do it, essentially, which I think is a little bit of a weakness. I think it should be rewarded almost equally, not at certain. We'll get into it, but
yeah.
the
I do
waffler.
think a lot of games struggle with that. Like,
Yeah.
I
say if I want to get to level 100 by just grinding the first area, it should be possible, and in theory it is possible, but it would take forever. So maybe it is, but I just think, there's specific reasons why it was a particular issue here.
The thing is, I always have this philosophy that clear down the areas as I go, and sometimes I feel like games aren't designed to cater. Like there's very, very rarely is there any benefit to doing that. Like I've found, like it's almost like they expect you not to play it that way. So as you go through, and I quite like to do it in variety of different games. Like when I played through Diablo 4, before I went and changed the world difficulty, I was like, right, clear down this map.
Right, yeah.
No one's really doing that because they want to get onto the harder shit. They don't want to be clearing down shit on like the first world tier. And I feel like you're sometimes penalised for doing it. But my brain goes, well, what if I'm missing something behind that I should have taken? I don't know where I've got that mentality from.
It's a disease, really, because I've got it. But I mean, the thing is, in this game, or in JRPGs in general, the one thing you don't want to end up is being under-leveled for certain parts of the game. Yeah. So in my book, if you just do everything, if you encounter every enemy and fight them, and do the side content as much as you can, because there's like a time limit on these games, so you can do everything, but it requires a little bit of I'd say this game's easier than Persona for sure, but you could easily miss stuff. And again, there's another reason why that popped up in mine. I'll reveal that later on. But if you do everything that's reasonable, you should be more than prepared for anything that comes your way. And that's always my mentality. It's like I don't want to get caught pants down later on or at the next sort of boss check or whatever it might be. And
have to backtrack.
Well, Metaphor, I don't think does that very well. I think there's elements where you do all that you can to a certain extent, and still it's like not enough. Like you always have to go and do the mundane grinding, like going back to an area and killing the enemies that you've already killed once. They respawn. Like, you have to farm the XP. And that's not throughout the game. I must say that that's not a constant thing. But there were certain points in the game where that happened, and I was like, this is unusual, because the Persona games, you can bomb through the dungeons, do the main sort of big boss at the end, and that normally gives you enough XP to go to the sort of the next phase. Whereas this felt, you know, sometimes you'd get through a sub boss quite easily, and then I'd hit a main boss and be like, nope, you're not even. You're 5 or 10 levels below his level, and I was like, hang on a minute, what's gone wrong here? And evidently nothing had gone wrong from my side, but the game was adamant that you need to do a bit more grinding. So anyway, I revealed a bit too much at the opening, but this is the new format where this could go on for 3 hours.
Yeah, bloody better not.
I've got rolls in the fridge, so I need eating.
Lunchtime beckoning.
With the ham, actually, or tuna. Be a surprise.
Oh, I wouldn't have had you down to eat fish for some reason.
Generally, I don't.
Yeah.
But tuna doesn't feel like fish to me, if that makes sense. It don't. It's
disassociated.
It's not like salmon, like slimy salmon. Like this. I used to eat salmon, and I ate it too much, and it put me off it. I was like, I'm sick of this.
Can happen.
Cod.
I don't know about what's it I used to have. Like salmon sandwiches. Fish fingers are good. Yeah. But you're saying you sort of pull your nose up at salmon sandwiches, but it should be an upgrade on a tuna sandwich, really, when you think about it.
Look at the cost.
It isn't.
It's not.
No.
Chuck some mayonnaise with some tuna, sweet corn. It all goes together nicely. You do it with salmon, you're like, what the hell's happened here? Soft cheese,
you don't have
maybe.
Salmon mayo. You have tuna mayo, not salmon mayo. So I guess the initial question I've got about this game, it's one that I've kind of been confused about since it was announced.
Shocked him.
Anyway, well, why have they bothered to make a new and fresh title with the same... It's like the Call of Duty developers doing a first-person shooter and calling it, like saying... I'm obviously dumbing that down quite simplistically because it can be a completely different game. But Persona is a JRPG.
Yep.
And this ReFantazio is an anime JRPG. So they've not, it's like Call of Duty going, well, we're going to do another World War II game, first person shooter.
Wow.
And call it Isonzo.
I think you've inadvertently struck on part of it there. In the setting matters. So you can have all the trappings of a JRPG in the Atlas style, let's call it that. These guys that make the Persona series and whatnot. But one of the common criticisms of it, and you can totally understand it, is that it's set in a Japanese school kids. So the tone of it's not for people's taste. It's too immature, for lack of a better term. It's got stupid characters, like it's all loud and brash and very like, unless you're willing to unless you enjoy that or willing to kind of accept that, people get switched off by that shit, and rightly so. It is irritating. I wouldn't sit down and watch a TV series that was like this, or be like, oh, let's watch this together. It's like, it is an acquired taste that people that we would call weebs would be interested in. The people that watch anime and like that style of thing enjoy it. But if you like your more down to earth, let's say, characters and whatnot, that was never going to cater for you. It simply was too outlandish and too rooted in that style. Metaphor, just in the fact that it's set in a fantasy setting and the characters themselves are, for the most part, adults, removes 80 to 90% of that tone, that irritants that people might have been turned off by. So if you were put off by the school setting of Persona and running around with school kids and always having this best friend character that's a loud, obnoxious twat, you don't have that here. You have like lords and knights, and there's a bit more... In the base world, there's a lot more at stake. You're not just going to school and back. Like there's all manner of shit going on. It's just it's a different tone, a different theme. So I think that's what they were looking at. They're like, let's use our storytelling, our combat system, tweak all that stuff as you'd expect, but drop it into a completely different world where the trappings of a Japanese high school aren't there, and people perhaps who were turned off by that can go, okay, this is more my speed, more my bag, if you will. I think that's maybe what they've gone for. So going back to your Call of Duty reference, you said, oh, let's do Call of Duty set in World War II. Well, actually, that might be what people are looking for. People might not like modern warfare, fucking gadgets and dog shit flying around. We know there's people out there prefer old school, World War II or older war stuff. So, and look, advanced war was another try in the future. You've done all that. I think it's that sort of thing. You're gonna cater to different people, and you can't keep. Well, they can. They've done 5 of them. They can keep going to the well, but I think creatively as well, there's people there who probably thought, this we've got bigger and perhaps better stories to tell, but we can't really do that in the Persona theme. So let's go with metaphor, build our world from scratch. So one of the good things about metaphor and a massive advantage is that by default it has to world build because it's a fantasy setting. And we understand what fantasy is, but what does fantasy mean in this world? So what's the law? What's the tribes? What are the races? All this sort of stuff. Yeah. You learn as the game goes on. So you're always soaking in kind of new information. Whereas Persona, it's a Japanese high school or school or whatever. It's like it's the real world. So there's only so many new interesting things they can do, and they use that for like the weird stuff that goes on with like the shadows and whatnot. But back in the real world, it's real world problems that we're all familiar with. Like we know what's going to school is like for the most part. Like we understand that. Whereas this is a completely different world, and it can world build from day one, and you're just along for the ride learning new things, and that's part of the intrigue of it. Whereas Persona lacks that because all it's got up its sleeve that's new is what's going on with these shadows, why they're a threat to the world. But the actual world you live in is the one we live in today. So I think that's where they were going with it, and I think fans will appreciate that. And those that have been switched off, Persona are the best role-playing games of all time, and they're like, I just can't handle these screaming fucks. Whereas now you haven't got to handle them. You can have a taste of what was on offer in a different setting. So I think it was a smart move. And I mean, it sold 1 million in its first week, which is the most they've ever sold for any of their titles that early. So was it? It might have been day one. I can't remember. But whatever it was the fastest selling thing they've done. So clearly it worked in some aspect. So that's my waffle on the change. I think it's a good change as well, because I think you need to have... I mean, we see Naughty Dog, they're going to a bit different, because Naughty Dog only make a game every fucking half a decade, but Intergalactic's different from The Last of Us, which was different from Uncharted, which was different from Jack and Dax, which was different from I think over time these firms have creative juices that they want to fulfill and try different things. So I imagine that's where we got to a metaphor, and I think it was a smart move, because there are people out there that can now probably enjoy this much more than what they could have done with Persona, just simply because the kids aren't there squawking.
Do you think that it potentially opens the doors for it to become the main franchise as opposed to Persona?
Yes.
Or do you think it'll just continue to be a little side journey that they've got?
No, I don't
know if you call it a side thing, but
no, I don't think. I think I think this will be. If they want it to be, this could be metaphor 1 when we look back on it, and then there'll be a metaphor 2. How they do it will be interesting, because a lot of this story is so focused on this particular country that you're in and the particular characters and the history of that country. It'd be interesting to see what a sequel or a second entry looks like. Is it a sequel? Like, does it... Because they don't really do that episode. They've all been separate entries, separate schools, new people, little Easter eggs here and there. Do they go the sequel route, route? Said route? Fuck me, these Americans.
Oh, the route.
It's because of that fucking Death Stranding, they keep saying it. Anyway.
Go on a different route.
Do they go... I mean, if you look at the word, it does say route in my eyes. You put a U in there. Route should be 2 O's, but anyway. If you go a different route with it, and they could do a sequel, or do they just do like what they've done with Persona and separate it and go to a new country or new characters? I don't know, but I suspect, given its critically acclaimed, seems to have been commercially done pretty well for their history. So I wouldn't be surprised we see another metaphor down the line, but I'd be interested to see what and how they do it.
If it prints notes, it will get done again, is my view largely. Very few people release successful games and don't try and cash in on it with a sequel of some sort.
We saw Elden Ring got a multiplayer mode coming out, the ultimate cash in.
Credit where credit's due, they're going to bleed that one. Best game ever, that, isn't it?
Well, I mean, all that to do is just allow you to explore the world as a unrestricted cooperative adventure. But no, they can't do that. You have to go through stupid fucking holes. And there's a mod that lets you do it on PC, but you can't just explore that whole world together. So they've made a separate mode, which is now restrictive and basically like a 3-stage dungeon run. And I was like, that's not really... I want to walk across that land with others and do a whole like big adventure, but no. They've even got the fucking, what's the name, like the Battle Royale gas shit coming in where it over time shrinks and I was like, I'm sure it'll do well, but that's not what... When I first saw it, I was like, that's almost the dream there, if they're doing what I think they're doing. And then when I saw the preview, I was like, no, it's not. They're doing a weird spin-off. Anyway, the Wafflers.
So you said you got a little list of things you want to talk to on this game. Where do you want to
You've got
start?
to guess what the list is. That's the new game.
I've got to somehow guess Joe's list. Yeah.
No. Well, look, we sort of kicked off the story side of things, so I might as well just continue there. I mean, it's good overall. Is the general kind of feedback. We mentioned the different setting and the tone, so that'll pull more people in, I would suspect. And yeah, you've got a new world here to discover. It's got its own history, its own classes, its own society to learn. So that's something that's interesting to do. It's not boring. It's about as unique as it can be, I think, for fantasy settings. Like, there is a general cut and paste element to some fantasy settings, but I think they do a good job here. The interesting thing here is that I don't even word this. Like, there's no humans in this. They are tribes, which are different races. So they look mostly like humans. Like, you wouldn't... If you glance...
Humanoids.
Yeah. But they're not like fucking weird, like, slime monsters. They're all bipedal. Like, there's some that have got, like, subtle horns on the side of the head that grow out of them. There is, like... I think... I can't remember what they're called now. There's another race that's got, like, sort of, like... It sounds stupid, and I said there was no stupidity in this, but they've got a little... like animal ears on top, like bunny ears or like dog ears on top, like, but they're subtle. They're not. It's not like they look like they could be human for the most part if you just glanced at them. But anyway, there's a number of different tribes, and that's how the game really leans into that side of things. That some tribes are more powerful than others, societal wise, and just in the class system. There's a ton of literal racism because we've got different races running around here being put in the mud, prejudice, and those that have versus those that have not. There's a ton of really interesting themes that most games will heavy-handedly touch upon, whereas here it's just baked into the world and is a bit more believable. They can be a bit more on the nose of it because it's not real. In terms of it's not using real life examples, I think that gives them a bit more liberty to push the envelope a little bit, because people will complain if you create a massively racist character in Grand Theft Auto 6, for example, like huge racist, that'll get, even though if you position him as a complete arsehole and like this irredeemable character, it will still get torn apart because it's too close to home. Like, even if they're positioned in a way that's completely negative, they're like, well, you can't do that. And it's like, well, you can. He's a bastard. But whatever. In here, they can do that because they've not got that tie to real life. But you can see the sort of faded lines between that. And it's not done in a way of preachiness. It's just the world's set up like that, and it's interesting to explore that. Your character, your protagonist, is part of, like, the Elder tribe, and they are, like, one of the bottom ones, downtrodden on. Like,
question.
Yep.
Why do you think that films are allowed to get away with telling those sort of stories, but games aren't?
I got
Well,
no
if you look
idea.
at Django,
Yeah.
literally, Quentin said to Jamie Foxx, like, he gave him a bollocking apparently on the first day that he rocked up. 'Cause he was like, "You are a slave. Like, you've got like, you need to completely, basically change your mindset and like go for it." And like that is, I mean, not everything about it's racist, right? Because one of the things that Samuel Jackson's always pointed out is like in that story, his character is like the most intelligent and privileged character arguably in it. So it's not like,
Yeah.
obviously Quentin Tarantino isn't racist,
Wow.
but the story includes that history of racism and stuff, which is accepted. Like is part of our history. And I feel like films and TV series used to at least be able to tell it, but
Used to, I
games,
think, is the key word. I'm not sure they could now. Honestly,
Yeah,
I don't know whether you could get away with that. But I think in games is just
because you're designing specifically things to do that. You're voicing that character.
I just think it is a medium.
mixture of it.
It's just immature. No, I don't mean immature as in childish. I mean it's not been around as long as TV and film to cover such. And to be honest, is there enough talent in the writing? Have people got the writing chops to do it justice? I think that's part of the issue as well. I think stuff that's put together and seen as like great artwork, whether it's a film or a TV show, you generally have some really talented and clever people. You have them in the game industry, but they're few and far between. So someone with questionable credentials comes in and tries it and heavy-handedly blows it. I think there's that, and look, there is an element of those that there's a.
Why would you want to though? Why would you
Why
want
would you even
to
touch it?
Yeah, deal with that hot potato.
It's in a world where the media of like the game industry is slanted mostly in one way.
Yeah,
and you're right. It's just like you're just going to get smoke for, even trying to do it. So why bother? Like you could tell some really interesting stuff, but I just think there's a lack of maturity in what we think games should be. Still, I think there's still people that think it should be 2D platformers with no story. Like it's like, well, that was great.
They've all got a place, but I think
exactly, yeah. I think, I'm happy to, and I think the smart thing about Metaphor is not setting it in real world Japan. They set it in a completely different setting, but we can still articulate said issues, but far enough away that no one's going to come at us and say, "Hey, that's fucking Donald there," and then you've got to deal with that because
Donald Duck.
Well, some people in this game look like ducks, so they're not people; they're tribes. Anyway, but that's a really interesting sort of slice of the game that many other games can't touch because they're rooted in real world stuff. So I think they do a good job of it. It's not in your face. It's handled correctly, and it really adds a load of texture to this world, which again is a massive advantage to Metaphor.
Yeah, I mean, I was just having a look at some of the tribes and some sort of bunny rocking around and stuff. So
yeah, they're probably the most egregious.
Really
there's a couple that have got like wings, but they like you can't really see that. Like there is actually
just got like pointy ears, like, and that's it. They just look normal. But this is like classic anime.
The Ujif tribe is actually like a bat on two legs, basically, like a weird looking. So that is there are weird looking things in it. I forgot about him. It hires me.
That's it. Yeah, but I didn't want to butcher his name.
Yeah, so there is that, but it's fantasy. I think you can get away with it, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, there's like some pink lady with pointy ears, like fox ears, and you got someone with like bear cub ears, someone with like raccoon.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it's fine. It's interesting that it's just an interesting minor change. Like, do you know what I mean? Just to distinguish between people in tribes, I think, is obviously the intent.
Yeah.
Because they're like they all look the same, except one's got like small horns that just come out of their heads.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting to see. It's just.
I think it's it's a good. I think narratively it works. It works having it set up that way, and it gives them a bit more of a rope to mess around with. So, Yeah.
Yeah.
I think on that side of things, the base kind of story is good. Like, again, if I always use this as a way of describing, if you wrote it all out and said, here's what happens, you go, yeah, that's good. I'm interested in that. Sometimes, we'll get into this a bit later on, the design and the way it's delivered perhaps could have done with some thinking about, some reworking and some odd decisions. The only real negative, and this is minor, the fact that it's still bothering me means this is, I think, my opinion baked in. I'm not overly a fan of the protagonist.
Okay.
They're voiced, which is unusual. Like, Joker in Persona 5 said maybe 12 words throughout the whole thing. And it's more like, let's go. But he's never having, like, conversation with people. Now, the protagonist here hasn't got verbal diarrhea. He's not constantly talking like fucking Aloy and Horizon. But he'll say, like, sentences and, you know, you'll choose an option, go back and forth with people. This is probably intentional because he's an elder. But he seems a bit like a weef. Like, and for the journey you're going on, you're obviously going to become a force in this game. That's just how these games work.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to become more powerful. You'll probably be important to you know, the game as it goes on. I understand, like, sometimes like, let's make it this big underdog sort of thing, the unexpected elder. And I'm just like, he's a little bit too young in my eyes. He seems too young. Now, someone said he's 18. He comes across as like 14 to me,
Right.
which, when you're doing all this stuff, feels like a bit of a problem. There's something of a disconnect there. I'd rather you could easily say he was like just early 20s or something. It just seemed sometimes, I was like, is this little
Make him a bit more senior.
weef boy? Yeah. Yeah, and I kind of get it because it's like I said, it's underdog type, isn't it? Like the unexpected. Oh, how could someone like this become important? It's like, yeah, how could they? That's more my problem with it. It's like, yeah, you're right. They knock it off. I don't know. I just felt like he could have been a bit older, maybe, or whatever. But that's a minor thing. It's a minor thing. And the voice acting is okay, but again, that sort of added into it that he sounds a little bit like. I was like, I just want him to be a bit more like. Let's fucking
have a bit more power about him.
Yeah, he hasn't got to be like fucking 6 foot, like wide as a wardrobe, all that stuff. But some sort of presence, I think he lacks. I think that's what the problem was. He lacks the presence vocally and just sort of on screen.
Yeah.
But I think that was deliberate. But sometimes I was like, nah, come on, mate. You need to get.
You don't like it. You don't like it.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Not criticism. Well, you can do what you like with it. That's the beauty of this. You don't have to like everyone.
No. I think but I think on the story front, the characters, the party members are cool. They're obviously, you get to know them. They're good. That's really all I've got to say, unless you had any other things you want to dig at.
Not particularly, no. If it's good, it's good. I mean, This is not my world, but far from it.
It could be your world. Now you've seen
Never.
me.
Never. This is so far from what I like to do.
You went and watched Lord of the Rings the other night.
Yeah, and I'm not.
That's got goblins and fucking weird shit.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
There's trees walking around in that.
Ents.
Is that what they are?
Yeah. It's not even just characters or fantasy. It's just the style, and I don't like turn-based combat. It's just.
I think you would like it.
Nah, it just doesn't.
I don't mean
appeal
Pokemon.
to me.
Unless kids play. Like,
yeah,
you want to try something like this.
Maybe one day if it had the right setting, but it doesn't. Again, back to the setting thing. It doesn't.
Wow.
It doesn't.
They've got kind of a new franchise to please you. Then
I don't know what it would be. I genuinely don't know what it would be. I just don't. Fundamentally, other than Pokemon, that is the only exception to the turn-based battle that I allow. I just, even sometimes in those like card games where you have to like Yu-Gi-Oh and all those sort of things, I'm a bit like, nah. It's just not very real time, and I just don't really like that. I like the real time element of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's my preference.
Speaking of the combat, there is you can do real time combat in this. Now, it's basic as you like. It's, hit square and slice them with the sword or whatever weapon you've got. Hit circle to dodge, and that's all you've got. It's what they call overworld combat, and the only time you'll use that and it'll be effective is in two instances. One, when you're going to fight an enemy, they're all visible. We've got their own, rather than just being like weird shadow blobs that turn into monsters, the model is the monster walking around. So that's a nice little subtle change. But you run up to them, you hit them with your sword, dodge their attack. If they are of similar level to you, you'll build a stun meter up. And when that builds up and hits it, they'll be stunned, and then you can initiate the turn-based combat. And I'll come back to what happens then if you do that. The other way of the combat working in the overworld is that if you are, I think it's 3 or 4 levels above the enemy, you just kill him in like 2 hits. So in Persona 3, which is the most recent one I played, it doesn't matter if you were 50 levels above the enemy, you had to initiate the turn-based combat, which meant grinding or going to older areas just became a bit of a pain. Now, the shadows would run away from you, to be fair. They wouldn't engage with you. But it was like, it just slowed things down. You'd be like, I just want to ideally just slaughter these things. Persona 5 had an ability where you could kill things that were of a lower level than you instantly, but it was hidden, or not hidden, it was locked behind a social link rank of a certain character. So some people may well have missed that. I fortunately didn't. I was like, this is one of the best quality of life things in the world. Like just being able to crush things that are smaller, get a small amount of XP, and carry on about my dungeon crawling. In metaphor, it's just baked into the game. So if you're a few levels above them, you just slash them, you get a few hundred XP, you get items randomly. So when you go back to grind certain areas, that makes things a hell of a lot easier. Yeah. So that's a nice little touch. One thing they could work on for a future entry is to make this a little bit more dynamic, perhaps. Like you only get a dodge and a strike. I would have like a block, like some way of like deflecting things, or a parry that would have added things. I know they don't want to go overboard with the action stuff, but sometimes just sort of dodging around things and hitting them in the back was a bit tiresome. It's clunky, it's a bit stiff, it's not very fluid, but it's serviceable for what you need, which is essentially running up to things and slashing them and occasionally dodging. Going back to the turn-based, if you hit into a stun animation or a stun status, you'll start the turn-based with the advantage, as you'd expect. The enemy will have like a little stunned icon above them. There's a good chance that when you get through your first set of like turns on them, they'll stay stunned and you'll get a second go at it. Sometimes you'll hit them with certain elements and it will break them out of their stun status. They won't be dizzy anymore, and then they'll attack you. But if you play it right, you can actually be conservative, hit them say 3 times, then guard on your final one, and they'll stay dizzy, and then you get a whole set of 4 more chances at them. So the way to do it is to stun them, enter into the combat, and ideally try and finish them off before they can hit any damage on you, because you get bonus XP, money, etc. for not taking any damage in battle. So it wants you to stun them, clean them out in 1 or 2 turns, not take any damage, and then move on. But the actual combat itself, I mean, it's fairly familiar to Persona, has visible turn icons now, so you can see how many turns you've got before it switches to the enemy. Some actions only take half a turn, so it'll be this large, like, ball-like object, and it will shrink to, like, a smaller size. So that's useful for, like, skipping people. So let's say you've got an enemy that's weak to fire, and your opening attack person only has ice as an elemental damage, but your next one has fire. Rather than just using a turn up willy-nilly, you can pass it on. You can like yield the turn, and you'll only lose half an icon, and then the next person can then use their strength attack. So you've got a bit more strategy in how you sort out your attack turns, essentially. If you hit a weakness as well, it only takes half a turn icon. So it encourages you to sort of find those out and use those, so that you can actually, in theory, if you had a group of 4 party members that have the weakness ability to hit the enemy, you could have 8 turns. You know, you could go through it once and back again because you're only taking half a slop. One other additional thing they've done is added like a row system, like a front row and a back row. So you can put the party in a formation of being on the front or the back. if you're at the front row, your damage in like melee is increased, but you take increased damage. If you're in the back row, your melee damage is decreased, but your damage taken is decreased. So it's a bit of strategy around putting certain people in certain places. Some archetypes, which I'll come on to, are for back row purposes only, so like ranged attacks. But that's kind of what you've got there. But those that are familiar with Persona will understand this pretty quickly. The big change is the archetypes. So previously you had personas, right? So each party member had a persona assigned to them. Let's just say, your main best friend had like a fire persona. So you kind of knew they leveled up, they had that fire persona. You, on the other hand, could pick up these cards and transfer in and out of different personas. So you could have an ice persona or electric persona. That was like your protagonist skill. That was the one thing you had that you could keep swapping in and out. That's gone now. So nothing's tied to party members. You've got archetypes, which operate more as like an old school job system or a class system. What this means is that each party member, including your protagonist, can be assigned any archetype. So an archetype might be a mage or a healer or a warrior. I'm talking about basic stuff here. There's much more depth to it, but let's just use those examples. Rather than that being tied specifically to each character, now, if you want, you could unlock 4 healers and have all of your party as healers. Or you could unlock 2 healers and 2 mages, or a warrior, a healer, and a mage. So no longer are you restricted about who can inherit different classes and different abilities. Your archetype can be unlocked for each character, and you can level it up separately for all of them. So it gives you complete and utter flexibility about how you approach things. Your entire team is no longer tied down to specific classes or jobs. Like, you can choose what you want to do. That opens up a lot of flexibility, obviously. You can do a lot of things with that. Now, you lose the ability for your protagonist to switch on the fly, so you have to commit to your protagonist's archetype before each battle, but the rest of your team, you can format how you want. And again, that is a lot of difference, because you've got so much more flexibility using those archetypes. So you can level them up. You can then switch to another archetype. Let's say you go from a mage to a healer. Then you can choose 2 or 3 abilities from the mage to go over to your healer. So you can create some really powerful combinations if you actually look about weaknesses and power and things like that. You can inherit different powers and kind of create a hybrid if you really want to. All the archetype progress, though, is party specific. So if on your main character, your protagonist, you level up your mage to max level, you have to do it separately for, I don't know, Heismay, for example. So they each have their own separate kind of progress on that. That's a lot of words. Does it make any sense?
I'm sure it does to someone who's familiar with the Persona fighting system. Because you're using that, obviously, as a reference point for the changes. But I guess it does make sense broadly in that the structure is different, right? In that you don't have personas, obviously, in this. They've got to find a different way of
think for like the division.
Mixing it up.
Where you'd have those different classes. And imagine if previously the classes, you say you had an NPC party with you, they were previously locked to certain classes. Now they're not. You can free format and choose them and level them up and do what you want. So it's more flexibility. Now, obviously, that's a bit of a blessing and a curse, because there's actually almost too much choice.
You don't know what to include and what not to. Yeah.
So what do we do here? Whereas
there's no right and wrongs, they say.
Well, there is, because there's certain enemies that will fucking bum you if you don't have the right fucking loadout. So you have to be careful. Some people might be overwhelmed by this. I can totally see that. And my only real criticism of it is that the upgrade path, so each class or each archetype, just use the proper word, each archetype has normally multiple versions. Like, you start with a base version, you level it up to 20, and then you get version 2, which has, more powerful versions of the previous one. Yeah, upgrades, and the stats go up, etc. And you've normally got 2, 3, sometimes 4 versions to work towards. My only criticism of it is, if you want to get let's say your healer to level 3 or version 3,
Yeah.
you'll actually, for some reason, it requires you to have leveled another archetype to a certain level. So to get to level 3, it might say, right, now you need a level 15 mage done as well. And it's kind of like, that's not so bad in itself, because it kind of encourages you to level up the other characters and also unlock new skills that you can infuse with your kind of like your healer. The thing I don't like about it is it's not transparent about which ones you need to upgrade to get to level 3 unless you've unlocked that archetype already. So some of them just show us like little blanked out question marks, and I'm like, well, what does that mean? So if you want to like min-max it and you want to try and do it that way, you can't really until you've unlocked all the archetypes at a base level, and then it will say, right, now you need a gunner. You're like, well, it wasn't a gunner before, it was just a load of crap. I've just leveled him up as a fucking wizard, when for my upgrade path for what I'm trying to get them towards, that's useless to a certain extent. So
They do that sort of shit deliberately so that you don't just mainline stuff.
I know what they're up to, but at least tell me what it is so I don't waste points in stuff that I don't want. Like, I'd rather, even if it's spoiled the name of an archetype, I'm not that fussed. I was like, okay, I know there's a gunner coming. Like, oh, whoopee dude, what does that matter? I wish it just said the name of it, because then I would have been like, right, let's pause progress in that one and focus on something else. Because eventually you get to a stage where you're like, I want to start leveling party members up on different paths to try and build them up. So that's my only real criticism of the archetype system, is not knowing the path clearly for getting like version 3, version 4 of certain archetype trees. I'd rather just know up front what they were supposed to be.
You're not allowed.
No. Other sort of key changes, you can swap in party members on the fly, so you're not stuck with the party members that are in like your active party. It costs a turn, or half a turn actually, if certain abilities are invoked. But that allows you to swap people in, swap people out, and if you run out of like MP, which is like the magic system, that's the currency that you'll run out first of all, you could swap someone who's got a full bar of that and continue using them. That's really helpful. The game doesn't end if your protagonist goes down and gets knocked out in combat. So in Persona, if your protagonist gets knocked down, it ends that was it. Bye. Ended it, which is really annoying, because it basically meant there was no point putting resurrection skills on anyone else, because if your main guy goes down, it ends the whole fucking game. So actually you'd play really defensively as well. You'd be like, well, I'll just guard to make sure that I don't end the fucking game when I'm 3/4 of the way for this boss. Now your protagonist can be knocked down and resurrected. As long as your whole party isn't wiped, you can continue the fight. But I think that's nice to have. There's some synthesis skills as well, which are basically joined up attacks. They use more magic points, but they do damage. So you can have your party members join up and do like a powerful attack. Now that's now in your grasp to choose as and when you do it, rather than it being random. That's the combat. Have I scared him off yet?
I'm always scared off of these games. It's the thing is, there is at the face of it, they're not. They could be deemed not very complex, but I know that there is an underlying complexity to them, and there usually is in most turn-based combat games, which is why that is what usually scares me off, is is knowing, understanding, and being familiar with a system to know how to then, like, what basically works together and what doesn't. So, yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me that there is a level of complexity in knitting everything together to make yourself essentially as powerful as you can be and most effective. Obviously, if you're familiar with the Persona system, that gives you a leg up, right?
I think that it does a good job of rolling this stuff out at a clip that's digestible, because even like to me, I can't remember exactly how things work. I just know that you hit a weakness, that's what you want to mainly do. But the archetype system, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I'm leveling up, I've got free carte blanche choice of doing what I want. I was like, this is too much. But I think generally it does a good job of like not overcomplicating things to start with, and as you become more comfortable and familiar with how the game works, then it becomes more complex, because you're more experimental. And you're more like, it's not the game saying you need to do this. It's like you saying, oh, if I do this, that, and that, this will make a really powerful combination. Yeah. Obviously, it's thinking about it from the way I've described it probably does sound complex, but it will bring you along for the ride. Like, it will. You'll soon learn what you need to do and what to do, and you haven't
I'm
got
sure it
to
introduces
completely
you
like.
slowly.
Yeah, you haven't got to have like the perfect party composition. I never do. I'm very much like get stuck in my ways and like certain attacks, even if they're not totally effective. I know I can just brute force my way through certain things. Whereas, you go online, there's people with like the ultimate builds and one shot this boss before they get it. There's all that you can do all that, but you don't have to. Like, you've got to be a bit smart. Like, don't chuck, archetypes on people that've got a weakness to electricity when you're fighting a boss that's got electricity as its main power. Like, you need to think about that. But other than that, people get through it.
So what else is on your list that you wanted to talk through?
So we've got design, or like pacing, or just the way the game's structured, like how you progress and whatnot. What's different about this compared to Persona is set in usually like a town or a city or a village, or well, not a village, but a town or a city. You go to school, you go to the high street, some areas to visit in and around that town that you go back to. Metaphor is like a journey. You're traveling the entirety of this country. So there's always a new city, a new town, a new village to go and explore that comes with that. And it mentions the gauntlet runners in the description. That's what allows you to travel the world. And sometimes it takes 3 days to travel from town to city, like as you're progressing on. But there's things to do on the gauntlet runner whilst you do that. And I won't go into specifics, but you've got that element to it too. So one of the main changes is that you're, particularly on the main quest line, you are visiting new places constantly. You'll kind of land at a town, do like an objective which might take a few weeks in game time, and then you'll move on to the next one. So it's kind of moving you on at a really nice pace. Things move at a really nice pace. Whereas Persona, especially Persona 3, there were like months where I was like, I don't even think I'm doing anything. Well, I don't know what's going on here. We're just sort of totting away the days and twiddling our thumbs. Whereas this, for the most part, is a much nicer pace. Now, there are times in the game where it decides that we're not going to do that. We are going to just drop the pace a little bit. And that they are noticeable when you hit them. You're like, what is going on here? We've just been on this like nice like flow of like whatever he's doing, this narrative beat, then moving on to that, then do it, and then suddenly it's like just do what you want for a while. And I was like, well, I don't do what I want. I don't want to do what I want. I want to get on with this. Because you've got to play the days. You've got to play the days. You can't just skip forward. You have to get through it. And what makes it even more odd is that there are elements to the story which they completely like rush and shotgun. Whereas in a previous game, that would be slowly but surely wheeled out, probably stretched out too much. Metaphor was certain elements where you're like, oh, that's happened and that and that and that in like the space of 3 days. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? That's too quick. Right. So it does have some issues. On the whole, it's nice to be able to not be stuck in the same fucking school halls for a whole year, which is what those games do. They go for a whole fucking year. This is actually set over a number of months, maybe 6 months, maybe I can't remember the exact number of months now. It takes the same amount of time, but it's much more dense. So I think that really helps with just stopping you from feeling, for the most part, like you're going through the motions. There's something new and interesting. But there are, like I said, there are just weird times where it's like, what are we doing here? Oh, gone too quick. And it's like, well, hang on, you had it right a minute ago, and you've decided just to chuck that in there. One of the problems of sort of going around this country, though, visiting all these places, is remembering where certain items are sold in certain merchants. So in Persona, there's a fucking medicine shop. There's only one medicine shop, but I know I go to that medicine shop to get my fucking healing items. There are unique items with merchants in Village X and unique items in Town Y. And it's like, by the time you get to the back end of the game, you're like, where the fuck do I get that item from? And you can't even remember.
Yeah.
You can't even remember. I mean, for most general stuff, you can get it at any place, like any armor place or whatever. But like some stuff, I was like, I know I saw that somewhere, but it's 30 hours ago, and I can't bloody remember where it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not completely perfect in that sense. It does have a slight issue with that, but you know, for the most part, it's good. You can do side quests and bounties and things like that. You can take those out. So that's more like what you call in a typical sort of RPGs, that you do quests and side quests. So they're important. Some side quests are kind of linked with others in that, I don't know, you need to improve. You need to have done something to prove to someone that you're worthy. So it's like, okay, it makes sense for me to do that side quest, then go and see them. Blah 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 blah. Like I said, the calendar system's like the Persona games. It's a shorter timeline, but the game's just as long. But it makes it nice and dense rather than, for the most part, like I said, twiddling your thumbs. Although there are minor elements to that. Yeah, we've talked about the pace dropping. We talked about the shotgunning of story elements. The other problems I ran into, I missed a quest line because it lied to me. A quest line come in, it said there's let's just say there's 4 parts to this quest line.
Yeah.
And I went, all right, that'll take 4 days. Okay, I can plan my, you know, between it's a side quest line. I can plan between going to the main dungeon or whatever I'm doing for that particular town. I'll plan in doing this, you know, before the deadline, whenever it is. Anyway, done all my stuff, got to 4 days left. I was like, okay, now I can focus on this quest line. Day 1 did it. Day 2 did that second part. Day 3 did that second part. Day 4 did that second part. I was like, oh, thank God. It was challenging. It was difficult as well. Done my 4-part quest line, which it had mapped out and told me I needed to do at the start. What happened when I finished day 4? Oh, there's a day 5 element to this. I was like, I ain't got a day 5, so I've got to fuck off after this. And that was it. Frozen out of completing that quest line because the game decided just to be a little, oh, we've got to surprise you with just one more. Fuck off. Like, in a game that says manage your time, so I did manage my fucking time for you, and you decided to just go, nah, there's an extra part of that.
Well, it overran, mate. What more do you want? You can't always accurately predict these things.
Total fucking bollocks, that is, in my eyes. Like,
spontaneity.
No. That was annoying. And then I mentioned about that not being checked well enough during certain parts of the game, like boss checked, I'll call it. That happened occasionally where I was just under prepared. And like I said, I didn't steamroll through this game for the most part. I took on what I needed to do, did what I needed to do. But I was basically, the sub-boss I'd kill within 3 turns. Later on, no, big boss, he's going to absolutely squash you. I was like, well, I don't feel like I've been relatively tested here. Like, it's a sudden spike.
Yeah, yeah.
And
it hasn't crept up incrementally in difficulty. No,
yeah. And look, that's fine, because most of the time you can go back and get your levels in. But there are times when you can't. You're trapped. Because it's for some reason the game says, no, not this time. You cannot go back and do your levels. You've just got to go through this door and take on this boss. So the only alternative is either to try and get lucky and take that sucker down, or reload a previous save and hope and pray that it wasn't 15 hours ago. So I think there's something to be done there about, if you're doing, you should be able to get through this game by doing the main quests only, critical path as we call it.
Yeah.
But they do not allow that, I don't think, in this game. You have to spend the time to do the side stuff for the most part and do a bit of like overworld grinding. I don't
funny that, isn't it? Because side quests are called almost basically optional quests, right? They're there on the side if you want a little bit more depth or something to do or whatever it is. There's no, if they were necessary, we'll make them main quests then. Put them in the main line. I've always found that funny when games don't allow you to do the bare minimum to beat it. Like, why make it side or optional content and essentially just include it in the main meal?
Yeah, it's just I think it's just a little bit off in certain points. Someone somewhere thought we're going to really stamp them out here.
I'll tell you why, because when they've played through it, they've obviously play tested it. Yeah, well, it either ain't long enough, or they've just by nature of playing it played through. Well, they've got better, and they've obviously just if you're play testing, you're going to play a lot of the quests that you've made, and then they do that and go, that seems right pace wise. It's a little bit challenging in places, and it will catch them out. But they've obviously.
I know people are going to say, "Oh, it's a skill issue," and it probably is to a certain extent. There's probably things I could have done in my party better, but then that comes back to these archetypes being so open that you can get it wrong. Like you can really get yourself in a pickle if you're not careful. So
you've already done 109 hours. So what more do you want?
Yeah, and I'll be honest. I reckon 8 hours of grinding in total. Spread out across the game.
That's long, isn't it?
That's a lot.
That is long, though.
That is a lot. And there's a big section of it where I did it for multiple hours. I probably overdid it at that point, but I was so distressed by a scenario that had happened. I was like, I'm not allowing this. And I actually got into the mode. I was like, I'm going to go over the top here and just fucking squash this cunt. And I did. And I'll tell you what, it did feel satisfying teaching that bastard a lesson, but it was...
It
for
cost
4
me
hours
4
of my
hours,
life. Yeah,
but-
exactly. It was. It was satisfying, but I'd rather not have to do that. But I got so angry with it. I was like, I'm going to really put you to the sword, and I fucking did.
Yeah,
but
it is.
I shouldn't have to.
Strange. Yeah, it is.
It taught me a few lessons. I'm still a rookie at these games. I really need to. There is an element where you need to sort of I thought I was over preparing to start with, but I wasn't. So it's sort of a lesson to me to. Don't worry about steaming to the boss. Like, perhaps do 2 runs of the dungeon before you take on the boss, just to be sure. Take every opportunity you get to do a little bit of grinding. But Persona wasn't. I don't think Persona's structured that way. Like, you can get away with just doing. Like, if you can get through the main checkpoints, you'll get through the game itself. Whereas, I think in Metaphor, it demands a certain extra little bit that people might not be prepared for. It's not as hard as Shin Megami Tensei. Not in the slightest, but I think it is just at a base level a bit more tougher than Persona.
Maybe that's deliberate because
it might be. Yeah, it might be just a nice middle ground because people say Persona's too easy. It's not enough. It's not challenging enough. Like, we'll put it on the hardest difficulty then. But whatever. I think this is a deliberate. Oh, hey, here's a little bit of a step up for you. You want a bit more? Here it is. Like, if you want the easiest stuff, it's Persona. If you want a middle ground, it's Metaphor. And if you want the rock hard bollock kicking, it's Shin Megami Tensei. So they've now got at least they've got a range, I guess, of things to do. And I suppose for my part, I wasn't prepared for that. I was expecting the sort of
well, you'd mastered it through Persona.
Yeah, no, well, what's
coming knocks you back down a peg.
Taught a fucking lesson, and it cost me. But ultimately, all's well that ends well on that side of things. Speaking of the dungeons, Persona 5, the absolute S tier dungeons for these games. This is not close to that. There are considering this is their next mainline new entry. I really thought they were going to inherit a lot of the stuff that made Persona 5's dungeons special. They did not here. They're okay. But they're not good. And some of the side dungeons are pretty uninspired. Bit of cut and paste, it feels like, of different fucking... Oh, you're in the jungle side dungeon, and now you're in the desert side dungeon. It's like, is the path the same? Because it feels like it. You've just chucked on different textures.
Reskin.
Yeah, it feels like that. So I think on that's a bit of a mistake. I just couldn't believe... I was like, oh, these are okay, but what happened? Where have these really imaginative, excellent, multi-stage dungeons gone? They're very generic. I don't know if that's because of the setting forces them to be generic, but they never really get close to it. Now, Persona 5 Royal is like top standard, so perhaps it's unfair to compare it to that, but you're going to be compared to it because you're in the same fucking development studio, so don't expect that if you're going in. It's a bit of a downgrade. Soundtrack is very good for the game world. Not something you'd listen to outside of the game, though, whereas I think some of the Persona tracks I do.
Yeah.
Whereas this is like, fits the world very well when you're in the game, but you listen to something outside, I think not for me, thank you. But nonetheless, serves its purpose. Final category I've got is quality of life. So it's just small thing. I'll just rattle them off.
Yeah.
So when you level up your archetypes, and when you level up your personas, you'd have to go to like a separate room to do it. Go through a loading screen, visit this bloke, and you'd be like, and you have to do it there and then. They've removed the need to do that, so you can just do it in the menu. You can hit start, level up all your stuff in there. So that's a nice little step taken out. Fast travel is contextualized, so I'll say no more. You can
That gives you a way out. Yeah.
gives you a way out. You can pause the anime cutscenes. Might sound like a small thing, but believe it or not, sometimes you can't. You're stuck
You know
there.
what? That's a real fucking frustration. Not just in this game, but in any game.
It still happens in modern games. Like, what are you doing?
Why? It's like you can skip it, or sometimes you can't even skip it. I should be able to skip, pause, or watch. They're the three options, and very rarely do you get all three.
No, it's really it's just slop, isn't it? But you can hear, so that's good. During any battle, you can click the left analog stick in, and it'll restart the battle. So let's say you can cheese it. So you can find out. You could waste 3 turns finding out what their weakness is, then hit the retry, and then just sort of go after that weakness, for example. But that's a nice way. If you get yourself in a pickle or something goes really wrong and you're on your last legs, rather than reloading the game, perhaps playing the cutscene again, doing all that sort of stuff, you just hit that and it restarts the battle from the opening point. The only thing I'd add to this is I'd like to go back just 1 turn. Like if I accidentally fucked something up, I know people will absolutely take the piss there and completely cheese it, but if you're going to let me rewind it, why not let me do that? There's some nice passive abilities that you get for certain archetypes that your protagonist has got. The major one for me is that you can top up your MP, your magic points. I don't know if they're even called magic points, but it says MP, by killing those lower level enemies in the overworld. So that's a resource that you'll run out of quickly. But if you want to put the time in, you can top it back up rather than using items which are not freely available. They're quite hard to get hold of. So I like that there's an offset. If you want to spend like 15 minutes just topping it up by 20, just go around killing all the low level shit. That's handy just to slash through them. You can speak to like informants to ask about certain enemies or bounties, and they will tell you their weaknesses and what works and what doesn't against them. So that's handy just to have that in your back pocket before you go in. They simplified the social links. So in Persona, when you talk to someone, you go, right, let's spend some time with them. It'd be several times during the scene where you'd be asked to say something. Depending on how you answered, it would give you like maximum bond or medium bond or lower bonds. You get like these little points. It was never articulated anyway. You couldn't see it written down, but it just you'd see it happen. So what could happen is you could, in the next time you go and see them, it wouldn't level up the bond because you haven't got enough of those points in the background. So you'd actually just spend like a really quick scene just going for a coffee with them. You'd waste the time. Then the next time you could rank them up. So you wouldn't have to rank up every time you saw them, which some people liked, some people didn't like. In Metaphor, when you go and spend time with someone, you always rank them up. It doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter what you do, they will rank up regardless. So some people like that because it means you haven't got to worry about, I've said the wrong thing, bollocks. Now I've got to waste another afternoon building them up. And some people won't like it because there's no consequence to saying anything. You don't have to think about it. You just go through the motions. You go visit them. It ranks up. I'm kind of in the middle. I think it's nice to have that as a difference. But if you're going to do Persona 6, just keep the Persona system. I think that's what makes it a little bit unique. Here's one annoying thing. I don't know what you think about this.
Go on.
These are the negative quality of life. When you load the game up, it always plays the opening cutscene. And you can skip through it.
Yeah.
But what are we doing? 100 hours in, it's still showing me what happens at the very start of the game. Like, you don't need this. Just a button presses like to do each time. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it feels unnecessary.
Yeah. Toilet. This is a good element, but also I think they could have done better with it. The ranking of quests is now displayed. So it has like these stars, I think they are, like 10 stars. and it'll show this one's 2 stars, this one's 3 stars, this one's 3.5 stars, and it'll show in your quest log.
Yeah.
And what that means is, so basically what I'll do is I'd find the lowest ranked quest, do that first, then move on, thinking in my head, like I'll then build up the power I need on like a curve almost. Now, they should just use numbers so you can see them. Trying to differentiate, trying to see the difference between these stars on the fucking quest log, my eyes couldn't do it. Is that 3.5 stars or 4 stars? I'd have to count. Go 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's 3. That one's 1, 2, 3, 4. Because often they're separated by other quests.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I do that one first. If you just put a number there,
Yeah.
it would have saved me about an hour of in-game time, fucking squinting, trying to count at them.
That feels unnecessary to do a star ranking, to be honest.
Just put a bloody
unless it's like up to like 3 or 4 or 5, I can deal with
Yeah,
it.
it
But
was
anything
10.
more than that.
And it's
Yeah,
had
that
half
feels-
measures. That's the thing that caught me out, the half measures.
Yeah.
Like 3.5 stars. I'm like, what the fuck? So it's okay at the start, but as you get to like, when you get between like 6 and 8, I was like,
How many is there?
How many is
Yeah.
that? I don't know why I
Yeah.
didn't just put a level 20 recommended.
Yeah.
That's what I want out of these games. Just be transparent. Now they do offer, like, if you press the middle button, it will show you, like the touchpad, it will show you like a list of everyone that's completed that. Not everyone, like a selection of people that completed it, what their party makeup was, and the levels. I think that's what's used to guide you. But and you can actually select that person's like loadout and apply it to yours if you've got the right archetypes. That's quite cool. But I'd rather they just said recommended level 20. Then you know. You got to concern yourself with it. Final negative quality of life. The game does trap you in long segments where you can't save. It's not really a problem until you have a fucking power cut, which I didn't have, but it's just the eventuality of sitting there thinking it's been 40 minutes and I ain't seen that autosave go off. And I'm watching cutscenes and scary.
It's worrying. It's not
Anxiety inducing. It mentioned it in the fucking notes, didn't it? In the store page, talking about people's anxiety. That's the absolute peak of it. Sitting there going, it's been 40 minutes and it ain't saved. The power did go out randomly the other day. I was like, well, I know people say it's not a problem, but it could be. So let's just think
You need
about
to get
that.
yourself a little Tesla backup pack.
But if
It's
it
a lot
cuts
of
out
money,
for,
though.
if it cuts out a split second, that's it. Does the Tesla thing? Is it completely?
I don't know if it's. I'd be very surprised if it's seamless. Like, there's no way. There's always going to be, even if it was like the smallest millisecond, 0.00001. That's still a moment that the power isn't in. So I don't know.
It's not to be trusted. Anyway, that's what I had on my list.
It's a decent list, to be fair. It's like an hour 15 a list. I mean, there was some stuff in there and waffle about lordship and sirs, but no, it wasn't too bad. So is there anything else that sort of cropped up in that mind of yours whilst we've been waffling, say where you have largely been waffling through that we haven't touched upon, that you feel deserves an honorary mention at this point?
I don't think so. I think, overall the game's really strong. Does have some like minor missteps that, on the whole, on a single note, they don't really matter. But I think there's a few things in there they could have tightened up on. Their games still are. Every one I've played has some level of like pacing issue. There's still just something in there they haven't quite ironed out. And the fact this for the most part is so well done, like they kind of had it, the prototype was there, and then they just sort of at some points went squandered it. But I think it's different enough from the Persona series. Like I said, I think it'll draw in people that, like, if you've been turned off by just the setting of Persona, but really wanted just to try what these games are like, this is the one. 'Cause it's not stupidly hard like Shin Megami Tensei, and it's got a nice, maturer sort of tone to it. It's worth going for. It's not perfect. It doesn't have like the S tier statuses of many of certain things. The combat's a nice twist on what I'd had before. I think that's important because I don't want to be playing just Persona with a reskin. This does offer enough tangible differences just in your party archetypes, and fiddling around with those is fun. And I think this will, I think it's a good to great game for overall. Like, glad I went through it. it's long. I would advise against trying to breakneck it because, like I said, you'll get costed. The game will put its foot down at points and say, you ain't getting through this unless you've put the time in to a certain extent. So don't go skipping through, running past enemies, trying to... There's an element of these games, they're so long that I think it's natural to try and get to the end. Like, just, I'll cut a corner here, I'll cut a corner there. Just don't. Just log off for the night and say, I'm done, or come back to this tomorrow. Like, don't get in that mindset where, I want to finish it now, because you'll cost yourself.
You can sometimes get into that where you set yourself targets.
Yeah, I did. There's definitely a point or two in this game where I got like that, and I was like, this. It taught me a very tough lesson. Like, you're not gonna get away with that here, son. And I was like, okay, I need to just swallow my ego here and just think it ain't gonna be finished for another week or whatever it is. You know, I've tried to cut corners here and there, and long term it'll cost you. So. You know, and actually it was quite fun, like I said, just leveling up and exploring what you can and can't do with these archetypes, because the more experience you get, the more flexibility you can do in terms of like mixing and matching. So, yeah, just be careful. Don't expect to breeze through it like Persona. I'm sure most turn-based experienced people will find it, you know, no problem. But if you're like me, still squabbling through, there are tough lessons out there to be had, but I think that's about it.
Yeah, they really don't want you to... there's no shortcuts, I think, is what I've always heard through these JRPGs. Yeah. They're just a time sink, and they, if anything, require more, not less. There's no...
Yeah.
You don't see them getting speed run, do you? You don't see someone going, I completed that in 10 hours.
No. The lesson was don't cut corners, which I thought I'd kind of ironed out of my approach, but I clearly hadn't, because I still did it a few times. And... Yeah. Also, I'd recommend having another game on the side just to get away from it all. Because these are long games. It took me... When did this come out? October?
October.
Yeah, we're recording this in December for the January edition. So it was a good, 2 and a bit months. And that was... At the start, I had other games that I was dipping in and out of. Whereas at some point, that stopped. And I was like, I'll just focus on this. I think that's... For games this long, unless you really don't get worn out or burnt out on things, and you need to just... be sensible and be like, right, I'll go and play something else for a little while. And, that'd be my recommendation to people.
Always a balance, isn't there? Otherwise you just get sapped into it, and that's all you got.
No.
Right. Let's head towards the gallery then.
Yep.
Because you've got sandwiches in the fridge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost certainly going in there, right?
Yep.
I mean, well, everything goes in. We all go in.
Well, the self-storage outside doesn't.
Well, it's not going in there. If this goes in there, then you just give up now. An hour and a half to say that, you'd be fuming. So I'll leave it up to you then to let the viewers know where you're going to bung this one.
Yeah. So I mean, if I look... I'm trying to think.
Has he made a rod for his own back?
No. I think look, to keep it simple... It's a gold.
Cool.
It is the gold that was required. Persona 5 Royal got the platinum treatment, so that, you know, that's the S tier. That's the platinum standard, I'd say. This is still very, very good. And it had the potential. This is the thing. I think this is splitting hairs, but it had the potential to be in that platinum tier for sure. But some of the things I mentioned, whether it's to do with the pacing or the boss checking or, you know, the certain parts of the game that just don't feel that connected, potentially. It's just not overly consistent enough. And the thing is, this runs at a much more constant pace than Persona 5 Royal. Like, Persona 5 Royal was a slow burn, but it was consistent. I think the jarring thing with Metaphor is that it wasn't overly consistent at times. And... yeah, I think there's still a few things to learn out. Maybe if I was to replay it, I'd have a different opinion because I know what to expect. This was a bit of a learning experience. But still, Gold's very strong. The dungeons alone would prevent it, I think, from becoming top tier. And if the story was told in a bit more, if they'd just been a bit more careful with it, because I think, as I say, you write down a bit of paper, I'll give it to you, go, yeah, interesting, but the execution of it in certain areas was lacking as well. So I think that's enough to stop it getting a platinum, but nonetheless, I'd highly recommend it if people have played the Persona games and want something new, or if they really like the idea of it, or like even just like the combat of Persona and was like, I just can't stand these fucking school kids, then they've made the game for you here. It's really good. It's a recommended game, one of the better games that I've played this year. So Metaphor ReFantazio Gold. That's that.
Yeah, that's about where I thought. I didn't, for some reason, get the impression this would be a platinum for you. I was wondering whether those few bits that you mentioned might knock it all the way down to silver, but gold's about where I probably expected.
There was a consideration of that, but I think that would have been my ego
Brutal.
saying, well...
A bruised ego.
Yeah, it would have been that. That would have been the only reason to do it, out of spite. But I think had I done it immediately in the aftermath, I may well have
done that.
But I think when you give it, that's why I like to give it like a week or so minimum to digest, and you're like, yeah, it was a learning experience. So just take it for what it is and move on, and go and build those roads in Death Stranding for 50 hours. They ain't going to build himself, so. That's the new
Are you playing the
focus.
whole thing again from scratch?
Yep. Director's cut, so there's new content in there to discover. Although, fuck me, can I remember what the old content was? I don't know what's new and what's old, so I'll have to look it up after.
You streamed it, didn't you? When you were, I don't know if that's after you completed it, because I remember watching you stream that for a bit, and I remember being so bloody confused by what the purpose was. Like,
build those fucking roads, mate.
And I was just like, I don't... You know,
It's
you
a
just
weird
watch
game.
something-
It's such a weird game.
I was like, what are we doing? Like, what's the progress? Like, it's bizarre. And then you got this little baby on you, and it's the whole thing is just bizarre. Yeah.
Daryl Dixon delivering packages. That's the gist of it.
Makes you wonder how that got signed off, but it's done well, reasonably well. Saying that,
on Xbox now, so it's on everything other than Switch. It's available everywhere, so no excuses, people. I do wonder. There's like Herman Hulst, who's the PlayStation big cheese. Yeah. He's a character model in this, and I wonder if in the Xbox version, whether it's him or whether they've. I don't think it's going to be Phil. He's still fuming. Let's have a look. Herman Hulst.
I love sometimes just looking at the critic consensus on OpenCritic, right? For Death Stranding, it's got like the pluses, which is a unique vision, it's mysterious and unique in every facet, solid performances, a star-studded cast, mostly delivers. And then the negative is a slow crawl. Patience is mandatory, as the game can drag for the first many hours.
What game's this?
Death Stranding.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's tough in the early going because you don't have any equipment, really. You just got your back and you're walking around. Like, you can't carry a shitload. But as the game, it's one of those games that the more you progress, the easier things become. You got to go longer distances, technically, but then you start to get like upgrades that mean you can carry more, you can move faster, you don't trip over everything. Like it is a humbling experience to start with because you're just so vulnerable. You're out there scrambling around for your life, but then you start to get in past that sort of first phase, and you're laughing really, and you've got those roads to build. So at least there's a focus there. But I'll report back on that in whatever that's ready in many months, probably, because it's a fucking big old game as well. So that's crafts. Anyway, let's get out of it, shall we? Metaphor ReFantazio earned itself a gold. I don't know where this is going to go in terms of the podcast order, so we'll either say thanks for your time and ta-da, or we'll see you on the other side. Here we are then, Fantasy Gaming League 2025, and this is the draft. This is the big one, probably my favourite video to do all year. And we've got the two competitors. We've got Paper, who is the reigning and defending FGL champion. He's got the belt in the background for the video viewers. Was just complaining off air that he prefers the old belt, so I don't know what that says about him. Ungrateful. And then we've got challenger Mr. Hall, who won the Grand Prix, so he's up finally to win his first professional FGL title. He's got a couple of amateur titles under his belt. They don't
Still an
count.
absolute scandal.
That was back when Joe Davis was winning the World Snooker Championship. It was too easy. And since we've got some competitors in, he hasn't won it since. But now he's earned his way up there. This is the chance to complete the Triple Crown.
We are back.
So he had a chance to do the slam this past year, but he blew out the quiz. So you have to wait till later on this year to try and get that accolade. But gentlemen, how are we today?
Yeah, we're good. It's
You
nice to
buckled
be.
first.
I know. I say I stamped my authority early.
Okay.
That people knew I was up first. No, I'm good. I much like you. This is probably my favourite show to
Lovely
do
drop of
every
wine,
year.
this is.
Really slopping himself a full glass as well.
Exactly.
Really English glass of wine there.
I don't know why
Only
people are doing
half
smaller
bottles
glasses.
gone.
Wow. This is good as, isn't it? As I said, sorry, paper, I got cut off by the wine.
No, it's fine. For the listeners, there's probably a glass the size of Apps's head there.
Got some shortbread as well.
Christmas.
Oh, what a
Yeah.
combo.
Cheese.
Shortbread and wine. Unbelievable.
Sorry, paper, I'll let you finish this time.
I have no idea what I'm saying.
Right. I wouldn't know what you're saying either.
We're back. It's the grudge
back.
match.
It's back. Well, it is an interesting one, isn't it? Just to look back on. I was just echoing what you're saying. This is, having done this show multiple times because, I am the GOAT. It is probably my favourite show to do every year. And I've had multiple times to doing it. And so it is fun. This is the one I enjoy the most. Because I think there's lots of ups and downs in it, so it's a good laugh. And I think, as Hall also alluded to, the grudge match. This is the very first ever professional match that ever happened on the
True.
Dimp leagues, and I took that title. And I think that's hurt Hall ever since because he's never won a pro league. So it's this is his opportunity for redemption. I'll just add it'll only make it 1-1 if he wins, so he still doesn't go past me.
Oh, we've got
but,
to do a best of three, have we?
I
Is
love
that the way you're positioning that already?
It will be the rubber match.
You can't lose. You also can break the curse because still no one has defended that fucking title yet.
That's true.
The Grand Prix winner
That's
always
another
comes up
reason.
and wins.
If Hall loses another this year as well, that's an accolade he won't want. That
Yeah, that is going to
we've
suck.
broken the curse.
Oh, that's as bad as getting the lowest score on the quiz, I think, which people seem to do on a regular basis. But Mr. Hall, finally, after years of being stuck in that trench war down the Grand Prix where it's chaos with 60 games floating around, you've managed to get out of that shitter and now got an opportunity at a nice clean run. But as we know, you've got to pick 3 other fucking slops to try and help you out and navigate that minefield, so it doesn't get much easier.
Yeah, I mean, the more I'm listening to that fucking results show with that Snurk and fucking Logan going at one another, just talking utter bollocks the whole way through it, and then we were saying, like you two saying, see, if you put the effort in, you get a good score. I put less effort in the year just gone than I think I ever have done. I just subbed out a load of shit because I knew I had a load of absolute. I started off the year with a blank, for fuck's sakes.
True.
Like, it's absolutely pathetic. But it proves that this is a complete and utter shit shoot. No one knows who's going to win because you're stuck with 3 morons who haven't got a fucking Scooby, and it doesn't take a lot for someone to get derailed with just a pick that's just gone absolutely out of nowhere. So coming in with not quite the same gusto that I was last time when we had this match-up, where I think we were both dedicated to be the most insufferable cockends to one another that was possible. And it seems a little bit more reserved this year. Both of us been humbled a little bit with a few ups and downs. So it's definitely not riding the high of absolute supremacy that we once were.
No, it's definitely mellowed a little bit, but who knows? As the event kicks on, there might be some. I'm hoping it comes to blows virtually. Obviously, can't do any physical stuff, but that is what I am hoping for. So the formalities are as such. Paper, you get to choose the coin type that I'm going to flip. Hall, you're going to get to choose obviously heads or tails. You can choose something else, but you won't win. And if you win that coin toss, or if you lose it, whoever wins the coin toss, I should say, can choose to have the first game pick. So that's the number 1 game pick. And then once we get to the second phase of the captain's pick, that second part. Or you can choose the first team member pick. So you can choose one of the 6 teammates that might go on your side. Just for people's clarity, we've got 6 people: Adkins, Salmon, Parky, Biff, Adkins, Logan. They are in that order for a reason. That was the order they finished in the Grand Prix. Obviously, Logan coming back down from the bins of the FGL losing, he goes to the back of the queue. So they all got their draft in on time, so no one lost any spaces. So that might play into how people are gonna pick it. Hall's camera's frozen once again for the video viewers.
This is going to be me. Yeah, I've just got this frozen picture.
He's stuck. It's quite a good picture, to be fair. People should definitely check out the video version to see what it's paused him on.
It looks like one of his pictures out of his Instagram.
He's got too many clothes on. He's back though. If it does come back, there we go.
Boys,
we ain't got to worry about it too much.
Take my shirt off and then come back and it'd be cut to me nude.
Let's get the punters in. Get an OnlyFans Dimp set up. Paper. So I've got, as usual, I've got a £1 coin and a 5p pence, same as I've had for the last however many years. So you can choose one of these that I'm going to flick up on there. If you think there's some sort of advantage to my flicking style over one that you might be able to catch all out with, them, go for it, or just pick whatever you takes your fancy. They both have Dead Lizzie's head on it, so it ain't got the King Charles upgrade. Are they out in circulation yet?
I ain't had one, but then I haven't carried cash around a lot.
No, true.
No, yeah, cash is dead, mate.
For at least 5 years, so that's probably why.
I'm going to go, and just for the sake of being awkward, and it might be funny for the video, go for that small little 5 pence.
Okay.
Always do that, and it goes underneath his desk, and then we squabble around for 5 minutes trying to find it.
That could well happen. So 5p it is. At least I only lose 5p if I do lose this. Hall, heads or tails? Heads straight away. Normally it's tails and fail, so I'm going to flick this up in the end, hopefully catch it. Oh, here we go. That was sloppy, but
it'll do.
It's tails never fails. So paper, you've got the opportunity, I guess, to choose what goes first. There's actually a lot of pressure here because you can get this wrong and set yourself up on the wrong foot. I don't think it's much of an advantage, but you can at least choose what you're going to give up and what you're going to take first. First game pick or first team member pick?
First game pick. So the way I've done it is I've built it into such a way that it didn't matter which way it sort of went for my picks, at least.
Okay.
Whether those picks are right or wrong, I've sort of split everyone into pairs, so I'd always know I'd get like pair 1, pair 2, pair 3. You'll figure that out as I go through.
Until Hall picks someone who's not part of your pair, and you've got 2 to choose from.
That means I get an upgrade, so it's it works out. Game wise, I think there's one huge game, but then there's a lot of other good games that are up and around that could score very high next year, and then there's a lot of just things floating around. So I wasn't too worried about games because sometimes first game doesn't mean anything. My first game last year got me 70.
Because you're shit.
I won. Who's the GOAT? Me. So in that vein, as I don't care so much about the picks as in because they're in pairs, and I feel like there's one game that everyone's going to want to go for. I'm going for the game this year.
So you're going to go for the game this year. Hall, you are stuck with first team member pick. Happy with that? I mean, I think we all know where the first game pick's going to go, at least from Paper's perspective. I don't know if you were going to follow line. Maybe we'll find out afterwards, but it's out of your hands anyway. But
exactly, it is what it is. We make it work.
We make it work. So, Paper, you do have the privilege of choosing the first game. So this has been the number 1 draft pick for the entire competition. So it carries a bit of prestige. We don't want to get an absolute dud. So what are we going with? What's going to be the best game of 2025 as Open Critic scores it? They've confused things by adding a user score now. So every time I glance at things, it's sometimes I pick that one up my eyes and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
So anyway, I'm going to go for that game that everyone's going to pick, which is most likely going to be delayed. But we go for it anyway, because if you don't have it in your team, you're most likely going to move it out. So it's that Grand Theft Auto 6.
It's always going to be the case. I mean, how good is a game going to score for it to be worth all this? Like, it can only get a 95 or a 96. Like, is that going to win you a title?
No, well, Load improved last year when he got a 90 odd in his first game and I got 70 odd. It didn't win the title. So the first game, I don't think matters too much. It depends on the rest of the pack. But I feel like it's the one I wanted out of everything. I'm not too worried about team member picks. So,
and that's the one I wanted you to have.
Is it?
Played you, reckons?
It ain't coming, mate. You're in a dream world. You're in an absolute dream world.
It was most anticipated game at the Game Awards.
Yeah, no shit. It has been for the last fucking 4 years at the fucking Game Awards.
But at some point, it's got to come out, and you
Yeah,
would
and it's
suspect
2026.
it might do. But I think there's what we've proven over the last few years is it doesn't matter because there's plenty of good games out there, and you can sub it, and we'll know by September anyway. So it will be fine. If it does come out, it'll score well. If it doesn't come out, it gets subbed, and we'll have a better idea in September what's left on the table and whether it's worth it anyway.
Yeah, but it's the low-hanging fruit, really. It would have been... I know Hall would probably say he wouldn't have picked it, which I don't disagree with, but I think most people... And if I was to glance across the list of the slops, most of them had that number 1 or 2, so... Unsurprisingly, they just went to...
It's not on my list.
Is it not on your list at all?
It's not on your list.
Didn't even want to waste time with it.
Ain't coming out. There's no point.
No, I do tend to
it's
fall in that
not
camp.
fun.
That it's like 90% sure it's not coming, but...
We'll have it.
Solid start.
Mr. Hall, you get to respond to that, and then we'll get into the team member picks, in which case it will be kind of out of your hands. But what's going to be your first game pick to rival Paper's seemingly 0 that's coming, because it won't come out?
The game that I was thinking that James would pick. So my brain power, I was thinking, if James goes first team member, that causes me problems, because I'm not going to pick GTA 6, and then he's going to think that he's won because he's got first team member and he's got the game that he wants. But if he picks first game, he'll hopefully pick GTA 6, and I'll get the game that I want plus first team pick. So I am going to take Elden Ring Night Rain.
Interesting indeed. The last... Go on.
That is like 10 on my list.
Wow.
What?
Last 2 Elden Ring entries scored a 95 and a 94. That's the main game of the DLC. This is a multiplayer spin-off, so who knows? But we know the pedigree's there, Paper. What's that doing so far down the list?
Well, that's my view. Is it's a multiplayer element that's standalone. It might not even get a page. Like it's
A million percent will. They're going to charge 40 quid for this.
No, isn't it free? It's free. They don't. It's just add-on. They're not giving it. They're just giving it away. So
no, I think it's going to be a separate purchase required.
That's complete. Yeah, it's a standalone game.
Single-player games converted to multiplayer can really suffer. Does and like the
just like GTA Online.
One of the most downloaded mods on this website that's popular for modding is the Elden Ring multiplayer mod, which is immensely popular and has basically been hugely popular with people saying it's exactly what they want from Elden Ring. And then the Elden Ring developers have gone, okay, can do, and they've made it. And you've got it at 10.
Yeah.
10, James.
It's not. It's it's one of those. I think it's a bit of a risk it for a biscuit.
No.
Well, that's going to score 95, and you're on -5, so I'm 100 points up already.
There was one time I felt like changing the way it's structured, where it would be game versus game. So your first pick would be against his first pick, and it would be like just 3 points of winning the fixture. But then it became too complicated for me to manage. I was like, I ain't changing it. But it would have been interesting to kind of do it that way. So
known that this is the end of my cockiness, by the way. The rest of my list is all over the show.
it all goes downhill. It's not. It's a tough year, to be honest, but we'll see. It's out of your hands so a little bit now. You're in the hands of the Grand Prix Slops Hall. Who's going to be the number 1 pick on the team? So they get a little bit of a, I guess, an ego boost here, saying the number 1. Doesn't necessarily mean that the person was in the draft or was number 1's going to get it, because it comes down to trust. But who are you going to go for? You got Adcock, Salmon, Parky, Biff, Adkins, and Loading as we move into this second phase.
But the thing is with this, those at the top, they're going to get the first games on their list. But it also rewards you for picking people who are good later on, because they're going to have better games lower in their list. So like the low hanging fruit, you'd like to think that most people have got, although we've been stung by this multiple times in the past. Both James and I have been stung by idiots picking incorrect games at incorrect locations. So it's a bit of a shit show.
Idiots with Biff.
Yeah, well, yeah, we didn't want to say it, but
There's a few in here, don't worry.
I am going to go for, in the number 1 spot, Parky.
Sticking with his mate, isn't he? Train brothers together.
It's not a good track record, and one that is one that is not often rewarded, unfortunately. He's very quickly confined to the bins, where we normally jump in to go for the Adkins combo. And I just feel like I'm going to try and not be too clever, just take people who have got the best recent track record.
Yeah, he's never won the Grand Prix. He's never been on the winning team, but he has, on average, got an 89 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, ridiculous scores.
And he has won it all himself, so it's not like he's a mug. Like, he has been all the way up and all the way down. He's been on that journey.
Whereas Adkins keeps on winning, or had that streak of winning, but he's never won the whole event himself, has he?
Nah, he's a loser, isn't he? Can't do anything. He's not going to win the Ballon d'Or or whatever it is. Fucking hell. Needs to pull his socks up, that boy. Anyway, Parky has gifted you. This is almost like perfect Hall. I think it's a little bit risky, but it falls in line with like Hall's platform of choice at times, other than PC, obviously. He's gone for the absolute long in development Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Now,
okay.
In normal life, you'd say Metroid Prime, that's going to be unbeatable, but we haven't had a Metroid Prime like proper entry for how long? Fucking decades now, it feels like.
Last one was on the Wii, so probably 12, 14 years.
How are you feeling about that? Because it's been a while, but these are some of the greatest games of all time if you listen to some of the old goats from like GameCube era, especially the first one. The trilogy itself is kindly thought of, if nothing else.
I like the game pick. I think the game's going to be absolutely incredible. I am very much firmly in the camp of I don't think it's coming in 2025. I think this.
Switch 2 though.
I think much like GTA 6. Don't get me wrong. I know I was being a knob at the beginning of this podcast. It's a coin toss. I think GTA 6 might scrape its way out in the same way that Metroid Prime 4 might scrape its way out. And if they do, I think both of them will score mid to high 90s. But it is a risk.
Yeah.
Where was this attitude when I was picking GTA 6? Suddenly someone on your team's doing exactly the same thing, and it's
I'm suddenly I've turned back to humility. It's funny when you suddenly get stung into thinking you might lose. You just go, well, actually, maybe I was a bit hasty. Maybe I was a bit rude beforehand.
Interesting enough, this was actually second on my list below GTA 6.
Oh my god.
So I was really going to risk it.
Was it on your list at all?
I had it on there as a if I get down to picks 8, 9, and 10, and the rest of my games are already in, I feel like I'll have a solid opening 7, so I might be able to take a punt on something like Metroid Prime. But at the same time, it's one of those ones that if it appears in my teammates' 6 games, I'm not going to be sad about it. Plus, Parky does put the effort in throughout the year, will be consciously keeping a close eye on whether this is coming or not, and won't be averse to subbing it out should the time arise where we need to.
Yeah, he's always open to that. Like when Logan tried to get him to sub out Metaphor, and he shut him down, to be fair. So he knew what he was doing, and Logan was like, "Oh, here's a screenshot of it. Look, it looks rubbish." And I was like, screaming at my phone, like, "What are you?" It's the guys that make Persona. They're like easy 90s. What are we doing?
It's just pranks, yeah.
Luckily, Parky sent him packing, so he does know what he's doing. Paper, who's gonna? Interested to see how your pairings thing lines up. I probably won't ask for that information until afterwards, in case it reveals what your plan is. But who's going to be battling alongside Parky in your team?
Yeah. So I've got. Yeah. I'm getting my top pick, which is nice. So it feels like me and Hall, it doesn't matter which
Both
way
got what you wanted, apparently.
coin would have landed.
We're
I
at the
can't really
minute.
blame the coin toss anymore. But yeah, I've got my pairings, but there's always someone that sits in front if I get the opportunity. So for me, it was the man that's never let me down yet. He begins with an A in his surname, and it's a Tom, but it's Tom Adcock.
Ooh.
The man that was widely mocked for many years has now become indispensable, it seems, to Paper's plans whenever he gets a chance at it. So
he's picked well for me, and he's not let me down yet.
He's let himself down. I'll tell you that much when we get to his Grand Prix
what he
list.
does behind closed doors is up to him. But for the game picks, he's done well for me over the years. So I've gone for a bit of Adcock.
Fair enough.
Interesting enough, there's no
Yeah.
Adkins in the first top picks for the first time in God knows
Ever.
how long.
Cut out. Hall, Adcock, anywhere lurking on your list of priority? Don't
Yeah, I
trust
would
him
have.
yet.
Yeah, I think Adcock's a solid pick. My thought process was to pick him lower down because I feel like Adcock, as I mentioned earlier, I think Adcock does a decent job of staggering out his whole list. So he's the type of person who I would have been quite happy to pick up in my second or third picks to get a lower down game. But yeah, it's fine. Like, fair play. Paper rates him, obviously. Why not? See what he's got.
not?
That's the real This is the real question. This is where he now goes. Well, you've got GTA 7 as well as 6.
No, I think actually, to me, this is one of the most solid picks that anyone could have made. So, Mr. Adcock has given you Doom: The Dark Ages, Mr. Paper. So, in my eyes, that's a solid pick.
It is
87 for Doom, 89 for Doom Eternal. Like
91.
91
think-
potentially there for you.
I think it's a solid pick. I've got it. So I've split my list at the moment into games that like I would have just put in my sort of like top 10ish, and then I've got like my next list of games which are sort of like my solid picks in another bracket, and that's at the very top of my solid pick section. So I think it's one of those ones. To be honest, I didn't probably put as much research in as I normally do before some of these drafts, and I saw it and I was like, I know Doom performs well. It's always performed well when it's come out, but I've not had enough chance. I didn't have the time to look at some of the previews, reviews, what people are somewhat saying. But I knew it'd score well. So for me, I'm happy with that. It's a solid pick. I'm happy with it. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, I don't think they've really missed. I remember Hall got really badly stung by Doom Eternal, didn't you? It got delayed out of the year.
Got delayed. Fucking cost me. Cost me
everything.
a title.
Yeah. So that did happen, but this one I think is due a little bit earlier in the year. So even if there is a few delays, it should still make the year. And like I said, 87 and 89, I've enjoyed the games, the sort of revival of Doom. Hall, sad to see that one go because that seemed like to me it just seemed like a really solid, strong pick. That's not gonna cause any damage, that's for sure.
No. I think it's always going to, like we said, score. We know where it's going to land. It's going to be in that high 80, pushing 90 bracket. There's not a lot of concrete about when, but and the thing that's a little bit more with Doom and Doom Eternal, where obviously Microsoft have it's all Microsoft's on it, but they have Spencer's come out and said no, it's coming out on PS5 and Xbox day one.
Yeah.
I suppose that gave me a little bit more confidence that it'd be coming out when they say it's going to come out. Like Xbox, when you're just delaying it for yourself, it's you can kind of do what you want with the release date, but when they've got PlayStation breathing down their necks, I can see that. Actually, I think that'll be a good scoring game, and I think it'll come.
Yeah. So Adcock's not crapped his pants there for you, so that's always good. Hall, who's going to be number 2 in your team? You've got Salmon, Biff, Adkins and Logan.
I am going to stick with my plan, and I am going to take Logan.
Christ, number 6 in the rankings, so probably is at the most disadvantaged. There's no doubt about that, as he would say. Let's have a look. Logan, well, I'll tell you what, this is a personal favourite of mine, and I think Hall, you'll be smirking at this one as well. Logan lands Monster Hunter Wilds. So again, early release. Monster Hunter World, which was the last sort of mainline entry into platforms. We had Rise between that on the Switch, and it got ported, but this is like the next version of World. Got a 90. Me and Adkins got obsessed with World at one point, so I'm happy. I imagine you're happy with Monster Hunter Wilds as well.
That is a spectacularly good pick. I think that is going to do very, very well indeed.
Yeah. Paper concerned about that.
This was funny enough when you were talking about the last game in Doom Eternal. You were like, solid pick coming out early in the year. I thought you were going to say Monster Hunter Wilds because it is early. It is a solid pick. It will score well.
Yeah.
It will be high 80s, maybe even into the 90s. It was third on my list. It was one I'd hoped that I would get. So it was, yeah, it's a cracking pick, and do you know what? Fair enough to Hall taking the risk because Loading came in at 6th, and everyone got the games in on time. If that's number 6 on people's as the first rounds, I'm quite surprised it's that far down, and Loading's managed to snag that.
Yeah, we had people blowing GTA 6, didn't you? Like relentlessly. So a lot of people
But then if they're GTA 6, then it would go down to their second one from the second pick and stuff like that. So it's
have I done the draft right there? That's one thing no one considers. Okay, I could have easily completely helmeted this up. Didn't even get 4 eyes checked this year. It can happen, and it will at this time of year. Paper back to you. So actually, thinking about it, that's number 2 and 3 that is on your list, Paper, that has been gone over to Hall's side. So you've got your first pick, gone all in on that game that's not coming out, and lost 2 higher rated games that you were probably going to try and go for.
Yeah, definitely. But they were by picks,
it.
and I'm not sure I would have picked in the order that Hall would have picked in. So I looked at it that way. Is actually it probably wouldn't have mattered either way. Hall would have probably had the games.
We'll see if it matters in 12 months, won't we? And we'll get the real data in. That's what it'll come down to.
Data.
Paper, who's going to be number 2? Bearing in mind that at this stage, Paper, you'll be condemning one of 2 people to this last kind of slot. So you're putting them at risk of getting the black eye. And Hall ultimately will decide that person's fate because he falls on the numbers game. But you can at least save someone from that embarrassment here. So there's a lot of pressure. There's personal relationships going. I know you like to put arms around teams, give them chocolates, all that dog shit to keep them motivated, but there's a couple of people here you're going to put in the firing line, so someone's going to get lucky and 2 aren't.
It is an interesting one, and this next, I feels like I could flip a coin on this one, but it's and what do I do?
Well, we know who it's not, so
we all know who's going to be last pick, so
let's just get it out of the way and pick which one of the other 2 you want.
Because I'm going to get that last person anyway. So it's I'm in sort of 2 minds what to do on this.
We're going them in pairs for a reason.
I
do 2 people in the same league.
But then when you get close to the decision, what I'm going to do is, just because I like symmetricalness, I'm going to go for the double Tom A's. So I'm going to go for the Adkin as my next pick.
Confusing for me because, yeah, that's annoying.
Double Tom A's.
Double Tom A. So, for reference, as we said, Adcock has got Grand Theft Auto 6 in his team, so you had to get his second pick there with Doom the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
Adkins had Elden Ring Night Rain, that's in his Grand Prix team, but Hall stole that, so you're down. Both these people here, you've got 2 onwards, so it's not their best work. What you've got in its place is something I would have never thought of, which can be either good or bad, but you do have Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. Now, the original came out in 2015 and scored a 84. Now, these are niche games, so normally the people reviewing them are, partial towards these sort of games. So, in all honesty, that's not a terrible pick, unless they completely blow the technical front of it. But I assume that was never on a list anywhere close to you, Paper, so you've just got an absolute rogue come marching in.
I've actually got it in the top part of my list. So
he has done his research.
It's
claims he hasn't.
Well, it was an interesting one, and it was one that's not been spoken about on sort of like the websites in terms of games anticipated.
Yeah.
But what I like to do every year is just go through the wiki in terms of upcoming games, and it was just scrolling through. It popped up, and I was like, oh, this franchise generally scores pretty well. Chronoblade, did very well on its last big outing.
Xenoblade.
He's so well versed at this franchise. He called it Chronoblade.
But I know what it. I know what it looks like. But it's it did very well on its last outing. So I was like, actually, in my list, it was above Doom. So like,
okay, wow.
So I'm quite happy with this pick. It's definitely something that I had on, and yeah, I think that's a solid pick if it comes out. And you said it's niche, it generally should score well. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, the only thing I think can go wrong is if they fuck the port up, but that can happen. We saw with like Until Dawn last year where scored well below what the original did because they completely helmeted up the port of it. But as long as you steer clear of that, it should be up in the 80s somewhere, maybe a bit higher. Hall, obviously you're on the Nintendo side of things. I'm sure you've seen these Xenoblade games. I've never played one, been meaning to get into them, but they're obviously massive commitments. But Chronicles X is seen as like a nice little game for people to jump into, and we've got a nice remaster coming our way.
I think that is an excellent pick. So, Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and it was too long ago to be on OpenCritic, so I'm having to go by Metacritic data. But Xenoblade Chronicles scored an 86 on average, but that was based off of the 3DS scores. It scored it scored a 92 on the Wii version.
That's an awful version, surely, of anything, that Wii.
I mean, that was at the time that it came out. And then Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition then scored an 89 on the Switch. Chronicles X came out on the Wii U and managed to score an 84.
There's only 4 people that had a Wii U, though, so...
Scored an 84 on the Wii U. I can see this doing a 90 quite happily.
Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant pick.
I like what Nintendo have done with the Wii U, because they know that only 12 million people had it, or whatever it was, and they've been porting over some of that stuff and saving it, like the Pikmin game, too, there's a Donkey Kong, like all this sort of stuff that not a lot of people have played. They're like, well, we've got 100 million install base here. We know these fucking people buy it, and I'm still waiting out for the Switch too, but this will all be hopefully compatible backwards and forwards and whatever. But
I would hope so. I think that'll do well, though. I think that's a shrewd pick from Tom A.
So you've got the Comedy Brothers have reunited with Adcock as a side piece. Absolutely unbelievable. Hall, you do get well, it's sometimes a privilege to decide who is going to be last pick, but you're going to be picking the 5th pick and condemning the other person to the ultimate embarrassment. It's Salmon or Biff. Both, I think Biff's used to this, but Salmon will feel slighted by being in this sort of last bracket, I think. He's not new to the game, he's done 3 seasons now, but I think he feels like he doesn't get the respect he deserves. Are you going to condemn him to the ultimate disrespect and 1, make him last, and then 2, put him on Paper's team? Or are you going to save him from that and just let Biff deal with that common feeling of absolute shit?
I mean, the thing is here, right? I genuinely don't think either one of these two is a bad pick here.
I wouldn't say any of these two are good.
No, I've been happy with... I was actually going to take Biff quite early this year. Because when you look at Biff top stacks, big time.
Yeah. He's only got like 4 games in him.
Exactly. And as it gets further down, it becomes more of an aggro for him. And Salmon, I was happy to pick up late doors because he will put a bit of effort in. And as you say, he's actually got a big gaming pedigree about him. When you look down his list, he was consistent the whole way through. Yeah. So for the added factor that it brings me so much joy to see Paper and Biff on the same team, I'm going to have to pick Salmon.
Salmon. Yeah, the thing about Salmon, he always seems to pick games that no one else picks as well. They're always like PC-centric, and a lot of the time they don't appear anywhere, and they typically score well. And this pick he's got you here is a well-known franchise. You would have played it, I've played it. Paper, you may would have thought about playing it, but it's Civilization 7.
Oh,
Big Sid comes in now.
Absolutely
Civ 6,
incredible work from the boy.
That is titles. 89 for Civ 6, and then Civ 7. Assuming we get it,
which we will.
He don't miss that old goat, does he? He's not even making it, but
that is.
How's he got his name to attach to it? I don't get all this.
Big Sydney loves
Sydney Poitier.
Sydney Poitier. Yeah, I'm well pleased with that. That's a fucking great bit of work. That was number 4 on my list.
Oh, okay. Yeah. When I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's going to do some favours for people. Paper. Go on, Hall. Sorry. I
cannot get over how happy I was. That was I'm going to pick this up at game 8.
Right,
because no one else will have picked it. That was what I was banking on there. So, yeah, that is a top draw from young Salmon.
He's done well. Paper, you've lost Salmon and been condemned with Biff, but on the pick of Civ 7, You're normally quite plugged into these sort of games, not necessarily playing them, but I'm assuming you was aware of this and it would have been lurking on a list somewhere near you.
It's number 5 on my list, and so
All of the paper's top 5 has been wiped out, it seems.
Hull wouldn't have got this at 8 because I would have got it if it had been left off the list. So like it's
Happy.
and yeah, let's lay the cards on the table. I wouldn't have picked Biff. I would have definitely picked Salmon, and so it's no one wants Biff was the worst performing player last year in terms of team picks. It's as simple as that. Let's not take captains into account, but in terms of players, he was the worst. So I think it's a fantastic pick. I think it will score high 80s, could be pushing the 90s. It's always a standard. They know their audience. They know what they're doing. They really, really have to fuck it up to really score badly. So
it would only fail if it came down to some sort of greed where they half tried to hold a load of, I know they had a lot of DLC, but they put the base game out of a lot of content usually. So
Civ 6 was 8 years ago.
Yeah,
8 years ago. That's wild. Feels like it was like 2 years ago. But Civ 6, again, I'm on Metacritic because it's got more historical data. Civ 6, 88, Civ 5, 90, Civ 4, 94. Civ 3, 90, Civ 2, 94. They've got such a good track record. And like you say, they release their games finished. They've been working on this for 8 years. I know there's obviously been DLC for Civ 6, but this will come out. It'll be polished, it'll be ready, and it will score exceedingly well.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, to be honest. Well, Paper, you've inherited the homeless Biff. So once again, he's been left in this dire situation. He has given you... No, I'm not. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. I just... I know where his head's gone here, and he hasn't... I don't think he's thought it through. He's not looked at the data. That's what I'll say. And it's not terrible. It's not terrible. And actually, it could be low-key pretty good.
Of shit here.
No, it's not. It's got... Look, I'll just say it. Ghosts of Yotai. So it's not a groundbreaker. It's this follow-up to Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima got an 84. It's one of those games that... Ghost of Tsushima was one of those games where everyone was like, it's amazing, game of the year. It's like one of the best... But it was not close to the 90s, so the critics obviously didn't see it that way. That's all I'm saying. Is that I think Biff got caught up in the chatter about Ghost of Tsushima. But actually, when you look at the data, it's a... if you get an 84 from it, I don't think you'll be crying back to Mama, will you? But... it's not going to... I would say if you're going to compare that to Civ 7, then I know there's probably going to be one winner, and it'll be... That's going to sting me, isn't it, saying that out loud? But it will be Civ 7. But your reaction to that? It's a PlayStation game. Pretty good with the single-player stuff.
It's in my top 10, and so it's not a dramatically bad pitch. I think, like what you said, it's interesting. Sometimes... It happened this year. Game of the Year just didn't score as well as everyone says. A Black Wukong, whatever it's called, the monkey game. Black Myth
that sounds so racist. The way you constructed all that stuff together and came out of that.
You know
Black
what I mean?
Myth Wukong, you mean?
Yeah.
That monkey game, mate.
Well, it was. But yeah, it was once again scored low 80s, but was Game of the Year. It's probably in a similar boat where you would expect, it to be in the 80s, expect it to be well looked out for in terms of the player base and stuff like that. You do. When was the last Ghost game that came out?
This one came out 2020.
2020 is the last year of the PlayStation 4.
Okay, so this should be an upgrade. 2020 is a good amount of years between the two.
Yeah.
So it isn't like they've just rushed it out.
No.
So I think this is a through pick. I think
female protagonist, that's worth +5 these days. It will get absolutely crucified in the comments, but
there's a lot of the woke brigade critics.
They love all that. They love a female protag.
So yeah,
I shave her head like mine. Quids in.
So yeah, I'm happy with that pick. I think that is a good one by Biff.
For Biff standards, it's on the higher end.
My criticism of him is just going to come back and bite me in the arse, and he does okay. So far, I haven't got anything to complain about.
Fair enough. Hull, no Ghost of Yotai for you. Was it on a list near you?
I didn't, but crossed minds. I think you teed that up to be way worse than it was. I think that will do okay. I just having a look. I think Ghost of Tsushima, like you say, last year at a PS4, most of the reviews that came in for that were when it was on PS4. And when you look at Ghost of Tsushima director's cut, that actually scored an 87 because that was a predominantly PS5 release. And I think that they will be pushing the hardware on Yotai to try and capitalise. I actually can see this doing quite well. I think a mid to high 80s is more than possible with that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I probably teed it up a bit. I just wanted to get the suspense of Biff to be.
It was funny, wasn't it?
Painted in that way. It's not a disaster pick, that's for sure. We're actually back with you, Hall. So we're into the second round of picks from your team. We've got Parky.
Daniel Parkleston. That's
I think there's criticism to be had here because the simple well, you'll know when I say it. You'll second guess yourself. You'll be like, have I missed something? And I think. Just trust your gut when I say this. Forza Horizon 6. It don't exist as far as I know.
Yeah, has that
It exists somewhere, but I don't think it's coming in 2025.
Has that even been announced?
No, I don't. I haven't seen it. I didn't know what to do with that.
September 15th, 2015.
No.
It's a motorsports, isn't it? Yeah.
They normally arrive between September and early November. If we had to make a guess, we'd go for the 21st of October 2025, and that's on racinggames.gg.
So where's that's where he's got that from?
On drifted.com, Forza Horizon 6 will likely be announced in 2025.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're working on Fable, that team. That's not their next big release. So that may be an early transfer. Well, Hall's used to transfer, so he shouldn't be fazed by that. Now, look, if it comes out, it's a 90. Like, we know that, but...
The thing is, Parky knows the game. He's not silly. He knows that, like, we've got until September. So sometimes it's worth punting with a big game, or what could be a big game, knowing full well that there is not too much of a risk if you had to sub it out. That said, this high up the list, I think there are...
It's a waste of 5 points.
Less risky games potentially to pick.
And can we just look back that Parker's put 2 punts in there now?
Yeah.
He's not just gone for 1, he's gone for 2.
He's gone from the hero, now he's been absolutely ripped to pieces.
Both score amazing, could both need subbing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's for Hall to manage now. He's going to have to keep an eye on those 2. And see if they slip through. Again, paper, I don't expect that to be on a list anywhere near you, so it was...
It's not on there at all.
It's one of those things I felt like reaching out to him and checking.
I would have put it on my list if I'd seen it, because we know it scores well. It's that standard. Like, you see those titles, and we played this game long enough now to know when you see it coming out, or it's a good chance it's coming out, it goes towards the top of your list. But if it's not even on the Wikipedia page for games coming out, potential games coming out 25, without, because lots of games there without even a quarter or a release date, you know it's not something to throw
GTA 7's on there, so I mean, if that's on there, Forza Horizon 6 ain't got a fucking hoop in hell.
Could happen, lads.
Speaking of playground games, we go back to Adcock. He's got you Fable paper, so somewhat of an unknown quantity because it's a new team doing it, and obviously they're known for the racing lads. And I'll tell you what I've seen of it looks pretty cool. But Fable,
does it?
Yeah, I like the look of it, but it's not like old school Fable. Like, it has the humour there, but it had that fucking prat off the it crowd.
Didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. HSBC. Is he done the HSBC adverts?
I don't know why they did that. Like, what was that to show? Is he a character in the game? Was that like it was such a weird advert for the game where they just showed like a badly CGI'd Richard Ayoade talking to you for a while, and I was just like, what the fuck's this? Very strange.
How are you feeling about that paper, Fable? Was it on a list near you?
It was on my list. It probably was in the bottom third of my list. We have smaller lists than most other people because we don't need as many games.
Smaller a lot of things, you two.
But it's one of those. I think it's like what you say. It's like it's one of those ones that there's so much love for the franchise.
Yep.
That could hurt it if it doesn't live up to what people remember. And sometimes nostalgia can really hurt scores because in your head you're playing this amazing game and then you go to it and it's nothing like you remember.
I felt like when I was playing Fable 2, I was like, everyone's told me this is incredible, and I was like, it's okay.
Yeah.
And that was at the time it come out on the 360.
No, Fable 2 was amazing.
No,
it was Fable 2 into Fable 3 was the one that was questionable.
3 was a bit of a letdown, yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing was, like, about Fable, always had like Peter Molyneux like talking about how you could plant a tree and come back to it in a generation and it would have grown.
Yeah,
It never even
Just
close to that nonsense. Like Sean Murray, like the first iteration of him like lying about what the game would be.
Absolute bullshit, yeah.
But Sean Murray made it work and fixed it over a number of years. Molyneux just went, nah, it's just not in the game. It's not happening. What do you think about Fable in Hall? Because you've been playing these games on and off. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen one. I think it's over a decade now. But I remember playing 2 and 3 on the 360 back in the day. It's a franchise that Microsoft have had. And then finally going to do something. We've given it to the race car boys.
I love Fable. I thought Fable 1 was excellent. I thought Fable 2 was absolutely incredible. I thought Fable 3 was pretty much drivel. I think this will be average at best.
Oh, well, there you go. He's laid down the absolute marker for it.
I think it will score 75 to 80.
Wow.
Well, Phil Spencer won't be happy with that. All these exclusives fucking underperforming. At least he's got Forza Horizon 6 coming.
That's what happens.
Logan for you now, Hall. I've never played these games, but I know the original did pretty well. I haven't looked into how likely this is to be coming or anything like that. Didn't track this game. But Logan, to be fair, I'm not sure where he pulled this out of his arse from because it's not the sort of game he would ever play or even consider, but he's given you Slay the Spire 2.
Perfect.
Yep. Slay the Spire got an 89 for reference on Open Critic last time out. So
that is the next game on my list.
Oh, okay.
Another one that I thought I'd be picking up late doors. I think this will do very well. I'm relatively confident it's coming. I think that is a very shrewd pick again from Logan. And I've gone with Logan early enough that I haven't got fucking relegated into the Football Manager dregs that he always picks every single year. So that has worked out well.
Paper, Slay the Spire anywhere on a list near you?
It actually isn't. I saw it and then I just didn't know enough about it to really be able to put it on a list. So I'm not suggesting it's not going to do well. It's just not something I decided to have in that sort of like list of 20 games I had this year. So I'm more than happy for that one. It actually, what's quite nice is Logan has come in at pick number 6 in the game, and he's gone to Hall's team, and Hall's he's hit it out for Hall. Like Hall wouldn't have changed a pick, so I think that's really good. I think actually so far out of all the picks in terms of like manager picks and still coach picks, like Logan's probably been a really shrewd pick by Hall.
Early call Logan MVP with them too.
Oh, he's laid down the marker. Let me make a note of that. So when he finishes last, I can mock you.
Neither come out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, to be like I said, he was snookered in somewhat. When you come out of the FGL, you go back into the fucking bins. There's no, you get this, you have to just kind of make do with what you can. I think he's done a pretty good job for 2 games. The rest of his list might suffer later on, as we'll have a quick look at and get to. But as a team member, he's probably earned that sort of second spot at least. Whereas a lot of people would have seen him in the last bracket just simply because he's number 6 in the rankings. But there you go. Paper, the Comedy Brothers reunited. It's Adkins. He's gone for Split Fiction, which is the follow-up to It Takes Two, which won Game of the Year in 2021, I want to say. Yeah, so this showed really well at the Game Awards. It Takes Two got an 88. It's co-op only, so you have to play it with 2 players. But having played It Takes Two, that's fucking brilliant, that game. So and this is a similar slice of that. There's no reason to expect this to do anything other than pretty good, if not better. So you're frowning, which means it doesn't seem like it's registered anywhere on any sort of list. But immediate reaction to that, I've tried to sort of talk you off the edge of the cliff there because you didn't seem happy. But I think that's not too shabby.
No, it's not on my list.
Wow. To be fair, it was only announced at the Game Awards, so it's one of those recent ones that It's got a March 5th release date, so chances are that you'll get it. But it is a short. It was unknown before,
Yeah,
the
I was
Game
actually
Awards,
scrambling
so-
around to because I remember Hall posted a load of updates from the Game Awards in the chat, and I think I couldn't find them or the link to it. So because I know there was a bunch of games announced that probably wasn't going to be on any of the lists I was trying to find on the internet, and this was therefore one of them. I once you say I don't think it's a bad pick if you look at the background to the developers and what they've done previously. I think once again it's one of those that will it perform as well as It Takes Two?
Yeah.
Probably not, because it's that novelty is not there anymore. But it's as long if they put in a good game, people will still enjoy it and people will score it well. I think it's an interesting concept that a critique is playing a game in a co-op mode, whereas they usually don't. It's multiplayer, like where you're not really probably playing with mates and stuff like that, or you're playing single player games. You're probably playing it with someone else that's going to have an opinion, and therefore that's going to probably impact the critic's opinion. And so you would hope it's not critic playing with critic, and it's like critic playing with like their mate, and they're all just having a good time, and that will help boost it. So we shall see. I think it's a good pick. It's a solid pick. It's one I'm happy to have in the team. That Adkins has done all right.
To be fair, they do the right thing. At Hazelight, I can buy the game, and then I can give you or Hall a free pass to play with me. So you don't have to have bought it to both play it, if that makes sense. So I like the fact they do that, because I think they realise that asking two people to buy it to play it is a bit of a stretch. So if one person buys it, they get a free friend that can come along for the ride. You don't get your achievements, Hall, so that will be a concern for him. That would have been back in the day, and he's raced to 100k.
Yeah,
but
now.
I think that massively helps, like the curve of it, because if you said it's co-op only and both of you've got to buy it for 40 quid, that's a harder sell. Whereas one person can grab it and then the other person can play for free. So I always thought that was a good little method of theirs. Hall, did you ever play It Takes Two? Because it is comedy co-op at the end of the day.
I did not. Yeah, I knew it was well received. They did A Way Out as well, didn't they? That's them. So they've done 3 games, 3 two-player co-op style games. A Way Out, not quite so well reviewed, but evidently improving on the formula. Probably a little bit too early to kind of give them the absolute stamp of approval as developers get once they start to bang out sort of X amount of top quality games. But I mean, what are we on? Game number 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 5th of the team picks, game number 6 overall.
Yeah.
Could be a lot worse. I think there's still games that are maybe a bit better, but I certainly wouldn't be upset with getting that coming into my team, I don't think.
No. But will you be upset about what Salmon has given you at game number 7? That's going to be the key question here. I only became aware of this franchise until very recently. I had not even heard of it beforehand.
Oh dear.
And it's not saying it's a bad thing, but it is out of the box, as you'd expect from Salmon.
Yeah, I don't mind that though. That's why we took him at number 6, because we knew that we would get these.
Yeah. Let me just double check the names. I feel like it's missing a digit there. That doesn't seem right to me, because it's a... Apparently it is. Oh, interesting. So you've got Anno 117. Now, they're a bit up and down. We had Anno 20... I think it was... What was it? 2002-05 or whatever it was. That was a 69. Anno 1800 was an 82. I want to play this because I like city builders and sim builder type things, but to say that they are consistently getting the Open Critic high scores would be a lie. So it's a little bit up in the hands of the gods, I think, and I'm assuming it wasn't on a list near you.
I have it written down on my initial list of however many games. But as you've correctly identified, I did a bit of looking into previous ones because I know how popular Anno 1800 was. A lot of people liked Anno 1800 specifically. Yeah. So I was, when I saw Anno, what is it, 117? Pax Romana, so when I saw that, I was like, oh, that could be, if that's part of the same series, maybe that could be a decent pick. So I jotted it down to then have a look into, and I ultimately scrapped it as one that I am just a bit unsure of.
Yeah.
It's...
I'll tell you what I do like about it is that it's focusing on a time period that I know the fans have wanted.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
so
that's
that'll
fair.
go a big way. I think if you look at the bad scoring futuristic one, people went,
Futuristic one, 2205, yeah, did not do so well. So we'll see. I'll give that benefit of the doubt for the time being. I haven't played them.
I haven't either. I want to though.
I've seen a decent amount of them, but I haven't played any of them. There's so many like odds,
I know.
bits and pieces. Again, it's another one of those ones. Similarly to Split Fiction, I don't think it's a terrible pick, but I also think there are still potentially some games that I would have preferred, but I can't slate them too much. Being at number 5, it's always tricky. You've got X amount of games out in front of you that could have gone a lot worse, put it that way.
Yeah. Paper. Ever heard of Anno?
Nope.
No. We'll move on. Your final team member pick was Biff. Black-eyed him. We've got... I'm interested to see what Hall thinks of this, or whether it's on your list. Obviously, we'll start with you because it is your team member paper. But what we have here, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD.
I've got it on my list, so it's
Okay, it's made it.
Biff has actually somewhat aligned to some of my train of thoughts, which is good.
I don't think that's good. I don't think it's good for you. If he's on the same wavelength as you, I don't think you've regressed.
I said I had this sort of top list of games I wanted, which I'm sort of starting to second question myself now because I've been talking about some of them and you lot have been like, what? And then a load of them are not been picked yet. And I'm like,
okay.
So maybe some of them, I haven't done some research here and there's a lot of issues with them. But it is in that second bracket that I speak about of games that I think should do all right and will. I was potentially going to keep away from it. Nintendo's one of those ones that the hype train isn't there so much for it anymore. I suffered from that last season, having two sort of Mario style games. That being said, Hall also picked Paper Mario last year, and it scored incredibly well. So
who knows his onions when it comes to Nintendo?
Paper Mario or RPG Mario? I can't remember, one of the two. But it scored incredibly well, and so
1,000-Year Door.
I can't remember. Was this a Wii U game as well?
Wii.
And it scored okay back then as well. So we'll see what they do with the port. It'll score at least 75.
Okay. He's happy with that. Hall, we know you're missing Nintendo, or was at least, but you're the closest thing we've got to missing Nintendo these days, other than playing liars at the table, shooting each other, or whatever you're up to now. But would you have considered Donkey Kong Country Returns HD? So we're not getting 4K versions of these games still, Nintendo. Most games, like we've got the 4K version running, and Nintendo are like, HD version in 2025.
HD. I again had it scribbled down on my big pack and ultimately determined that it wasn't. So it's a remake or it's a remaster, whatever you want to fucking call it, of the Wii, as James said, the Wii game.
Yeah.
I think it got a bit of a bump on the Wii because a lot of the Wii games were shit. And this didn't have loads of motion controls. It was a classic Donkey Kong Country style game, and I think it benefited from the time that it came out. I think if they'd have remastered, say, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, the very originals, the SNES games, I think it would have done. But I'm not entirely convinced this is. It also comes out January 16th, and
there's no way getting away from it.
Do you know what? Like, as stupid as it sounds, I didn't want to start. Like, you start the year with a mid 80, you go, okay, that's all right. You start the game with a low 70, and you go, fucking hell, I'm on the back foot already.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to score in the 90s, so I don't think you're going to start off the year thinking, fucking have that. We're on the front foot. The best result you're going to come out with is, right, well, I haven't lost with game one. And I didn't want it on that essence. I didn't want it to just spoil my year in saying, oh, God, it scored a 70, now we've got to play catch-up.
I think Paul also makes an interesting point where it reminded me of the conversation we had with Krog in the show, is that it very much feels like now you're just getting the dregs for the Switch. They're saving up the good stuff for the Switch 2, and this could just fall into that category of it's the dregs that they can get the best out of, and they can push the console, and you're just getting another little bit of cash grab before
Just shitting out the
good
last of the
stuff
Wii and
is
Wii U
coming
games that they want to
for
get rid of.
Switch 2,
Yeah, it's tough on it.
because that's sort
It
of where
is
we feel
tricky.
like we're at the Switch at the moment.
Would you rather have Metroid Prime 4 or Donkey Kong Country Returns HD paper?
Well, I've got Metro Prime 4 a lot higher on my list, so I'd have had
I was
that.
going to say,
Yeah.
you said you Metroid Prime
2 or something.
2, and he's gone.
Paul? What would you rather have? I mean, you've got Metroid Prime, but would you trade that for Donkey Kong?
No, I'd rather have Metroid Prime. I'd rather have
The
the
unknown. And
the unknown
flexibility.
possibility of a 96
Yeah.
than have the hoping on an 82. Is the way I see it.
Oh dear. Right, that's the team picks concluded. So at the moment, here's the rundown. We've got Paper's team of. I've got GTA 9 written in there. How much wine have I had? GTA 6. GTA 9 is definitely not coming.
Chance is coming out, yeah.
So Paper's got GTA 6, and then courtesy of Adcock, he's got Doom the Dark Ages, courtesy of Adkins, Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. Biff has given him Ghost of Yotai, Adcock Fable, Adkins Split Fiction, Biff Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. And then we got Hall, who has got himself Elden Ring Night's Reign. Parky gave him Metro Prime 4 Beyond. Logan with Monster Hunter Wilds. Salmon with Civilization 7. Parky with Forza Horizon 6. Logan with Slay the Spire 2. And then Salmon with Anno 117 Pax Romana! How are you feeling, Paper, at the end of that phase? We're going to move to the final phase in a minute. But how are you feeling? I feel like there's a lot of good stuff on Hall's side. There's good stuff on your side, but like Civ 7 and Monster Hunter and the potential of a Metroid Prime.
I think I'd say I think at the moment probably Hall's nudging it in terms of the opportunity for the slightly bigger scoring games. I was slightly disappointed with not getting Civ.
I think yours is quite solid though.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying like I think that there's the opportunity to score slightly higher within Hall's teams there.
The glory is there.
I think the opportunity to potentially make some shrewd decisions further down in the year is there for Hall, whereas I think that's probably less likely on my team. Whereas I think I've got some reasonable scoring games, maybe those low to mid 80s, which is nothing to be upset about. But there's a few of them that are coming out early that we probably won't have the chance to think, is this the right decision to sub out? And we'll probably end up going with them. So I think from that point of view, I think I'd say I'm going into this a little bit on the back foot in the final 3 games.
The good thing is you've got plenty of time to sub out GTA 6 when it never comes out. So you've got a lot of time
3
to
years.
sort that one out. Yeah, you can try that in 2028 and see if you get how far you get. Hall, how are you getting on with that? That's not bad. Not bad for anybody, really, but you'll focus on your side.
Yeah, pretty pleased with that. I think when I look at the picks that teammates have chosen, I don't think there's any one player on my team that I would sub out for a player on James's team. I think Parky, Logan and Salmon, I think all of their twos are arguably slightly better than the picks from Adcock, Adkins, Biff.
Is Forza Horizon 6 just like GTA 6 though? It's just a free transfer.
It's a punt. It is for sure a punt. But again, like I say, I look at the picks that. I mean, I wanted Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, but I didn't particularly want Split Fiction. I didn't want Fable. Didn't want Donkey Kong.
Cool.
Ghost of Yotai. Okay. Doom Dark Ages. Yeah. Okay. Again, solid. But I'm happier. I think there's a definitive 4 out of those 6 picks from my team that I absolutely wanted on that I am absolutely happy with on my list, and then there's 2 that I'm on the fence about.
Yeah. All right.
Which I don't think is a bad. I mean, that's a bad split. If you come out of this thinking again, same as with
lost it yet.
Lost. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of a promising position to be in.
Are they getting better, these competitors, or are the games just affording them less?
I think it's a shit shoot, mate.
Minds? Yeah, okay. So they're not going to be better.
I think there's
they're getting
rhyme or
lucky. There's a
reason
lot of
to
games
it.
for to choose from. Okay. Well, this is where it can be won and lost. As we saw last year, this is basically where it was won and lost, is the captain picks. Yes, the first game matters, but you've got 3 games here each to make a real impact and negatively or positively on your team. Paper, back to you. You're now in control. So it's been a little while since you've been in control. We went with GTA 6 to start with. What's going to be game number 8? And I know you lot order your lists, and you all every year I've got the order here. I see you all going.
And then it's
Oh, I don't know which one to pick. So are we in that boat where we're not quite sure what we're going to go with, even though 20 minutes ago it was all ordered up and it was going to be
It was a
easy,
done
just a
deal.
case of picking it.
Yeah, it's not in order to the way I picked it, and I've reordered things around the way I want it, and then I've got in there a few risky biscuits, and I don't know whether to go for the risky biscuits and try or not. At the moment, I'm thinking let's not go straight into the risky
Batting
biscuits.
down the hatches. Just
And let's try and go for something which should score relatively well, but could also go the other way. And maybe when we saw that last year, and we thought Microsoft Flight Sim would do very well, and it bombed
no,
out.
we
So-
didn't. You did. No one else thought it was even coming out, and I said as much, and it came out, and guess what? It weren't fucking ready, so it should have been delayed.
So I'm going to go for Like a Dragon, Pirate Accuser in Hawaii.
Okay, it's got Samoa Joe in it,
It has got Samoa Joe.
so
and
if nothing else, we've got that.
Yeah, it's a very good. Well, I don't know if it's good. I've never played the other than the Like a Dragons, but from critic responses previously, it does relatively well.
Mate, might fill in the old Assassin's Creed 4 gap. Like, I don't know. They shit out a lot of games, RGG. They shit out so many games like once a year that at some point they've got to crumble, but they haven't recently. So
No, and you'd
see.
expect Assassin's Creed to. It's another game that's going to come out this year that I'm assuming probably me and Hall both not going to pick, but it's probably going to get shat all over because it's been shat all over
well.
in some of the
I'll tell you
reviews.
what my eighth pick is.
I just think that's a bit of a shrewd 8th pick that.
He's called it shrewd himself. He's reviewed his own pick.
Yes,
Patted himself
true.
on the back. He's done the
It's-
Obama gif or the meme. Putting a medal around himself.
There are games higher in my list, but I feel less comfortable with them. But I think they
Oh.
would score better.
You feel
And
more
so-
comfortable with Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Really rolls off the tongue.
We got Samoa Joe. That's all that matters. Hall, what do you think of that as a pick? And then obviously on to yours.
I was
Anywhere
going to
on
pick.
your list.
I was going to pick that.
Okay. What next? Or
I was going to be
Wow.
because, and again, the reasoning behind it is I'm looking at the ones because I've got another 6-7 games on my list, but I've got to play it tactically. That I've got to pick the ones that I think James will pick before me if I want to get them. So I had that next, not because it was my next ranked game, but because I thought it'd be the one that James was most likely to pick soonest.
yeah.
So I had to pick. If I wanted it, I would have had to have picked it now, because if you hadn't have picked it this round, you'd have probably picked it next round if it was still available. I think that's a good pick. I think that'll do well. The Yakuza / Like a Dragon games have done well. I see no reason to think this might break the mold. I think that's I think that's a decent. Certainly at this stage of the competition, I think that's a very good pickup. I thought that was going to go with one of the team picks.
Yeah. It's on Parky's list at what number's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's quite low down. I think all the games that went before that.
Someone else's.
Well, it would have been. Sorry, that's just the draft order. It would have been.
He's got it. You mean he's got it?
He's
Right,
got
okay.
it. Yeah, he's got, but he got it quite low. Yeah.
That's wild. That's a lot of games to be picked before that.
Yeah, and again, I look at some of the ones above it, and I'm like, "What are you lot doing, boys?"
That's at least 25 games that have been picked before that.
I mean, he's picked Forza Horizon 6. It doesn't exist before that, so
well,
it defies
there you
logic
go.
sometimes what these boys are up to. Poor old Parkinson.
Silly
So
Park.
I feel bad
Yeah,
doing that to him.
he hates getting shredded on these as well.
Well,
But
it's not
there you go.
shredding, is it? It's just because we love him. And he hasn't disgraced himself ever, so he's
No, you
done
got
a
to be
good
fair.
job. He's won it all.
Got to tell it how it
He
is.
should be like,
so.
fuck off, I've been the king. Don't you talk down to... He shouldn't take anything from me. I've never won it. I won amateur titles back when it meant something, though. No soul now, they're saying. Too much money involved. Anyway, sorry, Hall. Pick number 8.
Okay.
When you got fucking divas complaining about the belts. We never had that before. They couldn't believe they were getting a belt.
OG better.
Well, that was my own personal design, not Dave's shit that he come up with. So,
Okay, I am going to go with.
That's a big old glass in it. It's the whole bottle gone.
Oh. Yeah, I'm going to go with. I don't know whether this will be on James's list or not, but I am quite keen to get it, so I'm not going to run the risk, and I'm going to take Dave the Diver in the Jungle.
Interesting. So that's interesting because Salmon has that on his Grand Prix team. It was number 4, so I take a list of their top 4 in case you two pick their first 2 games.
Yeah.
So had you picked his 2 first games, Civ 7 and Anno, you'd have got Dave the Diver and in the Jungle DLC as a backup. So yeah, I played through Dave the Diver last year. I enjoyed it. It's good.
Yeah,
good shit.
scored a 90.
Yeah.
Was pretty unanimously liked. I suppose I'm just hoping this rides on the wave of the success of Dave the Diver, rather than just being the follow-up that does double shit. So touch wood, fingers crossed that'll do all right. It's one that I'm quite pleased to pick up. I'll be honest, I'd have rather have had that from Salmon than Anno 117, but that's where we are.
You've got them both now, so you can't complain. Both your top picks, I reckon. The only thing that concerns... Well, actually, 2 things. One, they did a Godzilla DLC, which I played, and that was fucking awesome. The way that sort of was wrapped into the game, it was fucking brilliant. But the trailer I saw, it come out and said late 2025, and I was like, well, you're saying that a year out. That's slightly concerning, but again, you've got until September to deal with that problem. Just one of those ones worth tracking. Paper, Dave the Diver in the Jungle DLC, anywhere lurking?
No, it's not on my list. So I
The
think
Game
we could
Awards
probably left
announcement.
that to exactly. So if Hull's got anything on his Game Awards announcements, he can leave those to last because they're not going to be on my list. So it's
Intergalactic's his next pick. Unbelievable.
yeah, maybe I'm just playing.
The Witcher 4 he's gone for. Got more chance than coming out than GTA 6 though.
You never know. But yeah, I think I'm liking what Hall's doing, and actually, having listened to this show, you tend to see people picking based on what they think's right, rather than looking back at the data of what the company's previously done or what the game other games have previously performed. And actually, I feel like he's actually put a bit of effort into this, so it's quite nice. It's usually I feel like I'm the only one that actually goes and looks at what previous scores have been. So welcome to the team, Hall. Nice to have you.
Somehow complimented himself throughout all of that.
Yeah, of course. There's another Obama fucking meme going on.
Yeah.
Paper, number 9.
Number 9 isn't coming out, but I want it.
Oh. Okay.
I've got
qualifier. After patting yourself on the back, looking at all the data. Yeah, look at all the data. This won't come out though.
Well, it's scheduled for 25, but it's like
minus
GTA
5 points. I'll take.
It's most likely not going to come out in 25. However, if it did come out and I didn't have it on my list, I would be disappointed.
It's not The Witcher 4, is it?
It isn't The Witcher 4, but it's in a similar vein of Death Stranding 2 on the beach.
Okay. I don't hate that choice because I'm playing Death Stranding at the moment, so I'm absolutely heavily biased towards that being great. So the data on Death Stranding is you got an 83 to start with, and then the director's cut got an 86. This is now the sequel to that. They have said 2025. We haven't seen much other than Daryl Dixon's sort of grey hair moping around. It has been a while. Kojima, well known for just blowing deadlines and whatnot. So I see what you're saying about it maybe not coming out. If I was going to bet, this has got more chance of coming out than GTA 6 though. And again, this might come back and bite me, but I would be more concerned about Grand Theft Auto 6.
It's one of those ones that I
love the pick though.
I expected one of the slops to put it in the team, to be honest. Like it's one of those it's a big title name that I think would be up there somewhere, and I thought
Logan had it third, so either of you could have ended up with that. Well, not either of you, because Logan was picked by Hall, but Hall could have ended up with that had your picks gone differently. So it was there.
Yeah. So I'm not too unhappy about it. I'm pretty sure Hall probably wouldn't have picked it. Maybe he'll tell me wrong in the next, but it's just one of those. It was just one of those games that I just felt if it comes out, I want it in my team. If it doesn't come out, then I'd rather be in a position that Park has put Hall in where he has the opportunity to sub things later on in the year than be in a position where I'm picking a slop game and I don't have the choice.
Yeah, didn't you try and play Death Stranding? And
I got a good.
You didn't like the BTS. That was.
Yeah, I got about 10 hours into it, and then I got started getting attacked by the BT. Went in there, and that did me. But one of the things I still vividly remember is one of my favorite ever gaming moments. And it was this, God, I never completed. Was suddenly you're just walking through like the meadows or the hills, and suddenly it just goes all this scenic music starts playing, and you're running through. It was beautiful. It's one of those moments in a game which just sticks with you. And the first time that happens, it's fantastic, and that's always stuck with me. And I just for that reason, it's a 100 scoring game.
Yeah, it's so fucking good, that game. But it's fucking weird, so it's hard to recommend to anyone. The thing is, Paper, had you got over that hump, the BTs become easy to deal with because you get weapons, It's a bit of a steep learning curve. Once you start kicking things off, I would say revisit that one day because that moment you're talking about can happen a few other times and you get to see a lot more different landscape. Anyway, this isn't the Death Stranding podcast just yet. Paul... again, not on your list anywhere, so you've got a free bagel to have here. But would you, if you're going to be a betting man on Death Stranding 2 coming out, yes or no?
It'd be a no from me, dog. No, I'm out. I looked at it. I think I've got it scribbled somewhere on my. Yeah, there you go. It's on there, on the original to do research on list. I don't think it'll be too bad. Like you say, the first one only scored an 83. And I kind of feel like if you're taking a punt, you want to be taking a punt on a 90 game, and that's not to say that it wouldn't be. It's not to say that it won't be a 90+ game, but for me, it wasn't quite worthy of making the final cut.
Yeah, it's a shame that the Dimp rankings can't influence the Open Critic score because if it does come out and I'll play it,
get yourself approved as a reviewer on there.
I don't want to. I'm above that. my platinum, gold, silver, bronze scoring is unbeatable, and these numbers are silly, but we rely on them for this stupid game we play every year, so we have to continue with it. Hall, number 9. Since you've basically not lost the game off that, Death Stranding wasn't going to be picked, so you've got some options here potentially. Now you've got too many options, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of at the stage where I think, I can take what I want because James isn't going to pick these, so it doesn't really matter all that much. So
I think
I'm going to.
Or is it just a matter of fact?
I think it's just. I'd like to think that I'm always a little bit. I have a few odd curveballs that a lot of people don't have, and I would be very surprised if this is on anyone's list out of the 60 games that are in the Grand Prix. Okay. And I'm going to go for Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake.
Dun, da, 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 da. I did see that on someone's list. Unbelievably, it hasn't made it. Let me just double check that. Yeah. So Salmon had that on his list, last bottom of the barrel, and he was 2 games away from needing it. That is. I like that pick. Obviously, we had Dragon Quest, 3, wasn't it? That was done.
Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake came out in November and scored an 84.
Yep.
And I'm hoping this comes out in February. I'm hoping that we ride high off the success of the one that's just come out.
Paper's scrambling to research it now. Is that what the hell?
Off to a solid start, especially at number 9. If I can bank in an 80 to an 85 at number 9 on my list early doors in the year. Getting like I said, that Donkey Kong, you don't want to get off to a low to mid 70s start, but I feel like if you get it at like number 9 or number 10, it doesn't feel so bad as you getting it at like number 7 or number 6.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I've actually got that on my wish list. Dragon Quest 3 remake. I know people are like, why are they doing 3 before 1 and 2? It's because 3 is a prequel to 1 and 2. Yeah. So
that's it.
That's the order they've done it in. That's the order to play it in these days. And I've never played a Dragon Quest game, so I'm like, there's literally no excuse now. They've just done this like free story arc.
Perfect opportunity.
Ready to go for it. They're not like fucking metaphor with like 200 hours. Like they're actually reasonably like 50 odd, which sounds berserk to some people. Like you've spending 50 hours in a game. I'm like, that's the minimum I spend now in these games. So.
Yeah. I think it, like I say, I think it will do well. There's
no reason for it not to. They've got it all there. They've just got to deliver it.
Every console and PC, and it generally tends to review stronger on PC. But I'm hoping that it gets some Switch reviews and they bump it up a bit as well.
Of course they do. They're starving for shit, so they're going to love this. Paper, we saw you scrambling. I assume this wasn't on a list near you. No. So, concerned about that? Might have been oversight?
I think Hall's put his brain on today, and he's just looked back at what scores well, what doesn't score well, and he's picking good games that we know should score well, and it's very unlikely that unless something blows up like last year with like a Football Manager or whatever, that these games are going to score badly. So I think he's just setting himself up, which is what he should be doing for like good, reasonably scoring games in the mid-80s, and letting the team do their job and pulling through.
Interesting. Well, look, final pick for you, Mr. Paper, number 10.
Number 10.
This is maybe the hardest pick because you're leaving everything on the table at this point, so you have to just commit to one mistress and go with it, and just forever be like that. Those others aren't to be. And then if you look back at it in a year time, you go, "There's a couple of those that I should have put in, and not Kojima and Death Stranding 2 on the beach."
Yeah, I think it's put me in an interesting position. I think by the way Hall's played and how his team have picked is in. I don't think I'm in the place where I can pick a game I would want to pick based on preference. Like last year, where I felt loading sort of went massively off the A-wall by picking Football Manager really early.
He melted down in the team pit. He went absolutely
and I felt like
just
I could easily pick Braid as my 10th pick and just take a gamble. I don't think I'm in that place. I think I can still take a gamble, but I think the only gamble I can take is a game potentially not coming out and doing the sub. And I think that's sort of where my head's at now in terms of my last pick. So much like the previous game, Death Stranding, and actually like GTA 6, I'm probably rolling the dice a little bit here. It should come out. It's suggesting it's going to come out around September, October time, which definitely always screams delay. But I'm going to go. But if it does once again come out, it should score well, and that is Gears of War E-Day.
Gears of War E-Day. Sorry, it cut out slightly. It said, "Is a war?" I was like, "What's he?"
Gears of War E-Day.
Okay. Oh, Gears of fucking hell! Right, okay.
Yeah, he's pulled that out of his ass. That's on Adcock's Grand Prix team, so at least you've got similar minds there. I'd love to see this prequel. I mean, Gears 5. Well,
would you?
Look, they got Dom and Marcus back, so it's a 78 minimum with that. Those two clowns running the show. Obviously, we know the story of how that friendship unfolds, but it's a prequel. Gears. I'm surprised they've not gone to Gears 6 because I don't know if you played Gears 5, Hall, but they do some interesting things narratively towards the back end. You're like, I wonder how that'll play out. It's like, well, you're not going to see how that plays out because we're going to go back 100 years to ancient Marcus when he's not ancient anymore.
Yeah, because we're fed up of having a character who's fucking like in a wheelchair. He's so old.
Unfortunately, everyone fucking loves him, so we have to keep putting him in the game.
We got to keep dragging him out. We killed off Dom in Gears 3. We thought that was going to be enough. We thought you were going to get a new teammate, but no, you all just went, "Where's Dom?" in every subsequent game.
No, it's an interesting pick. Adcock had it in his top 4, so one of you could have ended up with it had the cards been played. Yeah. Gears 5 sitting on an 85. That's the last sort of stake in the ground we've got. Hall, you are the Gears man, so I mean, I know you've been a bit turned off it in recent years, but is there any hope for this, or has Paper just fucking blown it? And was it on your list? Paper. No,
it wasn't on my list. Gears 1, 2, and 3 were excellent. Gears 4 and 5 were both toss. And I just don't think it. Well, I mean, maybe it will come. I don't think it. It wasn't on my list because I didn't even consider it as a game for this year.
Okay.
But that said, they have turned games around quickly, Gears of War ones.
Gears
And
5
if
is a
it
good
does
like
come,
5-7 years away. Feels like it was ages ago now.
even though
so
I say that Gears 4 and 5 were toss, and Judgment, might add. Don't forget Judgment, also toss.
Yep.
They all reviewed, like you say,
mid-80s above.
yeah. If it comes, you'll score mid-80s with it.
Yeah.
Whether it comes or not is a big question mark.
And that's what you want from a 10th game, and so that's
Yeah,
why
100%.
that's why I've rolled the dice in that direction.
I don't hate it at number 10 for sure.
Fair enough. Hall, final pick. Chance to make or break the whole tournament for you.
Oh, this is...
Pressure's on.
I'm frittering between... How many have I got on my little thing? 6 games. Okay. I'm set.
Okay.
I'm just looking at what they predicted. Oh, no, that's why I discounted it. I'm going to go with it anyway. And it's going to be Subnautica 2.
Okay. It's on a Grand Prix list. Who's got that? Where are you? I'm sure I saw it because they spelled it wrong. Where are you? Oh, Parky. Parky got that at number 7. No, number 8. So you got it quite low down.
Subnautica 1 scored 84. Yeah. I think it'll be solid. My only concern is it does come out this year, early access.
Oh, yeah. We know that early access is fine as long as there's a page. We had Hades 2 last year, unbelievably getting a page, even though it's not even done. So, that, I mean, whatever. But that's the rules.
Yeah.
So I think I never played Subnautica. I never bothered with it. I don't know why. There's a lot of hype behind it at the time. I feel like it was a paper game.
Yeah.
I thought you paper might have known about this Subnautica.
I did play Subnautica 1, and I watched a lot of Twitch stuff on it, and as you do when these games are out, and it's a very, very good game. I squinched my nose and mouth when Hall said it, and I think it isn't because it wouldn't score well. What I was trying to understand was, if you look at Subnautica 1 when it says it comes out, it says something like 16th of December 2014, but I'm pretty sure that's when it came out in like early access, and it stayed in early access for some while before moving into a fully fledged game. And I wonder whether Subnautica 2 will do the same thing. But as you said, we've clarified the rules on early access, and as long as it gets a page, it's fine. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that. And I think if it gets a page, it will be an 80 game. It'll probably be somewhere between 80 85, I would imagine. And once again, for a 10th pick, it's not a bad one.
Yeah. The trouble at this stage is difficult. You imagine what Logan's got at fucking number 60 at the end of the Grand Prix, and you think, well, what other dregs can we drag up? But here are the teams as it stands. They are confirmed. Paper, you've got GTA 6, Doom, The Dark Ages, Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, Ghosts of Yotai, Fable, Split Fiction, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, and Gears of War E-Day. High level thoughts on that?
I think it's a reasonably solid team. I think there's a lot of dice being rolled, and a lot of those dice are being rolled by me in terms of games that might not come out. I think generally most people pick solid picks. I think the only one that we look at and think might not get into the 80s if it comes out would probably be Donkey Kong.
I think it's fair.
But I think the rest of them are probably solid 80s, at least if they all come out. And if some of the others come out that we've rolled the dice on, they could be 90s. So I don't think it's a naturally bad team. I think it might struggle a little bit in comparison to some of Hall's team's picks, which I think probably rolls at this stage of the year slightly potentially higher scores. And if say all our games come out and they all score what we think they're scoring ahead, I'd expect probably Hall to take this by 10, 20 points.
Okay. What I find interesting, Paper, is that last year you picked a team, didn't make any transfers, even though we all knew that Flight Sim was destined to be a stinker, but you didn't need to because Logan blew it. But you've put like 3 games on there, I'd say Death Stranding, Gears of War, E-Day, and GTA 6, there's probably a 50-50 chance whether they even arrive. Whereas last year, it felt like the aim of the game was they're coming, we're getting the scores banked, then we ain't got to deal with the subs. So what's changed? Is it the
I think it's
slate of games that are available that don't allow you to do that?
So I think it's a bit of two things. One, it's the slate of games that are available at the moment. Like there's a lot of big name titles sort of floating around that have got 25 release dates, which probably won't happen but may happen.
No.
And then there's a lot of sort of like smaller games where you could probably take wins on, but they're a little bit more risky. And there's a lot of like what I call standard type games, which you think are low 80s, mid 70s, like the Donkey Kong's floating around. So it was a bit like you have to take it slightly different. I think early on in the year, the games that I wanted went, like the what's it called? The Monster Hunter Wilds was high on my list. The Civ 7 was high on my list. These are bankers that are going to get you decent scores, and so I think it was also a little bit away how the teams picked, sort of dictated sort of my path this year. If there was a load of games that were coming out early that I knew were low to mid 80s, I would have put them all in my bottom 3 because I very much of the feeling that if you can get your final 3 in and they're all above 80, then you haven't really done too much wrong.
You're in good stead, yeah.
So then it's really about making sure your top pick gets a high score so that can pull you through a bit, and then the team performs well.
Yeah. Okay. Hall, you've got Elden Ring Night Rain, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Monster Hunter Wild, Civ 7, Forza Horizon 6, Slay the Spire 2, Anno 117, Pax Romana, Dave the Diver, In the Jungle DLC, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake, and then Subnautica 2. How are you feeling?
Pretty decent about that. They're out of crazily enough. So normally when we come to the end of the captain's picks, I look and it's like, oh, well, I would have had 4 of those games, which were the ones that I chose. In this, 7 out of the 10 games were games I wanted.
That your team members got for you.
Or in my, 7 out of these 10 were in my top 10.
Right.
Which the only ones that weren't were Metroid Prime 4. Not because I think that's a bad pick or a bad game. I think it's an unknown. I think it's a risk. Unsurprisingly, Forza Horizon 6, which I the same principle. I think will do.
He's gone massively on the risk side. He's just gone for it.
For the punt. And the thing is as well, what's odd about that is he didn't need to do that high up his list. I can't imagine that loads of people would have been swooping in there, especially not for Forza Horizon 6. No one's taking that. They could have put it at 10, and so those 2, and then Anno 117, which was within my broader list, but I ultimately culled purely because of historic data on the previous ones. But I'm now sort of semi-beginning to regret my Subnautica pick in place of the other game. I was coin tossing between the 2. And I'm guessing James has got some more games on his list that we can. But just to run you through a few of the others that were on my low, the one that I was coin toss between Subnautica and this was an Adcock pick from last year, Rift of the Necrodancer, which I was just toying, and it comes out in Feb, and Crypt of the Necrodancer scored an 87. I think Rift of the Necrodancer will probably be similar. I think that's
the Zelda movement dungeon thing.
Yeah, so it's the rhythm-based dungeon crawler. Yeah.
And has it got Zelda in it or not? Or have I made that up?
So there is a Zelda one. There is a Zelda version.
Oh,
but
okay, I've seen that.
There is a specific game that is like Zelda. I think it was Crypto. I think it was a Crypto. I don't know, but this one is not. I don't think. Okay. I think this one's just a standard.
It's the same idea, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that will do. I think that will do pretty well. It's a question of whether the gimmick has worn off.
Yeah. They've left it long enough though for it to be fresh. Yeah, again,
hopefully. Maybe. So I think that will do well. I'm assuming that Adcock has got that this year.
Nope.
Of course, he hasn't subbed it out last year because it wasn't coming, and then not put it in the following year. Yeah, although to be fair, I've done that with a load of games from my Grand Prix team last year. I had Solasta 2 on my list. One that I'm incredibly surprised didn't come up in the team game was Outer Worlds 2. I'm really surprised that's not been snaffled up somewhere. Someone has got that as a bargain deal in the Grand Prix. I'm assuming someone's got it.
Yep, they have.
Yeah,
It's lurking.
I think that's a good bet. I had Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
The thing, so look, I love that game, but
It
when
didn't
it first
review
comes
well.
out, it's like a 72 because it's so
The review
poorly
was
put
73,
together.
but exactly,
Then
it was
in a year's
really
time,
good
it's
as well.
awesome.
So you kind of hope that they've learnt from that. I mean, it's been
Yeah.
long enough that they've then put together a decent, but who knows? And then the last one on my like serious consideration was Assassin's Creed Shadows, because whilst James was saying, "I don't think either one of us will pick it," and we ended up not picking it, because I think we went through a phase of shitting on a lot of Assassin's Creeds, like in that middle period. But the last 3 or 4 Assassin's Creed games, or the last 3 Assassin's Creed games, which have been Mirage, Odyssey, and Valhalla, have all scored high 80s.
Yeah,
They've
yeah,
all
they
been, like,
score well.
86, 87, and 89. They've done really well. I feel like Ubisoft are, they're a big enough studio that they won't have been affected as much by like the crunch that the video game industry has suffered over the last couple of years. I think that, again, having not
And it was
come
delayed
up,
out of last year, so it's like...
yeah. Again, I was a little bit surprised not to see that out of the team picks. I think someone will have that, and again, it'll be a shrewd pick at whatever point they have it. I've got a collection of other toss that I've written down, but most of it is absolutely toss.
Really, I want to hear the toss.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Let me go through and see which ones we haven't said out loud. Sniper Elite Resistance.
Yep, that's lurking. Yep.
That's lurking. 33 Immortals, which I had last year, but I think kind of came out early access. So I didn't think it'd have a page. Borderlands 4, whether it comes or not. Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope DX, which is a remake of the original Shovel Knight, which I think will do well. But I was a bit like, meh, not too
Scary,
sure.
that one, yeah.
What else have we got? Croc, Legend of the Gobbos, the remake of the original Croc. I don't know if
I
you
thought it got delayed, didn't it, like last year? And people were like, you're
PlayStation
delaying
boys, weren't you?
Croc.
You're both PS1 boys, weren't you? You must have played the original Croc.
Yeah.
Tempest Rising, which is the spiritual successor to Command and Conquer that I've been waiting on for like fucking 3 years. But they've been so quiet on the build up that I was a bit meh. Avowed.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that is
Got
the
that,
big
I'm assuming?
absentee.
That's in my top bracket, one that I didn't pick. So
Assuming someone's got that somewhere.
It's in there. It's in the Grand Prix, but I was a bit shocked that it didn't appear in the overall kind of draft. Sorry.
The new Professor Layton and the World of Steam, which
That
very
was on
niche.
like half the field's list. I was like, where are these guys? What are they up to?
Last 5 or 6 Professor Laytons have reviewed really poorly. I love them as games. I've played them all. I really enjoy them, but Pokemon Legends Z to A. I was a little bit surprised not to see sneak its way in.
Yep.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Yes.
Little Nightmares 3, which was delayed out of last year. I had on my main list last year, which I still think will do quite well.
Yeah.
And Capcom Fighting Collection 2.
Yes.
That is my...
there's a few. So like, there's a lot of the ones actually you consider Dross that I've got in my list because that of
And
like
not
sort of
Dross, they're decent. I think there'll be a lot of ones within that.
And there's
that'll do
like
alright.
stuff like you mentioned, like Shovel Knight should do well, and all of that lot. You know, as a surprise not to see Pokemon, but like sometimes these are I think the problem with some of these games is that they could fall below the 80s, and that's where in the team game,
It's not good enough.
Not good enough, and so you don't want to take it. It's a couple of other ones you haven't mentioned, and I've put a load in here which are risking it for a biscuit. So I've definitely gone for a slightly different approach this year than you've got things like Metal Gear Solid Delta. Once again,
Can I just stop you there? Look,
Yeah.
I'm the biggest Metal Gear fan. That will review like shit, and it'll be like playing the game in 2005 or whenever it was. Like, that's what it's going to be.
But it is a big name title that's potentially lined up for this year, and
You've dodged a bullet by not putting that on. That's what I'll say.
was announced so long ago as well.
The game I really wanted to put at number 10 that I didn't feel that I could. One, because it might not come out this year, but I wanted to jump aboard the Sean hype train again, is Light No Fire. I don't know
years away.
But they've got an engine now. Like, if they build on what they've got, that will. If it build on what they have with No Man's Sky, that could do really well from a review point of view. There's a few things that are definitely not coming out, like OD. You got like Borderlands 4, that whole mentioned. Another one is Crimson Desert, obviously the successor to the Black Desert Online, which is touted to be one of the best, combat in an MMO. And this is now a single. And this is now a single-player RPG, and so I think that one's a really interesting one to watch. And I don't think it'll come this year, but I think it's one that will score really well when it does. Everyone loves it, and actually, it's going into a single-player mode. People were talking about Frostpunk 2, and I think that's Frostpunk 1 just released last year.
No, Frostpunk 2 come out last year in early access and got reviewed, and they've laid off a load of people, so it hasn't done that well commercially
as well. But then I saw that it had come out this year and took it off.
Yeah. So then 2 Point Museum, the 2 Point games always seem to score okay. One that sort of perked my ears and I was quite interested about, but didn't go for it anywhere in the end, was Towel of Iron 2, Whisker of Winter. So it's some level of indie type cat game, which the first one scored relatively well. And there's a lot of stuff that Hall's mentioned, like Little Nightmare, Assassin's Creed Shadow. I did have on my list. Wonder Stop was another one that sort of seemed interesting, but it once again I couldn't find enough about it that I could want to take the risk. Cassette Boy, another indie sort of thing that sort of sparked my ear a little bit, but once again, not enough background information for me to be able to take a risk on it. And then you've got Football Manager 25.
Yeah.
Which we know is kind of come out, but probably will.
Yeah, it'd be stupid. There's sillier picks than Football Manager 25, aren't there? It's going to do reasonably.
Yeah. So that's the teams. That's the competition of the FGL Championship locked in. You have been sent the draft or the Grand Prix teams. I don't know if they've come out okay in that fucking WhatsApp. I use WhatsApp on the fucking PC now, so it's easy for me. You can get all sorts in and out of there. But I will run through the selections that have been given. Only one blank this year. Biff at number 4. He put 26 games. So the way I work it is I ask for a minimum of 25 just to show that they've tried. But I'm not going to go out wiping arses if you haven't got enough. Adkins put 50. Parky put like 48. Like those people, I'm like, in a way, they should be sort of celebrated because they're trying.
Some of these picks.
Well, I mean, look, let's go through them. So we've got Adcock here. He was number 1 pick. It went down to his very last quote-unquote game when you see it.
Yeah, it's a
Otherwise, he would have
scandal.
had a blank. Like, it's one of the biggest sort of, I'm the number 1 pick, and I may have just thrown my opportunity having the best start of this. But here's what Adcock's got. GTA 6, Doom, The Dark Ages, Fable, Gears of War E-Day, Hollow Knight Silksong. He's put Resident Evil 9. Now, I'm almost certain it won't be called Resident Evil 9, but I know what he means. It's the next mainline Resident Evil, so we're going to allow it under that, guys. If it's a remake, obviously, that's definitely not in there.
It doesn't matter. It's not coming out.
It's not coming out. Well, yeah, you're probably more accurate there. Sniper Elite Resistance. Morsels. I mean, I've not even heard of that one.
No, I haven't. I was just looking that up.
New 3D Mario on Nintendo Switch 2. I mean,
that is so poor.
It went to the stewards, and I was squabbling with them for about fucking 2 days about this. I was like, I know what it means.
He was first. He had first pick.
And this is the fucking cherry on top. Tears of the Kingdom DLC for Switch 2. I'm pretty sure they announced they're not doing DLC for Tears of the Kingdom.
Even the one,
let alone qualifying it with Switch 2 only.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two transfers that's needed there. That he's worked so hard to be in that position, and then I feel like he's squandered the bottom half of that just through carelessness. And he's like, I haven't got a lot of time. I'm like, well, come on,
harder, mate.
You should be planning from September, like October the 1st. The draft should be planned. You're like, right, it's over now. I can't do anything. Let's plan for next year. I keep telling people that. So That's
DLCs
Adcock.
the DLCs for Breath of the Wild have reviews like absolute toss as well.
Oh yeah, I played them. They weren't that good.
E1 and the 77.
Fucking get a bike. I was like, thanks. Like
Yeah, they were
stupidly
shit.
hard shrines. I was like, ugh! I got through them.
Right, so Adcock toss next.
It is
Sam-
the Kingdom DLC. If there's no Switch 2, does that mean he doesn't get it? So if it only comes out on the Switch.
The fact that he put Switch 2 on the end of it, I was kind of
Just
like,
leave it blank. Why would you not just put Tears of the Kingdom DLC? Why has he felt the need to really fucking shoebox himself?
I'll get the Mario one because he wants to like be like, this is a launch title. I guess he's assuming it's going to be a big 3D Mario. And I'm like, okay, I understand what you're saying. You know, as long as it's not fucking Galaxy 2 remake, then you're fine. But it's got to be new. But yeah, the Tears of the Kingdom stuff, I was like, maybe he put it is at the very bottom of his list. But again, the fact that it got to the last game being first pick was embarrassing. So he should have had more stuff on there, and there's plenty more that could have gone around for him. So not going to be a happy home life at Adcock HQ. Salmon, Civ 7, Anno 117, Pax Romana, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Dave the Diver in the Jungle DLC, The Outer Worlds 2, Football Manager 2025, getting there early. Yeah. Lies of P DLC, Professor Layton and the New World of Steam, Killing Floor 3, and then our favourite haul, Orcs Must Die, Death Trap.
I think that's it's a better list than Adcock's. I don't think that's too bad.
For a Grand Prix team where there's...
I think this is it. I think I've currently got the the problem of having just done the championship event where it's a lot easier to not get shit games, and then when you go remember what it's like in the Grand Prix where it's like, oh yeah, no, you do get stuck with some absolute fucking guff.
Yeah, you want to stay out of it.
Yeah.
Paper, any thoughts on Salmon's list?
I think it was, once again, it's sort of
Is it better than Adcock's?
it is better than Adcock's. It's interesting.
Put a napkin and it'd be better than Adcock's.
But it's you know, it is what Hall says. You know, you look at it and you realise you do have to pick up some crap. And I think as long as you can do transfers, it's fine.
Yeah, they should all be using the transfers.
Adcock is going to need 6 transfers.
Well, you won it with 5. And you subbed the same game out and put another one in, and then got it back out again and put something.
Exactly. That's wild from Adcock. I hope he proves me wrong, but that is wild.
Yeah. Logan tried to convince us that there shouldn't be a transfer fee in the FGL Championship, and I was like, pull the other one, mate.
Here's 10 blanks, and I'll figure it out as I go.
Yeah, I don't think so, boy. Parky, Metro Prime 4 Beyond, Forza Horizon 6, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, wasn't the only one that I saw that on. Judas, gone for Big Ken Levine's follow-up, I like that. Borderlands 4, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, FBC Firebreak, again, I personally like that. Subnautica 2, Lost Records Bloom and Rage. If anyone's wondering why there was a big controversy about episodic games, it's because of this sack of shit, because apparently they're releasing that in 2 fucking parts. Now, I completely and utterly, I'm going to put this on record, disagree with the steward's decision. If he's put Lost Records, Bloom and Rage on there, if there's a part 1 and part 2 page, he gets fuck all. It should be a unified thing, but there's an independent slop who I might fucking sack at this rate, because I don't agree with what I'm saying. Next major COD release, which, as we know, is Call of Duty. Hall, where are we putting that? Above or below Adcock and Salmon?
It's above Adcock. 1, 2. I don't know Judas at all.
That's the guy that done BioShock, but it's his new team. So
okay,
it could it's one of those ones. If it comes out, likely to be an absolute stormbreaker. But again,
I don't know. I don't know
very
FBC.
quiet.
Yeah, I don't know FBC Firebreak either.
You'd actually like that game, like multiplayer to it.
I think that's okay.
Is he going to get above Salmon?
I think at the minute I would back Salmon because Parky's got Metroid, Forza, Borderlands that are all, and the Lost Records controversy. So there's a lot of unknown.
He's been basically covered by that stupid steward, so he can do what he wants and get a fucking score. Let's hope it scores 10.
Yeah,
teach everyone a lesson. Paper, thoughts on Parky, above or below Adcock and Salmon?
I think there's probably at the moment he's winning it for me. I know
Okay.
Forza isn't going to come out, but like Metro Prime, like, I feel like he's sort of gone. He's rolled the dice a bit at the start. His middle is really solid, and then his back end games are they're fine. As you said, he's got the Steward Inquiry for that ninth game, and next major COD release, that is what it is. It's sort of like a football manager. So like a dragon, having it that middle part, Borderlands 4 if it comes out due like he's really rolled the dice, and if it comes off, and Parky's record of rolling dices and things coming off has been more positive than not over the years, and
he might be the ultimate oracle. We might just not know it yet that he's the absolute clairvoyant for games, and we just haven't tapped into his skill. But okay, so you've got him number 1 with Salmon number 2 and Adcock number 3 as we get this. Biff halfway through, Ghosts of Yotai, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, Atomfall, Little Nightmares 3, Assassin's Creed Shadows. You had to do it. I like this one. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster, Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game, an absolute howler. Clockwork Orange.
That's the dark, isn't it? That's the same thing.
Phantom Blade Zero, and then a blank, like the laziest bald bastard I've ever met. Hall, where's he sitting on your rankings now? Is he?
I like the list until you get to Tales of the Shire, which is
shit pan.
Clockwork Revolution. I think is an okay pick.
Yeah, 5 years in 5 years' time when it comes out.
Yeah, it's an Xbox Game Studio one. Like, yeah. I don't know Phantom Blade Zero, and I mean, I'm the king of the blanks, so I can't really comment. But it's definitely not going to help him, is it? It's definitely not going to make life any better.
So you've got Salmon, then Parky, then Adcock. Where does Biff fit into your ranking?
Right. Let me just preface this by saying it doesn't matter what the other two have done. Adcock is last. All right.
Okay.
I think.
So he's 6. It doesn't matter what happens.
I think the other 3 are exceedingly close. I think maybe I like Salmon's list a little bit more than the other 2, but it's close. I think all 3 of them are close. I quite like Biff's. I quite like a lot of Biff's games until you get to that Tales of the Shire. And the thing is, I think that's going to be so shit.
Yep.
I think that's going to be so shit.
It might be another Gollum.
I think that's going to be like a 50s to 60s, and that's game over. You can't recover that.
People have won on 60 games, so a 60 scoring game. So it's technically not over. But I'm much like you. I echo the same. I can see what he's done. So Biff's a massive Lord of the Rings nerd, and he's sitting there. I was like, I've got to have him on the team. And this is what Biff does every year. He goes with what he knows. Doesn't necessarily mean what's right. And he loves Lord of the Rings, so he's going to put Lord of the Rings in. He loves Assassin's Creed, so he puts Assassin's Creed in, and he does it every year. I think there's a lot of reasonably okay games there. He's put himself in a position where he's actually going to have to work this year, whereas the last previous years he hasn't. Like, he's just got them out early and got the scores early and put his feet up and just live with it. Whereas this year he's got a blank. He's got a few things in there which people are probably calling out duds, which he could do something about. The question is he going to do anything about it? Because much like Hall proved last year, if you got a reasonable bunch, and even if half of them are not reasonable, and you play the game, you can still win. And he could put himself in a position where some of these games could score okay for him.
So where are you ranking Biff then, Hall, out of the 4 that we've got? He obviously, Adcock's last, so is he first, second, or third?
I think it's 2. I genuinely think that first, second, and third between those 3 that we've seen, we're talking minimal points. I wouldn't split them up.
I'll put him number 3 just for the sake of clarity.
Oh, if you get a fine, all right. If I have to put all right, I'd have at the minute Salmon 1, Biff 2, Parky 3.
Parky shit on. Poor old Parkleston. Paper, are you going to bring Adcock into the fold, or is he still bottom of the barrel?
Oh, that's where he's staying, much like Paul. There is just some. I think that bottom of that list has really burnt everyone. But yeah, I'm not against Biff's pick. I will put him at number 2 for me as well. But obviously that pushes
Salmon down to 3. So you've got Hall got Salmon number 1, Paper with number 3 at the moment. Interesting. Adkins, Elden Ring Night Rain, Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, Split Fiction, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater, Mafia the Old Country, a personal favourite of mine for the year, South of Midnight, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Hell Is Us, Ninja Gaiden, Ragebound, The First Berserker, Kazam! Oh, what do you think of that?
Really good top 3. I don't think Metal Gear Solid's coming. Mafia, very good. South of Midnight is by the guys that made...
We Happy Few.
Yeah, which... Did that even come out? Like...
It was shit when it came out, and it was shit.
It was
as far as I was concerned, it was shit all the way through. And people went, no, they turned it around. And I was like,
It felt
that's too
like a
bad.
terrible demo that just kind of never really... It just sort of fizzled out.
It looked like BioShock, the new coming, and it was like a survival game. So actually, it was a paper game. We should have perhaps given it to him.
Dynasty Warriors is a decent pick.
Yep.
Hell Is Us is...
Questionable.
Do we know anything about anything with that?
Apparently, Adkins does.
That's like...
And he's got it above Ninja Gaiden, which
I mean, the dev's like a fucking random... Is it their first game?
But Hell Is Us. I think I saw it on some like IGN website in the top.
Well, this is the trouble.
20 most anticipated game. It was in the anticipated game section. So it's one of those that once again someone's probably looked at a list and gone, yeah, if IGN are saying it's going to score well, then it might. And maybe sometimes that's the rule of the game, isn't it? We don't care if it's good or not. It's what the critics say. So
Developed by Rogue Factor, who haven't got a Wikipedia page.
lovely.
Probably based in Ukraine just to top it off, make it really
That doesn't-
difficult for everyone.
Ninja Gaiden, I think, is fine. First Berserker, I don't know anything about.
No. Will you ever play Ninja Gaiden again, considering how fucking hard those go? No. Yeah, good.
No.
Where are you going to place Mr. Adkins?
He's got Elden Ring, Xenoblade. I think he goes... It's really close again. That's a good list. Maybe he goes top. Sure. Put him top. Why not, eh?
Adkins takes the championship. Buffs down everyone else. Paper, where are you putting him?
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same as Hall. Top.
Wow.
There's some good picks there that some of them should come out and they should score well. And that in the team game, if you can get some high 80s, low 90s, that will start setting you apart from the crowd. The question with Adkins is, will he do what he always does and just get lazy and just ignore
And spin it, yeah.
spin it off, and then
I don't think it's laziness. I think it's drunkenness. I think he just goes down that pub too often towards the latter end of the year and then never recovers. You can't get him out of the castle after 5 o'clock.
Can happen.
It can happen. So Logan, the final person, we've got Monster Hunter Wilds, Slay the Spire 2, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, Pokemon Legends ZA. Is there a way of saying that? Or is that how you say it? ZA?
Led to A. Who cares?
Whatever. Avowed, which no one else had. Marvel 1943, Rise of the Hydra, Crimson Desert, Dune Awakening, State of Decay 3. I love for that to do well. And then EA Sports FC 26. Hall, talk to me about Logan's Grand Prix prospects.
Yeah, sure. I think they're all right. I think he's got a decent... I like Monster Hunter. I like Slay the Spire. I don't think Death Stranding will come, but it's not a terrible pick. Pokemon will do okay. Avowed is a coin toss. And then the bottom half kind of tails off for me a little bit. I know James was saying that he's looking forward to... he thinks Crimson Desert could do well. Dune Awakening, I hate games that are based on films. I don't... Yeah, same with Marvel 1943, Rise of Hydra. I don't like stuff that's tied into a cinematic universe of any...
Especially
any
shit fucking IP like Marvel and Dune. Dune's all right, actually.
EA Sports 26 is lazy. First of the lazy picks.
Believe it or not, that was... His last game was this new 3D Mario on Nintendo Switch 2. That's the second from last game, so he got right down to the dregs, the poor lad.
Yeah, what did 25 score? 76. So, I mean, not terrible.
I think generally He's list out of everyone has probably impressed me the most, considering everyone came in on time, and therefore he was 6th on every.
Yeah, last place he's done well.
And actually, if I look through a lot of these titles, if they were all to come out, and there's a few there, we're talking maybe Death Stranding, maybe Crimson Desert don't, but if they do come out, they will score well for him. You know, Slay the Spire, Hunters, Monster Hunter Wilds would score well. Pokemon is maybe a high 70s games these days. They definitely don't seem to perform.
Well, I had the date on that. Arceus 84, which is my favourite one. Scarlet and Violet 71, because they keep shitting them out. Technically poor.
So it depends on what sort of route they take with that, and I think that would be an interesting one. Marvel, much like Hall, I just don't really like those type of games. You've obviously got your Spider-Man that seems to do fantastically all the time, but every other fucking Marvel game seems to just suck. State of Decay, though you might like it, always scores poorly.
Oh yeah.
It's
Bloody
always
mess.
EA Sport, once again, another 70s game, and so like he's got a few 70s in there, but what he doesn't seem to have is any sort of things I look and go, wow, that's a 60s game, that's a real shitter.
Right, no absolute howler.
I think for that, like that probably puts him maybe nearly first on my list. Probably just falls below to second.
So he's second then on your list. You got Adkins first, Parky third, Salmon fourth, Biff fifth, Adcock sixth. Sound about right?
Something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, I've made a real hash of trying to keep record of this.
I don't know what I've. Other
So,
than
you've got Adkins, Salmon, Biff, Parky, Adcock, and then you've got to slot Logan in somewhere.
I don't know.
A lot of it depends on how they fucking transfer a lot of the out.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like Logan's got a decentish list, which then leads me to believe, like, put him in at, like, say 3, but Parky's not got the 5th best list. Parky shouldn't be in 5th. So it's like, but then you bump him up, and then I look and think, well, someone else shouldn't be in 5th. I honestly think that top 5 is pretty close across the board.
I love the fact it's the top 5 and no one's even giving Adcock a prayer.
I'm really sorry, Adcock, because I don't like shitting on people early doors, but I think that's such a questionable. You've absolutely run out of ideas, because you start off like a GTA 6. I can forgive people for putting that in. I don't think it's coming, but I understand that you've got that at game 1. Doom, top drawer. Fable, can see where you're thinking. Gears of War E-Day, right, okay, so we're plumbing for all the shit that's not coming out. Silk Song, yeah, fine with that. Resi Evil 9, where have you plucked that out of your ass? Sniper Resistance, fine, okay, not got an issue with that. Last 3 games, Morsels, Mario, Tears of the Kingdom, lazy. So I find it very hard to justify anything other than last place based on those picks for Adcock, but who knows? Maybe like they announce tomorrow Super Mario Galaxy 3.
Yeah.
To release, and it's like, right, well, that's a fucking 98.
97, exactly.
All of a sudden, Adcock goes from looking like the clown in last place to, actually, he could have one of the best lists out of everyone quite comfortably. Like,
I'm going to push. I like that. It's good. I'm going to push you on the order, though. You've got to make some tough decisions here.
Fuck my life. Hang on.
Logan
then.
just needs to be slotted in somewhere.
3, sure. I don't care. 3. I've got past the point where it's so much brain power.
Okay. So the only agreement is the 2 agreements across you two. You've got Adcock at 6th, so he's finishing plumb last according to both the Chuckle brothers here. Adkins taking the number 1 pole position, which isn't too bad. Then you've got Logan and with 2 for paper, 3rd for Hall. Then you've got Salmon 2 for Hall, but 4 for paper. Parky 3 for paper, 5 for Hall, and then like I said, poor old Adcock trundled down in 6. So really, the only thing you can agree on is that Adkins is going to win this thing handedly, and Adcock's going to fucking blow it. And they are both on Paper's team. So I don't know what to make of that overall. It's not... Paper hasn't got to clean up this mess, but that will unfold and the mentality of the team might drop, the morale. So you're going to have to get those chocolates out again, I think, Paper.
The chocolates always do wonders, but, to be honest, what they pick in their team game or their
Who gives a shit?
I give no damn about. As long as those 2 picks, which are now within my control and I can sub out even without them, it's all down to me now. So
You have to get agreement.
no, you don't think you do. I think the captain has final say. So if you ultimately,
Hang on a minute.
I
These rules
tried
changed
to get
again.
agreement to keep harmony and talk about it, but ultimately, I'm the big boss man.
You can override it and do it. It's your team. Like, it causes rifts. Don't get me wrong. I've seen it absolutely just decimate a team because someone wanted to get rid of something. But at the end of the day, Hall, these are your IP to deal with now. You can fucking get rid of and do what you want.
Just fucking chin them all off now then. Don't even bother. Just give me 6 blanks, mate.
That might be the way to do it. Right, we'll pull this to a close. We've already had one technical fucking error. Who knows whether that first part's even there, but I'll bid you gents adieu, and I'll see you. Perhaps we'll try and do a check-in during the year. I don't know how likely that'll be, but now that we've got a monthly podcast, yeah, we'll see. If not, but the website will be up to date. I will try and do like a monthly update at the end where I'll just run through the games that were released and any transfers for people, but maybe I'll try and get both of you or individually you back at certain junctures, perhaps after a transfer window if there's been some activity, promising things that won't happen, so shouldn't have even opened my mouth. Anyway,
risky.
Well, not as risky as GTA 6. That's what everything's pinned on that at the moment. But no, Mr. Hall, thank you very much. And I wish you the best of luck in this year's coming season. And also, Paper, defending champion, thank you very much. And obviously, I wish you the best of luck as well. Will it be the breaker of the curses, or will Hall finally complete the Triple Crown? You'll find out in 12 months. Thanks for your time, and ta-da.